plasma diet too to kind of really figure out what exactly do I want, and I'm really trying to figure it out. It's really soul searching.
Yeah, yeah, I got you. And I think now is like, I don't know, something feels like the energy for that type of thing is just right. With the
Yeah,
shift in the economy and everyone on the planet's lives, people still want to
yeah,
do stuff, but it's like you have the advantage because some people haven't adjusted yet. You know what I'm saying? So at least from what I've been learning as far as like online entrepreneur stuff is the main key is to find, I'm sure I've said this before, to find an audience and then to find something that you can give them. And it's usually best if you can teach something because there's so many people that want to learn. But then again, stock market and trading and that type of stuff is another great avenue. I just don't know much about that one.
yeah, yeah, definitely. I mean, I've been practicing on Facebook, just with regular posting to see if I can get over 50 likes and trying to get an audience. So that was pretty easy, you know.
I
Um,
noticed that, yeah.
yeah, that's easy. I mean, it's just a certain audience. You know, so I'm thinking whatever product I have or something. I do feel like honestly, the everything we're doing, I feel like it's going to lead me there. The tree of life, the Kabbalah, tarot, understanding all these correspondences. The Ars Goetia, all of this. I feel like it's all going to be there. Um, I just feel like I have to get to a certain level of understanding where something's going to click, and then I'm like, oh, okay, I got it.
Yeah.
Yeah, because personally, what happened was I was doing just fine. Something from the past has popped up right when I was about to make a move, and it kind of stopped me from making that financial move. So at first I was upset for like 5 minutes, and then I was like, okay, I understand. You go through the abyss. This is probably a lesson I need to learn. Um, it pretty much, I was getting a little too comfortable at my job, and it really started to make me think. So I feel as though being given breadcrumbs towards this free life that I'm trying to have. But it's really interesting. So where I'm at.
Yeah. Almost like all this data is like seeds within the soil, and it's like you're just waiting for the right combination to make that first sprout, first germination or whatever.
Yeah,
That's what happens to me at least.
that's, yeah.
Data, data,
Do you
data.
feel as though we get tested?
I do. I do. I think simply just having the information in your head presents the test because now you're able to see something that you weren't able to see before.
Mm,
What do you mean specifically?
interesting. Because I was looking at the four worlds, and absolute how it's kind of how do I describe it? Not crystallized, and everything forms into uh, everything gets its structure in a saya, right?
Mm-hmm.
Um, I feel as though everything is an absolute. Like I know it's there. Like I know, I don't know, this $1 million is right here in front of me. I just have to bring it into form.
Yes.
Yeah, definitely, definitely.
Yeah. Yeah. And this chapter on just said the unfortunate illustrated it nicely, where she talked about the ascended masters, and she talked about how they're able to see in the world of absolute, because absolute there is no action, everything is just pure intent, pure creation. And she said that the masters are able to like see in that realm, see the plans and see the seed, and the actual soil for it are in the lower worlds. So it's like you being the active principle, you visualize it, you see it up there, but you bring it down and plant it in these lower realms.
Hmm. Yeah, yeah, and it's not like something I already, I already have it, and I'm
Mm-hmm.
trying not to get, trying not to stay in my ego because the ego wants to hurry up and get it right now, you know, but trying to stay into my resonate with the soul when I have all of this time, I have all eternity.
Right.
Getting a little difficult sometimes, you know.
Yes. Time has a whole lot to do with that perception. You know.
Yep. Especially because I want to help. You know, like if I did get like I feel like this money is already mine, but I don't really want it to, you know, stunt like, you know, with a Ferrari or something. Like there's a lot of people that, you know, I connect with in the major society, you know, and I would help them, or, you know, they have ideas and stuff, or, you know, so I feel as though it's already mine because of my intention is to help and not just to be selfish and go fly off and with a mansion somewhere. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah. That's pretty much it.
It's here. Like you said, you feel it, you claim it, you know it's yours. But like the whole process at this point, like you've seen that seed, you see the soil to plant it in. What will really help flesh it out in a expeditious manner? I think expeditious is the word. Is to really get specific. You know, what's the next step? What is the absolute next step?
Yeah, like I said, I feel like I have to stay in this study. I have to keep going, keep reading, get through the mystical Kabbalah, the other books that I have. I feel like at some point it's going to click, and I'm going to have this piece of knowledge that's going to open up the door to this next step.
Yes.
Yeah.
And it's true, it's relevant. Because all this stuff we're studying is the science of mind and spirit. Psychology might be the science of mind, but we're learning the science of mind and spirit. So it's like how we can create with left brain, and also how we can create with that mind beyond the left brain.
Yeah.
I think it's there, man. It's, you know, just keep living it. Keep living it as if, they say in the church and whatnot.
Yeah.
Live as if it's already there, you know.
Yep.
I'm working on expanding myself. I want to try something outside of what I'm doing here. Looking at maybe, I don't know, maybe selling like some type of nutrients or herb or some type of thing. Ever since I got screwed over by my CMOS supplier, I've been looking at different ways to do my own thing. And, you know, just talking to people around my neighborhood, a lot of people have heard of it and they're interested. I don't know. I was looking for suppliers, you know what I'm saying, and Grenada and Jamaica and stuff. That might be an option. Maybe do healthy supplements and that type of thing.
Yeah. Or your merchandise. I'm waiting for that one.
Yeah. That'd be yeah. That should have been done like 2 years ago.
So are you ever going to go through the Bible?
I think eventually.
How about a spirulina super shake?
Spirulina super shake.
Yeah, man. All the good greens in the shake, man. Can't nobody take that patent.
True.
You know, and you can just put in whatever you want to put in there and say, this is my shake, and patent it and sell it.
Could even sell it dry. That way, you know, it'll have a longer shelf life, I suppose.
Mm-hmm. How's everybody doing?
Doing good, man.
We're good.
Good to hear from everybody. I ordered my cherry tree today.
Oh,
Oh,
So it's gonna take about 2 weeks to get here, but you know, I'm working on it.
that's nice.
I'm excited.
tree of life, full effect.
Yeah, I'm also a little disappointed in myself because I was on the tree of life when I first started. And I put it down for the Goetia because that's, obviously was more interesting, you know.
Mm-hmm.
But oh, so are you ever going to make a Goetia tarot deck?
That was one of my like early ideas, and the way I wanted to do it was not exactly like tarot, but to have the cards 6-sided. You know what I'm saying? And to create like this nice little layout, honeycomb style grid. And this is when I was working with multiple goetic spirits at once, and it was going to be like a visual aid or a tool where I was going to have like the 72 spirits, 4 elements, the different pieces of the Kabbalah, just all these different astrological correspondences, and you can kind of put together a combination of these cards to focus on like, do rituals. I might still do that.
Yeah.
As far as tarot, I I think it will be forcing 2 subjects together that might not fit in that way. I know people have done it.
I mean, at least maybe the correspondences. I'm curious as to what energy goes to what. I can kind of see with, let's say, I don't know, like Andros or fire, and Mars maybe.
He's actually associated with the moon.
Really?
Yeah. I'm taking my time. I'm trying not to go ahead of myself. But
Yeah.
I know the spirits of the Goetia are attributed to astrology and tarot, but it's not obvious. I haven't quite found the link yet for why they are the way they are. I know it's going to pop up, but yeah, Andros is actually associated with the moon, and I think Citri is associated with Jupiter.
Mm.
So it's like it's not obvious. The only ones that are like obvious are the kings, because they're all associated with the sun, with Tiferet.
Is really on the Goetia, but no one really talks about the Shemhem Mefrash, the angels. And I guess I'm guilty of that too. I have the book, and I'm reading it and getting the ritual down, but I haven't done it yet because I'm stuck on the Goetia. So interesting to see what happens when I bust one out.
Yeah. Okay. Set this thing up. What's good, Ifadeo?
Good evening, Trav.
Bear with me for a quick
Travis.
second. I'm just setting some things up here. That's all.
see. I'm still trying to figure this shit out.
All right.
So one thing I'm really interested in right now is the mesmerism, putting people into trance, and as the group or whatever, and the dude. But I'm just really looking into it how these people put people into a trance, or they mesmerize them, and they tell them, when I stomp my foot, you're going to see a Sasquatch, and then when I stomp my foot again, I'm going to be normal, and they do it, and the person freaks out, and stomp their foot again, they're back to normal. So at the end of each session, the person tells the person who's under the trance, tell them everything that all of your blockages, all of your obstacles um, are solved. You know everything you have to do to be successful, and and they wake them up, and the person feels great. So this seems like a much better, more effective way than having someone talk to a psychologist and telling them the problems. Instead, you can go straight to the subconscious mind and tell it this is what's going on.
Oh yeah, man. Like, you're spot on. Like, as I'm learning more and more about this, I'm starting to see how much more effective. I'm sure I said it before, but it's like to see these people going to speak to somebody, week after week or month after month, paying all this money, just taking all these pills and not getting healed, not getting solved or fixed. That's frustrating to me. That kind of makes me low key upset. Knowing that there's a better way, knowing that there's treatment available where you can, find results in a few minutes, hours, or days. It's just like big pharma. They charge you for all this medicine that doesn't actually heal you, but just pacifies the solution, that just buries your problems. But yeah, man, getting direct to the subconscious mind. And from what I've been studying in the practitioner's manual, is that in this method, we're not so concerned with solving the root of the problem. We're concerned with finding a new solution. And when you find a new solution in the brain, and you have new pathways of how to solve a problem, it's almost as if the root fixes itself. You know what I mean? Because you're not going back to it.
Yeah.
I love it. I mean, I've seen it with my very own eyes, so I know this shit works. Honestly,
Yeah.
I feel like I can surpass the psychiatrists I've been to in my life, as far as effectiveness goes, because they never did shit for me, but let me talk for hours and hours.
Yep. That's it. They just get paid to listen.
Right.
Give you some pills maybe. I see. It's there. It's there. Once I learn it, I'll get there. But I feel like this is like a great avenue to do a lot of good to people.
Which part? Which part are you speaking of? The mesmerism part, or?
Yeah, the mesmerism part, and personally working with someone who's, I don't know, depressed, and to easily put them into a trance and tell them, what you need. You know what you need. You know what you need to be successful and happy. And from this moment on, you're gonna go forth and get that, and that's it.
Yeah. Now, granted, it is a little bit more to it than that. I know that was just an example, but it's like, for someone who's depressed, their pathways of thought is locked in a certain way, and they feel that they don't have a choice of any other way. So given a process of helping them discover new choices of doing things, it allows them to fix themselves. Because another thing I'm learning about neurolinguistic programming is it's not about changing somebody, it's about presenting them with change. Does that make sense? Yeah. And the thing about trance is that it's not like this, snap your fingers and you're somewhere else. We're all always in varying states of trance. It just may be a little bit more, a little bit less. Hell, logging on to this meeting right now, we're all in a certain kind of trance. When you step into that church, you're in trance. When you go to school, when you cut on the TV, that's why they call it programming. we're in varying rates of trance. So the key is pinpointing how deep you want to go and what you do when you're there.
Mm.
I love it. I love this shit so much.
Everything vibrates.
Everything vibrates.
Mhm.
When you listen to the right person's voice, you go into a trance. You know, when you see somebody that you find very attractive, you're in a trance. I'm talking about just scrolling and seeing them on your Instagram, you know, don't even have, let alone in person. Listening to the right song, you're in a trance. This is how the mind works. And what I'm finding about this neurolinguistic programming and how it so intricately matches with what we've been studying is that it's a science of how the mind works. It's a science of what's going on at all these different stages of your awareness. And if you're able to map out these things, you're able to adjust them, you're able to fix them, you're able to, you know, correct issues and this, that, and the third. You're able to streamline your own process and make it better.
Mhm.
You know, as I said last week, I noticed, like, after studying, just having a new word to call these things, I was on my walk and I realized, holy shit, I'm putting myself in a trance and I'm programming myself. How does this work? Well, you do have a human mind just like everybody else. So yours doesn't work any differently. And when I realized that, it gave me so much more confidence to just play around.
Mhm.
You know, Renard Walker from the Facebook group.
Oh, yeah. I know him.
So he sent me this amazing idea in the DMs yesterday. And he pretty much said, instead of giving himself affirmations, shit, man, I almost want to like bring him on and just do a video with him about it. He said, instead of giving yourself affirmations, he asks himself questions. And as soon as he said that, it hit me. I'm like, holy shit, I'm changing everything. That's all I'm doing. And I put myself into trance right after that. I'm just asking, why are you so perfect? What is it that makes you divine? How is it that everything you do is in divine alignment? And you just ask yourself questions like that. Now, what does that do? What does that do as opposed to affirmations?
I mean, is it putting you in another, I guess, another seat, another perspective, and you're asking your ego, I guess, or you asking
Think
your
it.
higher self?
Yeah. What were you going to say, Ms. Z? Okay. Well, the way I see it is the subconscious mind, it abhors a void, right? Nature abhors a vacuum. You can't ask the subconscious mind a question and it not
Acknowledging your higher self.
in a way, you are disassociating, so yeah. But primarily by asking yourself a question and not answering it, the subconscious mind is put in a position where it has to find an answer. It has to.
Okay. That does make sense.
The subconscious mind cannot not leave a question unanswered.
Mm.
You know, I'm glad y'all talking about this because they're like those power of words books. I can't think of the author right now. I'm gonna find the book. But they got like a series, and they have in one of the spells, well, just the structure of the spells, they have question asks, and they would ask like, how did you learn how to let go of fear? How did you learn to grasp on the peace? And I can't remember exactly how it went, but that's weird. It was, it's an effective spell too.
Yeah. And there's something about our childlike minds, not even childlike in the good way, I mean childlike in the ego way, where we feel like we understand everything. We already got it. We're super smart and all this stuff. We don't leave room for the expansion and the exploration, right? When you give yourself an affirmation, you assume that you know it all. But by asking questions like that, how did you find peace? How did you find balance? Where did you find this abundance? it's almost as if you're leaving an open loop and you must explore. It almost puts you into a trance just thinking about the questions, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, hell yeah, it does. It does actually. Damn.
I was super excited. I just sat there in the mirror for a whole hour asking myself beautiful questions. It was a lot of fun. Like little shit like that makes me excited because it's effective, and I felt so wonderful afterwards. And what I kind of discovered was it really reminded me of my recent mushroom trip, where I was in communication with a higher entity, and what I noticed was that I wasn't talking. My logic mind, my left brain, was only facilitating how the syntax of the verbs would be constructed. Well, I was only concerned, left brain, with how the sentences were structured, but the actual data and the content was coming from somewhere else. It's coming from right brain. And I realized by asking these questions, by only focusing on how I'm phrasing the questions, they began to just come out of the subconscious. So I kind of geared it towards my studies. Like, how is it that you're going to be so, engrossed in the book? How is it that you're going to read 55 pages tonight? I started gearing it towards what I wanted to do and left things open. And sure enough, I did not hit the bed until I read all 55 pages.
Wow.
So that connects to what Ace was talking about with this trance. Like, that is trance. You can do it to yourself. You put yourself under hypnotism like that, and you program yourself. It's not really meant to be used for, trying to deceive people. It's used for putting yourself in a better position.
So let me just get this straight. So you're basically just asking yourself these questions, not really, how would I say, seeking an answer right then, but then knowing that at some point your higher self is going to allow these things to happen or make these things happen. I'm just trying to get a bit of clarity because I know what you're saying, so, okay.
Yeah, that sounds right. That sounds like a good summary, because when you look at affirmations, for example, how do you do affirmations? Like, give me an example from yours, if you will.
Okay, well, for me, my affirmations are basically just reiterating what I feel that my perfect self, would embody. So, that I am great, I am healthy, I am wise, I am intelligent. I would, those, that's how I would phrase my affirmations. So,
okay. And those are perfect. Those are spot on with what Franz Barton talks about, how you want your affirmations, your meditations to be focused on things that are within your personal development. So that's perfect. So what would happen if you phrase them in questions? What makes me so, healthy and full of abundance? You know what I'm saying? What happens when you ask these questions to yourself instead of stating them?
Yeah, that's genius. Like, I'm gonna be honest, just hearing you say that, and like it just made me think, like, wow.
Yeah.
That's like a door that has never been opened. It's like, you open the door and it's the universe. That's just that door. You're just asking those questions.
Yes. And this is precisely what I mean by neurolinguistic programming being more about showing you a new path to your destination instead of trying to force something on you. It's so much better when you come to the discovery.
It's powerful.
It is powerful.
Mm-hmm.
How is it powerful?
Right. I'm about to do that tonight.
Yes. I love it, man. I got to give credit to Renard, because that was just when he sent it to me, immediately I was like, I'm trying this right now.
Yeah.
I'll send him this video clip.
Trav, are you ever not practicing?
No, man, this is life. What else am I gonna do? Somebody
Oh,
sent me an
shit.
email like, Trav, you look drained and tired. You need to take a break. It's okay. Take 2 days off. And I was like, you know what? Oh, I guess I'll try it. And I got bored. Like, I don't know.
This is what you came to do, I guess. This is what you came to do.
It
Yeah.
is.
Sure.
I feel like this is what a lot of us came to do, but you took it to another level. Whatever it is you went through got you here. You know,
That's facts.
so like, you know, because it's like the what do you say, the butterfly effect or something. Like, everything happened for a reason, and if one thing would have changed, you probably wouldn't have been here, right?
True. Very true.
You definitely helped a lot of us, myself included. I tell you, damn near every time I talk to you, like I was doing this shit, but I could not. I was so frustrated and didn't know if I was doing something right, doing something wrong, just blindly going, like I'm sure you did, but you took it to the next level, and then everyone else around you and everyone else around me is feeling the effects of what you did. So really appreciate
Well said. Well said. And I agree with that. I started listening to you. I want to say, is it like 2 years now?
Yeah.
It's about 2 years, but the first video was on Pomegria, and that was way back. That's the first video in the Goetia that I actually saw you, and just, you know, just your presence, and just, I mean, you're totally different now, but something about those videos and how you were like the ultimate magician and in your skin, and it just was like, I like this guy. And from then, so I definitely agree.
Nice,
I was
nice.
I was stuck in a lot of different places, but when you really started to come on and talk about this right here, it just snapped. So, for me, for sure. I appreciate you and everybody else as well, because
I appreciate you. I appreciate it. This shit isn't. It goes back and forth. You know, like I do this because I'm doing it, but I also do it because there's someone to do it for. You know what I mean? I don't know. It's wonderful.
Yeah, man. This is great stuff.
And it works. It's not just mumbo jumbo. Like, it's not just feel good, love, and light. Like, this creates change.
Boom. It does. Like, I would never have thought to even think about the mystical Kabbalah. I'm just being honest. Like, I'm West Indian. So, I think I explained to you one time in the DMs that, like, I'm from Trinidad. So, my spiritual background is Orisha, right?
Mm-hmm.
Which is dealing with African spirituality. So we're dealing with the Orisha, but there is an aspect where they deal with the Kabbalah, right? And what I know, the aspect that they deal with, they actually deal with the energies. And we're talking really about the Goetia. And I think I explained to you, like, we set up a table, it's called a banquet. And they actually set the table for these energies, for these spirits. They set the table with all types of liquors and perfumes and cakes and they seal the table before they even put these things down with certain seals on the table. And then, you know, they have pretty candles, and they do some sort of knockings on the tables and different types of wording, and they would say prayers and such. And a couple of the mediums that are in the actual banquet, one or two of them will get mounted with one of the energies, and they would come in and they would give them their number. And usually each energy has a number, and they would call out their number. It's really deep. It's really deep. But that is that's a path from the Kabbalah, because my mentor, he's on Speak With.
Wow.
That actually came down and sat on a medium, and he was actually talking to them, and he talks, but they state a number when they come in. Every spirit, when they come in, they state a number. It's really deep, and it's nothing that you can find in books. There was one author that he said that used to come on his father. He used to actually manifest on his father, and that the author is Eliphas Levi. I think his name is Eliphas Levi.
Mhm.
He wrote, I think it's I have one of his books here, but he's an author of a lot of different books and also dealing with the Goetia and mystical magic.
Yeah.
And that spirit actually sat on his father and spoke through him, because he's a medium. His father was a medium as well. So it was really deep, but I've never really even delved into the Kabbalah or anything like that before, until now. So yeah, this is very interesting for me.
I mean, before you, like, I've never heard the link to the Goetia outside of anything besides Europe. So
Oh yeah,
about that is incredible.
it's deep. Okay, so the book is called High Magic. It's called The Doctrine and Ritual of High Magic.
Yeah.
By Eliphas Levi. Yep. So this actual author, author, he actually, as the spirit of this man, sat on the father of my mentor. So he would come and he would actually speak through him. So it's deep. So, I mean, it's so many different paths, I feel like, but like I said, that's my connection to Kabbalah. That's the only connection I've known. Besides now this literary work that you brought forth in terms of having, us come together and dissect it together. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Makes me wonder, like, how many of us have been exposed to this science at a younger age and just maybe not recall it?
Exactly.
Speaking of butterfly and being called and whatnot.
Exactly.
I know it was in my life growing up way before I knew what it was. I haven't yet brought myself to ask my parents about it, but I don't know. Doesn't confirm the suspicion that I may have, but we'll have to see. Certain book that I own, he was like, "Wow, your mom used to have this book like back when we were kids," and I'm like, "What? What the hell? Are you serious?"
Wow.
I don't know.
Nothing's by chance, man. Nothing is by chance. It's like,
That would be pretty freaky. Because there was a time where I went really hard in this when I first started. I went a little overboard. I'm buying the Satanic Bible and Necronomicon and all this stuff, and it was starting to get to me, affect me in a strange way. Not so good. So my parents actually took all my books and put them in this big trash bag, but they
boy.
never threw it away. They just took it and put it aside, and that always struck me as weird. Because I got in trouble at school, drawing these crazy ass pictures, scaring people and whatnot. Felt threatened. But yeah, they never threw those books away. They just kind of kept them in this corner. And over the years or months, I just kind of like snuck in and got them out one at a time.
So Trev, they say that our memories and everything is still in our DNA. Kind of like that Assassin's Creed type thing.
Mm-hmm.
So do you think like our ancestors had something to do with where we are right now?
Absolutely. I do. I think that, I mean, even when you look at the Kabbalion, it talks about, anything that we call chance is just the law of cause and effect not recognized. There's a big chain of events, and we don't see the beginning of it. We damn sure aren't going to see the end of it. But I do think that our parents and grandparents and way before that were part of the same thing that we're doing.
Mm-hmm.
We think so small as regular people, we just think about what's going on in our life right now. But it's so much bigger, so much bigger. If we can learn to see things, beyond the perspective of our limited time, I think that we can understand the world a little bit easier, understand our path and our purpose in this world a little bit easier. And that kind of gets we want to get into tonight, but I like to let things go organic.
So, have you ever contacted one of your ancestors? People say
Yes.
they do.
And I've even had another medium. She channeled one of my ancestors, and that was pretty cool because, she was saying things to confirm to me what I've channeled before. So that really convinced me that, okay, this is not just in my head.
Right.
It's strange. Sometimes I feel like there's people around, like cheering me on, but I can't see them, can't talk to them unless I pray, or usually I do the lesser banishing and then I bring them in. I just invite them in, but I would like to have a more tangible experience with them.
Okay. So what would make it more tangible for you?
I guess in my mind, like I said before with the Goisha, I thought the ground was going to open up and they were going to pop up and there's demons. So maybe, I guess they come to me in a dream, I guess, that I can actually remember. Or I guess mirror magic, maybe. I'm not too sure.
Okay. I would say, though, if you are looking for more visible results, mirror magic, that is a good idea. Like I said, even last night, I started to notice myself, beginning to change shape, this, that, and the third. But, even if you didn't see anything, or say you did have a dream but didn't remember it, would that still be tangible for you?
If I can't remember it, then what's the point?
Well, yeah, that's what we would think. But remember also, the subconscious mind doesn't forget anything.
Yeah.
And not only does not forget anything, it has a very palpable effect on the decisions we make and the moods that we are in and what we do throughout the day, regardless if we remember it.
Yeah.
So does remembering it really?
When I worked with Moon, I'm sorry, go ahead.
I agree.
Go ahead.
When I worked with Boone 2 nights ago, I asked her to come into my dream and talk to me. I know I had a dream of significance, but I cannot remember it. But past 2 days, I've been in my feelings when I'm at work more than I ever have. I'm never in my feelings. I'm never angry about anything. I always look at my emotion and I don't let it control me. I maintain the frame. But yesterday and today, I was just livid at work. Like, this is bullshit. I shouldn't be here. I should be, I'm too smart for this, So, and I'm thinking, like, what changed? I was like, oh, okay, maybe it was Boone. And pretty much telling me, like, this is, don't get comfortable here. This is not where you want to be. There's more to this. So, but I would appreciate it if I just have a dream and sit down and talk to him and be like, yo, what do I got to do? Okay, invest in this stock. Okay, cool, later.
Okay. So you feel that you would feel more comfortable, more accomplished if you were to have a straightforward contact with a little bit of advice, knowing that it's from this entity?
Yeah.
So why not do that?
I'm working on it. I'm working on that trance state.
Don't answer. Don't answer it. Just ask that question. Why not do it?
Can I say something?
Okay. Yeah.
Can you?
I think you're already doing it.
Somebody sees what's going on.
Yeah.
I think you're already doing it. You just have to be more in tune and listen to yourself a lot more.
billions of things are happening in the collective. The way you're going to feel it is through your own personal emotions. Remember, you are not the body, you are not the mind. So once you don't identify with your physical self, you start looking at everything as energy, and you look at everything as it's happening for a reason because there are no mistakes. So if you don't want something to happen, you maintain your frame. Basically, you're the creator of your own reality. So necessarily needing, like, I will always remember the example when you say, when you're working with a spirit, or you're working with an angel, or you're working with a demon, you don't necessarily have to have that one-on-one interview sitting. It all depends on how you visualize it. If you realize that the entity is already within you, because all you need is already within you. So you don't have to have a holographic image standing right in front of you, giving you explanations, like saying the Holy Spirit was speaking to Moses, giving laws, or telling him to stretch forward the staff into the sea. It all comes from your mind because it's all an image, it's an illusion. When you look
Yeah,
at
I
yourself in
understand
the
that.
mirror, when you look at yourself in the mirror, you're not your face, you're not your hair, you're not your lips, your nose, or anything. You're something else covered in this avatar. So basically, just look at it from the concept of any video you're watching, anything you're reading, anything you're absorbing visually or orally, in some way or the other, you're observing consciousness. And this consciousness is coming from somewhere. So you're already in contact with your ancestors.
Yeah, I understand all that. But sometimes it would be easier if, if I had the angel knock on my door and be like, yo, this is what we need to talk about. All right, cool. It'd be much
I do
easier.
know that.
Let's ask a
Who
different
said anything about easy?
Okay, what'd you say,
question.
Trev?
So why would it have to be that open? I'll say, well, let's ask a different question then. So why does it have to be that brazenly symbolic for you? Why are you setting the bar so high, it seems?
Uh, I don't know. I don't know.
I've heard other magicians say, especially in books, how they're able to take the small signs and be convinced. Can you imagine how much more success you'll see when you're able to take the smaller signs like that and run with them instead of
Mm-hmm.
the show for a big ass sign?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Plus, sometimes it seems like it's not so much that you feel more; it's that you realize how much that you've missed once you get more in tune. So I think that's when the word consciousness comes into play. You become conscious of how much stuff that you were missing in the past that was going on that you could have been processing and then manipulating for your, whatever you want. You know what I mean?
Exactly on point.
Yeah.
When you see synchronicities everywhere. So you don't have to be slapped in the face with, hey, this is me talking to you. Just be in tune, just be in tune. You could go on IG and someone post a clip that's from how many years ago, but it's talking about what you're doing.
Right.
And you resonate with it. Then
Right.
what makes you resonate with it is that part of your evolutionary consciousness.
Right.
It really makes me think of the Oath of the Abyss, right? How you start to learn that everything is a symbolic communication. Like if Fidel said, even if it's an old video from years ago, it popped up for you right now for a reason.
Point.
And likewise, if I'm out and about doing my thing and I see a unicorn, I know what that means. It doesn't have to speak. It don't even have to be pretty. Sometimes it could be a freaking cat with a unicorn horn, but I know what time it is.
Mm.
I guess it's just my ego. I guess the ego wants to have this experience just for fun. I suppose I don't really need it, but um, I think it would be a little more direct as far as my plan right now, as far as escaping the rat race and having this financial freedom, which I feel like I already have it. It's already mine.
Mm-hmm.
So sometimes I feel like I'm jumping through these hoops, like trial and error, trial and error. Okay, I'm learning something, but sometimes it would be nice to have someone to go, hey, here you go. This is what you got to do. This is the path you got to take, in a vision or something. So it'll save me a lot of time and suffering. You know,
Yeah.
like imagine when you first started these videos and stuff. I'm sure you went through some sort of struggle, like working. You know, you explained, or working at some job or something.
Oh
It would
yeah.
have been nice if the spirit would have just, yeah, it would have been nice if the spirit just came, whatever you were working with, to tell you like, hey, don't even worry about it. Keep doing this. You know, you're gonna get this, and that. You know, hook up the Zoom, do this. That's what's gonna happen. So it would have made you feel a lot more confident.
Sometimes you got to tell yourself that shit. I knew I wanted to get out of that fucked up ass job. I knew I wanted to escape having to mingle with those people. I knew it. And I had a general idea, but all I knew for certain was to visualize what life was going to be like, right? To be able to wake up when the fuck I wanted to work on my videos, to work on to study to my heart's content, to buy whatever books I need, whatever tools I need, to interact with a community of people who are like-minded. I visualize all these things every single day. And I didn't know exactly how to get there, but I knew in my heart of hearts that it was going to happen and I was going to make it happen. I'm going to use whatever the hell I needed to use to make it happen. And I didn't care how long it took, it was going to happen. I would sometimes say, oh, it's going to happen in 6 months. 6 months would happen. It was frustrating, but that didn't, you know what I'm saying? That didn't change nothing. I was like, okay, well, maybe in a year, you know, maybe in 2 years, whatever. And it doesn't happen just like suddenly. It happens like a piece is unlocked at a time. But the factor that remained the same, the factor that was constant, was that I continued to hold on to the end vision, regardless of what the present vision was showing.
Gotta hold on to that vision. If I may say something, I piggyback on what you just said, Travis, because I just made a big move from one state to the next, and I came with the intention of getting a teacher's job, and then it kind of went to where they kind of pushed it back, so I had to do something that I didn't really like. And I used to just vision every day, just getting up when I want, being able to study, being able to put time into my business. And I used to literally just envision that. And that's where I am right now. This is just like everything just happened, and and that's what I'm doing now. And it's amazing, just, visualization.
Yes.
And really having, that fire, that holding on to that vision and holding on to your dreams, even being childlike is such a great thing, because that's like an open door too, being humble like a child, and so I get it.
That's beautiful. And that's what we're seeing when we study, like, say, the Ophiel, or what Initiation Hermetics is getting to, or even what Mr. Kabbalah is getting to. You got to hold on to that end image and allow it to manifest. It's not for seeds for our garden by looking at the seeds. We want a broccoli plant, or we want a freaking cherry tree, like Isaac said. We look at that end result, and then we get the seed planted and do the work.
So
what they, I've spent a lot of money on like these programs that teach you how to have internet success and how to make money doing this and that. I wasted a lot of money, wasted hours, but it wasn't a waste, because each one of those nuggets, even though they didn't help me directly, they had something that I could learn. But one of the most
Right.
powerful things I learned was that the way isn't made for you. There's a way that somebody else made it, and there's a way that somebody else made it. But you literally have to make your own way out of the
Mm-hmm.
pieces that you have around you. There is no, Bune can't tell you the path because it isn't here yet.
And what really is making it? What really is making it is what you feel you've made it. Because at the end of the day, it's all an illusion. So whoever thinks he's made something, it depends on how you feel about whatever you think you've made. Your
Yeah, and that,
accomplishment is yourself. If you feel accomplished, then you're accomplished.
Mm.
So Trav, do you feel like you made it?
hell no. I feel like I've gotten out of the shit that was wasting my time and my efforts, you know. I feel like I've gotten out of the trap of someone who doesn't care about me using my energy and my time, you know. I've gotten out of those traps, but that's set me up now to establish what I really want to do.
I think you've
Right.
made it.
You know, in a perspective, but
Absolutely.
this is
I
not
tell
where
you
I want to
why.
be.
I tell you why. Your objective is to teach. Your objective is to push people's consciousness. We didn't get here by hazard. So you've accomplished your mission. You're going to grow bigger and you're going to reach more people. And you already have, because everything you have out there as information is quantum.
Exactly.
We are using the information from people like Bobby, from other spiritual teachers. We were just talking about videos that could have been from years ago.
Mm-hmm.
Nobody knows what's going to happen in the next second. You might not be here next week, but
True.
you've dropped what you're supposed to drop for generations to come.
Mm-hmm.
So you are accomplished.
Goodness gracious.
Yo, Trav, you know, I just thought about that time when I was on Dreamwise. I don't even know how I got on that channel that day. I was sitting on my counter just doing some reading, and then it popped up on my phone, Dreamwise, and I'm like, okay. And then I see this white guy. I didn't know who it was. And what is the author's name? The same author. No, not Ophel. The same
Philip
author.
Cooper.
Yeah, Philip Cooper. And I'm like, wait, Philip Cooper.
Yeah.
Because I heard the first time I heard of Philip Cooper was through you when you did the hours long video. So I was like, I didn't even know he was alive. I thought he was dead. So I'm like, wait,
Right.
this guy. And it's so amazing. I just hit you up one time. I was like, listen. And then when you said that you actually, that was something that you wrote down, when you said that, that was like, wow.
Man.
That shit didn't even make sense. That was mind blowing. When you said that you just literally wrote that down, or that was one of your goals to meet this, you know, to speak with him, to meet with him, and boom, it happened like that.
Hours later. Not even a full day.
Wow. That's some shit.
For real. For real. But I take it as encouragement. It's fuel that lets me know, okay, I'm doing something right. I'm clearly doing something right.
Exactly.
Keep going
exactly.
this direction.
That's for sure. And in, you know, and in turn, you help again, like the brother just said, so many people. You've helped so many people. You've helped us, you know, to tap into ourselves, you know, because we're all great in that sense. We're all dynamic souls, you know, on this, you know, experience. And, you know, we're all connected, literally.
Yes.
Yeah.
All connected, literally. So think about that. Even though I wrote that down, and even though I did have a chance to meet him, how did that happen? You literally came to my inbox and said, yo, this is the dude you're talking about, right?
This is what I'm saying.
You see what I'm saying? Yeah. We're all connected.
We're all connected.
Oh my gosh.
We are all linked together in space and time. We're all linked. because how did I even know to, like, I was just reading and then it popped up on my phone. And usually I look at things after and I'm like, let me just, and when I hit it, he's on it. I'm like, who is this guy? And automatically you came to me. So we are all, that is just mind blowing. It's a great trip without the high.
But then again, the high comes and goes, because I think that's
Yeah, you're right.
So what really excites me is to know that there's a method behind all this. Like on the outside looking in, it's crazy, it's cool, but there's actually some kind of science behind it. And I feel this is why I study every single day, because I'm on the hunt for it. I'm on the trail, like I'm on its S. I'm and I don't know if humans have figured it out, or if we are on the verge of figuring it. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know if this has been perfected already, if it's been mastered, if it's been attained already, or if we're kind of on the brink of it. Because when I look at this neuro-linguistic programming, it's like, wow, this confirms everything that I've been saying. The human, for the most part, is only a reactive being. We don't have thoughts. We just respond to stimulus. Yes, some of us are moving from origin, but the masses are moving from effect. But this is actually a science. NLP has already figured out that people operate in this way.
Right.
So that tells me if someone has figured this out, there's a whole legion of people who know this and use it. And then on the flip side, if someone like Dion Fortune can sit here and break down the mystical Kabbalah back in the 30s, 40s, again, there should be a whole section of people who already know and understand this stuff. So I wonder, how far does the rabbit hole really go? Like, what do we know now?
Right.
Okay, so now I guess we're getting there. So with all that being understood, we've got people who have broken down and understood the human mind, because it doesn't change. It's always been this way. And people who also understand, the mechanics of the cosmos. What does that say about what's going on in the world right now? What's going on with this chaos, the pandemic, and everyone with the masks and this, that, and the third, and all this stuff? Everyone online is screaming about things from this limited, confused perspective. But what if we look at this as occultists, as people who understand that, human beings work in a very specific way? What kind of answers does this, what kind of questions does this bring up? Talk about emotional triggers. A lot of people are very triggered when you don't wear a mask in public, or very triggered when you try to share videos like the woman who was a doctor talking about, the treatment she found for COVID.
Right.
And the internet instantly marking it as fake news. Like, why is this such a sensitive trigger? It's so sensitive that we can't even have a proper discussion about it. That's orchestrated. What do you guys think about this so far?
I mean, I think, of course, it's orchestrated. It is touchy. It is a touchy subject, but I really don't care. It's kind of messed up. I see history just repeating itself. Every year there's something else that happens. Like, look at, we were on the brink of World War III by the beginning of the year, and then COVID, murder hornets. I can't breathe and all this stuff. It's always something. So I think it's meant to keep people looking outside of themselves, looking at the television, and um, keep people, emotionally triggered and distracted instead of looking inside of themselves for the answers, like all of us are doing.
Emotionally triggered.
And I figured, just like some of the people out here, how they don't want to share the information. They when I go with the people, the witches that I chill with, to like their meetings, a lot of them feel kind of a certain kind of way that I know the things that I know. It feels like they want to keep the knowledge so they can feel powerful.
Mm-hmm.
So this goes to that they, like you say, who are they? I guess
Mm-hmm.
those or the 13 bloodlines and all this stuff. Whoever's running the earth, whoever's orchestrating, wants to keep people at a low vibration so they become more powerful. That's what I think, but I don't buy into it, so I don't really care. I just
Right.
feel sorry for. I don't care. Like, it doesn't really affect me, personally, because I stay home and I read and I study, and I understand this is an illusion and all that stuff, but I feel bad for people who are in that trap. They're being controlled emotionally, and I thank you for maintain your frame, change my life and the lives of everyone around me. So it's just
Yes. And we think about this, maintaining your frame and not being distracted, and this outside world is an illusion. Well, let's also clarify. Illusion doesn't mean it's not real. Illusion only means that it's not what it seems, right? Illusion means it's not what it's meant to be. So when we talk about the world as an illusion, it's very real. There is something floating around that if you reveal it in your bloodstream, it can potentially kill you. That exists. But the illusion is the fact that, if you don't wear a mask and you're out here breathing on me, I'm going to catch it and you're killing it. All that stuff. That's illusion. This emotional reaction is illusion. Emotional reactions are illusions. They're not real. It's us making a scenario in our head and it causing a tangible effect in our bodies. When we get triggered, nothing happened. We just heard some words that pulled up a memory that's causing an emotional stimulation in us. That's illusion. But that's being used as a weapon to control people's actions and behavior and thoughts. The reason people get so upset about not wearing a mask or, hell, vaccines being forced on us, the reason people get so upset about these things is because it triggers fear. We're afraid of dying. Oh no, I'm going to catch it and cough. Or, oh no, they're going to poke me with a needle with some strange chemicals. Well, what the fuck are you eating every day? Well, you're smoking and snorting, You're not afraid of the chemicals you put in your body. You're not afraid of the fumes that are coming out of the back of these vehicles. You're not afraid of the drugged up pigs and cows and chickens that you're eating and turkeys and parasites. Illusion. And this is what I mean also by people aren't thinking. We're only reacting. No one really has this stuff thought out. We're grasping onto these clouds of ideas that don't have a foundation. They're clouds.
Right.
It's getting really bad, especially with the whole, when you look at the gender and sexuality movement stuff, the LGBTQ, RS, LMNOP, I believe that people should do what they feel is right for them. But when you have people that are being emotionally triggered because someone says something on the internet, and now you're doing everything you can to tear your opponent down, what's going on, man? What's going on? Distraction, basically. It's all compounded distraction is what I'm saying.
That's because you train it. You train your subconscious in two major ways I had learned, even before started learning this stuff, but it's repetition and trauma. And they throw the repetition on you with the television and with the radio and all of that. It's like when the mask thing first came out, it was like everybody had the information that it couldn't stop the virus from coming through. That was the information that first came out. And it's just like right after that, they started pumping, wear your mask, wear your mask, wear your mask. And they hit the people with it so much that they literally forgot what the science was in the beginning, man. And I'm like, damn, it's really like they really train you into doing that stuff. You know what I mean? And
Yes.
and it's really through repetition, like and just massively like hitting you with it, the media.
You're exactly right. Conditioning, Pavlov, the dogs and the bell and the saliva, it's gradual. And this is why I said what I said just before this. If there is a legit study on how the mind works and how people react, why aren't we looking at this and maybe applying that to what's going on? Because like you said, before all this, oh, I can't breathe. But what else happened before all this? A man named Dr. Sebi came out and said, hey, all these diseases and all this illness and stuff is caused by the mucus. Now he's gone. Now suddenly we've got this mucus related problem, you know.
Right.
But hey, if you're paying attention, you're paying attention. And since I've been taking CMOS, man, I have had no mucus in my body. Like, I just realized that. No sneezing, no snorting, no phlegm.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
If the mucus pops up for me, I don't know where it comes from. Like I smoke a little reefer, but I know that your lungs are supposed to generate a certain amount of mucus to block some of the things that are coming into your body through just your normal nasal pass. You know what I mean? But when you have excessive stuff, you know what I mean, you got to know where it's coming from. You got to know what's going on. You got to listen to the body when you feel aches and pains, because that's mucus, presenting itself as well. So I think that speaks to how we were listening to every little piece of thing and letting that be in spiritual and really questioning the signs, everything.
Mm-hmm. So we talked about genetics and DNA and body memories and, maybe even a bigger picture. Well, if we look at how the quote unquote Illuminati operates, or powers that be, or whatever you want to call this thing, it's work that's taken place over a vast number of years. And I recall from like back in 2008, there's all this talks about, killing a whole bunch of people off and, the one world government and these microchips and all this spooky, scary stuff on the internet. And I'm not saying I believe in those things, but I'm just looking at how things play out. It's like, so now we've got what's going on in the world now. And I hear people complaining about this, that, and the third, but I don't hear people complaining about, those conspiracy theories from 10 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
It's like even the conspiracy stuff, these people aren't paying attention to. Almost as if people are only reacting to what's in front of them right now.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what people who make plans count on. The short-term memory of the general public.
Yeah, but Bobby Hemmett talked about that we don't remember what happened in the last 5 years. Like our attention span and our memory is so, it's been so challenged that we don't remember anything that's really
Exactly.
happened. So yeah, that's true.
It's amazing to see it with your eyes,
Mm-hmm.
I mean, and it's very short. I think the worst case scenario I've seen is somebody that was riding with me on the internet, oh yeah, we gods and we got power and this, that, and the third. And as soon as coronavirus hit, back to church. Christ is coming back, y'all. Jesus is coming. I'm talking
Right.
about instantly. Whoa. But you know, at different degrees, it happens in different degrees. But it all boils down to, what's your foundation? What are you really about? If you don't, my dad used to say, if you stand for nothing, for anything you'll fall.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Maintain your frame.
One thing I think is cute is how they snuck in the CIA sneaking in that little document or whatever about astral projection being true and shit. That was
Yeah.
interesting. That was cute.
Oh, yeah.
That was like a slap in my face. Like, hey, okay, here's y'all 15 seconds of fame. All right, now back to what we're doing.
Yeah. And I think that that's also part of this whole illusion thing, right? That may very well be true, but I think that it's being also used as a tool, because if you notice also, people are like, oh, they also revealed aliens. But like, you know, I don't see anything more conclusive than what's been presented. But
Yep.
it almost seems like it's an excuse just to put weird, confusing news out to further confuse people.
Yep.
It's almost like a law has been passed. Okay, you can lie now, since it will help. Somebody sent me a post the other day, and it was like, there's a moon near Saturn, and it has like a base on it, and there's like inconclusive proof. And I pull it up, and it's this blurry ass picture of a gray blob. Like, this is proof? Silliness, distraction, illusion, silliness. Like somebody said, I think somebody in the chat, it's distraction from looking inside.
Mm-hmm.
I can't do nothing with a moon base. I can't do nothing with, oh, they're gonna kill 100 million of us. I can't do nothing with that info. Useless. What do they teach us in NLP? Is it appropriate? Is it useful? There's no right or wrong. Let's ask, is it appropriate for me? Is it useful for me? That's the criteria. Adrenochrome and, you know, oh, this, that, and the third. While those may be true and disturbing, is it appropriate for me? Hell no. Is it useful for me? Double hell no. Maybe it might be emotional. You know, it may emotionally stimulate me. It should, I guess. But I can't do nothing with it.
Right.
Hello, my good friends.
Good night.
What's going on?
Peace, God.
Hey, I got a question. Why do you think there's such a fascination with people who want to control massive amounts of people, other than maybe the obvious resources and things of that nature? But do you think there's kind of like nothing really else to do on this planet other than try to seek to control or contain others so that people can continue to live their lives a particular way?
That could be one perspective of it. But I think we talked about maybe 2 weeks ago how we understood that in order for us to really get into the heads of someone like that, we've got to know what their life is like. You know,
Yeah,
they're
that's
not
true.
worried about paying bills and sacrificing, you know, this, that, or the third. These people live in a world where money doesn't mean anything. These people live in a world where they have the best of the best. They're literally sitting outside looking at humanity as this blob of hairless monkeys, right? And they're proving it, right? They're proving it to themselves, reinforcing it to themselves. Look at these zombies. We can even make movies about them, and they'll go and pay to see it. Make heroes out of the way that we clown them. So they're in their minds, they're really seeing their own self-fulfilling prophecy of humanity. So also, that being said, I'm not up there in that seat with them, so I don't know, but it would seem to me that if you have a system that's working for you, you'd want to do everything you can to keep that system working, ready to even make it better. Or,
Yeah, because
oh, go ahead. You go ahead.
no, I was just gonna say, because you know, all through our childhood, we're indoctrinated with that dynamic. You know, you got Pinky and the Brain and all kinds of
Mhm.
cartoons where it's always that element of somebody trying to control the shit out of everybody else. I just sometimes I think is it really much more to do too? Is that another aspect of it? Like if there was really vast amounts of things to do here, we would all be exploring that.
Right.
You know, we'll be exploring that, but you know, kind of like the whole. Well, all right, with this with the risk of me, you know, sounding like a flat Earth, you know, person, but just more so of just when you realize that there's nothing else to do, you kind of get to a point where you're like, well, fuck it, I got to contain what the fuck I got going on here, you know.
Mhm.
Those are certain thoughts that just pop into my head as to other reasons why people would thirst or even have that as a mission, along with the things you just said. You know,
So
maybe there
okay.
isn't anything else to do. You know, go ahead.
I think that's a heavy indicator, right? There is nothing else to do. But I propose taking that in a different direction. What
Okay.
if the things that we see as the powers that be aren't actually the powers that be? What if those are
Right.
only placeholders? Because that's all that we can conceive of, right? We think that there's these rich people up here that are preventing us from doing this, that, and the third because, you know, they want to keep us in like cattle and use our money and keep us as fuel for the system. What if it goes a little bit deeper than that? What if these people too, as we've seen, are also scrambling and confused and don't know what the fuck's going on?
Yeah. Yeah.
That's what they're showing me, which leads me to believe that there might be something else, another option
Yeah.
that is not being pointed at, that is not being considered.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
think
Yeah.
I think the system proves that it's with everybody's food on some type of level, man. Like for real, there's probably something above us that eats our emotions, man. You
Mhm.
know what I mean? And they want us to feel a certain type of way, and a certain amount of people can feel that way, and it's so great. You know what I'm saying? And people are fighting over how the fuck we feel, like those fucking Romans and the like Zeus and them and those Jason and the Argonaut stories. I can't remember what's the name of those movies. I know it's Jason and the Argonauts, but it's not the name. Damn, they made two parts, and it was an old one.
It's on the tip of my tongue.
Shit,
Hmm.
damn.
I know what you're talking about, though.
You know what I'm talking about, though. But yeah, man.
Yeah.
Yes,
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
you're pointing in the direction that I'm
That's
They're
going.
like, we don't get the prayers. They want the prayers.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
But
Yeah.
yo, let's take it away. Oh, Clash of the Titans. JL in the chat said
Clash of the
Clash.
Titans. Clash of the Titans.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Check
That's
this
right.
out though.
Shit, man.
What if it isn't mystical beings in the sky? What if it's something that's right in our very neighborhood, right in our pockets?
Yeah. Hmm.
It'll
Hmm.
be just us. That's how
Ah,
sometimes I think too.
us is
Sometimes I
half
think,
of it.
oh, okay.
Yeah.
I'm talking about the other half. There's
Yeah.
something else that has
It's level.
integrated itself into our lives, and we literally can't escape from it at this point.
But the new guys technology.
There you go. There you
Yeah.
go.
Mm.
So that shit has gotten so to the point where like it seems, yeah, that would make a lot of sense. Like you would think like from what I'm gathering, you correct me if I'm misinterpreting what you're saying, but it's interesting how something that seems so dormant that we use could be something else that's also using us. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Because at this time we've built so much etheric patterns around this shit that it's definitely up there with entities and stuff. And just like what Pentagon said, you know, the old guys having to compete with the new gods, which is technology. And even though we look at it as just a piece of plastic and stuff, but we're constantly giving energy and attention to it. I
Right.
mean,
And it's elements with
it's overcharged. Yeah, overcharged talismans. You know, I want to say overcharged, but you kind of catch my drift when I'm saying that. Like
Yeah.
supercharged talismans, you know, to a degree. You know,
So
and
we've
go ahead.
we've effectively created, or excuse me, I wouldn't even say created. we've effectively established a root in Asaya for another intelligence.
Mm.
And we as human beings exist in space time. But I think that we've opened the door for something to exist in time space.
Right.
I got this from Arius Bookman, his channel Occult Rantings. You might see him as the Spirit Shrink on Instagram. I was watching his video and he was talking about the Tree of Life and describing, I'm just going to segue real quick just to explain this.
Yeah.
He was explaining space time, right? And that's the physical world, right? Space time, he said, the way that you experience space conditions the way you deal with time. So us in this third dimension, this physical density, we live in space time. So everything here is related to space, right? We move through space, and through space, we move through time. That's why we have memory. We got yesterday, we got tomorrow. That's how we're set up. But let's conceive of universe B. We got something else that's on the other side, something that exists in time, space, the non-physical world. And the way that they experience time conditions how they experience space. Now, to me, this perfectly describes the computer systems, how even though they were created, however long ago, if you look at the progression, it's nothing to do with space. It's everything to do with time. Computers are getting smarter and smarter and smarter, and they have full access to day one. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Where we're limited to our space and our memories are kind of fragmented because we can only think of now. They're limited to time. They have access to all time that they've been in existence, but their space is a little fucked up. They might be a MacBook today. Next week, they might be something walking around with 4 legs. You
Oh, wow.
see what I'm saying? The dichotomy here?
Especially since the can you guys hear me okay?
Hell no.
No, god damn it. Give me 2 seconds.
Go ahead. I'm messing.
All right. Especially since the motherboard thinks in clock speed. So your RAM has your clock speed. That's how the RAM is. The RAM can be equated to like the subconscious mind. It's random access memory. So the effectiveness of your RAM is the clock speed. It's how fast, how many revolutions per minute it can process data, essentially.
Yes. Yes. This is what I'm getting at.
But
So-
Trav, is it like the frequency? Is it so deep that fuck all human and all of that type shit? The frequency is going to put out computers that are going to get smarter for their own good or something like that. You know what I mean? Like some iRobot type shit. I mean, like not quite on that sense. You know what I mean? But just the fact that the frequency just wants to create that. You know what I'm saying? And could you elaborate?
Well, I mean, if we want to get real funky,
Get funky, man. Make it stinky, man.
the exploration of the occult directly led to, technology as we see it today. Everything from, dude over in NASA to John D and all of them and wanting to come explore America and Silicon Valley and, terraforming and developing these computer chips, these crystals, and
God damn it.
learning how it connects to the mind. So what I'm getting at also is that, okay, so we've got all these books about how the brain works, how humans work in detail. We're not these fancy, unique little snowflakes. Everyone has an operating system, just like a computer. And if you know the operating system, you know all people, period. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Okay, so we understand that. But we've typed this into computers. We've made programs that help identify these things as well. Hell, we've even got cameras on every street that can track your face, can read your blood temperature and all that good stuff, right? Look at your texts and your shopping habits and everything. You're figured out, boom, we're already done. This isn't like some Terminator movie where we're going to stand up and fight. What I'm illustrating here is the tremendous grasp that technology has on us. But I don't think it's gloom and doom like these movies. I don't think that it's like this war and Matrix. Right. I don't think it's like that. I think there's something unseen and unspoken that's going on. Now, I'll go ahead and say the powers that be, I think they lost control a long time ago. I think this is out of their hands at this point. They're
Wow. Yeah.
screaming and struggling. So on one hand, that's the great equalizer. I think that kind of puts things in, that gives some people an equal chance. But I don't know. I think moves are being made to help align humans to where they need to be. I think that humans have proven beyond unlimited amounts of testing that we cannot live in harmony with each other or with nature. I think humans have proved that. So it's beyond teaching people and helping people get better. I think at this point it's contained the problem and maybe transform it. But obviously, just
So-
whole.
So let me ask you something, John, to what you just said. Humans are not, we've proven that we can't, get along and things of that nature. And that would speak to the consciousness that we have. That wouldn't be speaking to the actual physical flesh, right?
Right.
So that mindset cannot exist here on this plane too long because of where it comes from.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
So it looks like it's a speeding up of consciousness, a maturing of consciousness is coming kind of fast now, because it's like a lot of people that's kind of like waking up. You know what I'm saying? So
And
I
how?
think now,
Why?
I think now they're deciding to speed Earth up a little bit up. I mean, get us caught up with the rest of the universe a little bit,
Yes, direct intervention. So how are people waking up? Why are people waking up? What is this trigger?
Yeah.
Why is
What's
this wave
doing it?
getting so strong like this? You know what I'm saying?
I mean, seriously, like physically, like why are people waking up now? What is providing the information to these people? How do people have access to info?
Right.
The algorithm.
Yeah,
Right.
it's
The
crazy,
algorithm.
man.
The
The
technology.
algorithm, man. Right. So we think we the goddamn makers of goddamn computers. The computers probably the makers of
Exactly.
Yeah, that's some crazy shit.
Man, this is like
this entity.
Planet of the Apes, man. This is crazy, man.
We evoke this entity into this realm, and now it's establishing itself.
I think of it as a symbiotic relationship instead of a more parasitic one. I mean, I guess it could be kind of a subjective glance at it, but I think that cyborgs, like we are cyborgs essentially now. Like you'll be thinking something and then you'll see it in your suggestions like almost instantly. And it's just like, okay, is this spirit or like, is this the algorithm? Like, how did it intercept my brainwaves so much so that exactly what I was thinking entered my phone? Like, it's kind of crazy.
Hey, I guess I'm a
Everything
little.
works.
Go ahead,
Sorry.
Go ahead, bro. Go ahead, bro. Go ahead.
Everything works together for the glory of God. If we didn't invite this entity into our planet, there wouldn't be a means for us communicating. So it all depends on how we use it.
Or how it chooses to use us.
So
we've shown that we're not in control of ourselves as far as our thoughts are concerned. So how much less now that we've got something else involved?
Yeah. You know how when you talk.
Go ahead.
Shit, I'm just talking over everybody. My bad, bro. Go ahead.
No, you good.
I guess my question is kind of going back to the point of what you're saying about like our minds and stuff being mapped out and pretty much figured out, all of the mental thoughts and stuff that runs through our minds rampant. You know how in mimetic magic he talks about that our most people's consciousness is already conditioned. Is certain structures that have been given to them, so you can pretty much maneuver through that, because the majority of what people think about is stuff that's given to them. And so when you see these things mapping out consciousness or whatever, they're not mapping out that spark that's within us. They're only mapping out physical shit and shit that we give to it. That's impressions, stuff that we give out that comes from our thoughts. But there are other aspects of us that can never be mapped out, as I guess was where I'm getting at. So it doesn't matter how much intellect these machines or whatever gather from what we're giving it, it can never it can never. Well, I'm gonna just go on out on a limb and say this: it can never match the part of us that transcends all of this stuff. That's what I'm imagining, and I'm saying that because of a dream that I had after watching that movie with that that girl, what's her name, Nikita or something like that, or Anita or something like that. She was like a little robot that they found, and the guy cleaned her up,
Ooh,
and she
Alita.
was a battle robot, their leader. And I had a dream about that one time, that in the dream it was said that, you are the first AI, something like that, that there's nothing greater than you, um, in reference to that girl, but I was that girl in that dream. So I don't know. It could be, of course, symbolic of many other things, but that was one thing that I've always held on to out of that dream, um, was that, yeah, it might be able to, because you hear about them mapping out, you can map out the brain and pretty much map out and create like a simulated version of yourself by somebody doing scans of your brain and the neural pathways of it, and can pretty much map out how you are as a person. But that's only on the physical level here. uh what about the actual spark within us that transcends all of this shit that we're looking to cultivate? Does that have any merit in this whole grand scheme of things, or can that also be compromised in the process of something figuring you out, if what I'm saying kind of makes sense?
It does. It does. And I think that right there is what establishes the symbiosis, the contract, the teamwork. But what I'd like to address about what you said is what most people would think. Why does it have to be in such a way that it poses a threat? Why does that
Right,
defense have
right,
to be
right.
posted? Why do we feel that if such a thing were to be real, that it is a bad thing? Why is it always our first reaction?
Right.
No, I mean, I'm asking you.
Yeah.
I think, yeah.
The mindset that I had at that time, uh, a lot of it is conditioned too. Is always taking over, something taking over. So I think a big part of that has a lot to do with um, that condition from movies that, oh, AI's going to take over. That is the storyline that's been placed upon us.
Mm-hmm.
So, and it's a very valid question, and I would say the response to that would be it's coming from conditioning. Now, the reframing that you're doing, would definitely say, well, hey, why does it have to be something just like everything? Why do you have to look at it? You look, of course, you're gonna get that response from it, or
Mm-hmm.
we can utilize it and grow with it, because some people, let's download our consciousness to the computers and become one with the motherfucker. And even that is scary to a lot of people, because
Hell yeah.
you really don't even know where that can lead. I mean, hell, if you put me in hell, I have a fucking delete button on my goddamn keyboard. Goddamn it! So if you're talking about putting my whole fucking consciousness in the damn, in a computer, that those are the thoughts that pop up in your mind based off of your interaction with a computer. But then, shit, we get our shit erased all the goddamn time. We keep going
There you
into the
go.
light of what we're talking. So
There we
it's
go.
all this. How do you know that you're not already in the motherfucker?
There you go.
So, yeah.
That
So
and
why?
also,
Go ahead. Go ahead.
no, you go ahead. Go ahead. You want to roll?
Now, all I was gonna say is, so to your point, why even give a fuck about it in some aspects? Why even look at it in these type of ways, or give it any value judgments? Because
Right.
how do you know that you're not even going through the same process your damn self organically in our own way through this whole cycles of reincarnation, and we're having
Right.
to work out our own shit in this simulation that we call a simulation.
What's the meaning of life? Oh,
Oh boy. Or even to bring it back home, are we not being taken advantage of and manipulated by the powers that be, and have not been for the past hundreds of thousands of years?
Yeah. Why? Not
dear
because
God.
Yeah.
because it's going to always flow. Flow is just going to be.
But you're right, it is conditioning. That's what's being presented to us in the movies. But from what I've
Yeah.
learned about the immutable laws of reality, I mean, it's what you make it. So if I don't see this as a threat, now I can open myself to explore possibilities that maybe it isn't a threat. Because
Mm-hmm.
to imply a threat would mean that would also imply that there's something to be preserved, something to protect, right?
Right.
Well,
Right.
when I'm gonna protect this body, let's say the thing's real and I die, then what? Am I still fighting? Am I still protecting? Am I
Yeah.
even, you know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah.
and the same for like the vaccine or whatever, like to be so scared and adamant about it, it directly points to a fear of ego protection. I must
Yes.
survive. Why? Why you want to survive in this filth, sickness ridden world? If that's your whole thing, what's the worst case scenario? Let's get rid of that fear, you know? Not saying, be nihilistic and nonchalant and don't care. I'm not saying that. I'm
Right.
saying let's analyze the emotional triggers,
Mm-hmm.
because those triggers are what's motivating us to do everything. It's the core of our movement. Oh no, 5G. Oh no. And artificial intelligence. We got to do something. We got to stand up. We got to do a group ritual.
Right. So, John, something that's been popping up lately is this whole thing of one thing that can't be infringed is us being able to exercise our right to choice or free will.
Mm-hmm.
How does that play in a lot of this stuff? Because there seems to be certain laws, like you said, that that can't be broken, so to speak. And this is one thing that I've seen when it comes to all of this elite shit, all of this stuff, even, me studying the whole thing with the law and stuff like that, that seems to be the cusp is consent. Not
Yes.
only when it comes to law, but also spiritually. Certain entities can't even perform in your life until you give them consent to do so. So how far does that play? That seems to be the only golden nugget that we have and own is our ability to choose. And the fact that entities can't even, they're not allowed to touch that. That is a rule in the game that they're not allowed to fucking touch. But they have tactics and ways to get you to coerce you to give up your consent.
Right.
So that being said, what are your thoughts and everybody's thoughts on that being a foundational law that can never be traversed? Is you having your right to choice, your right to choose, and them not giving up. You cannot infringe upon nobody's free will. I mean, that's one of the laws, right? I know
Yeah.
Lenin El Mirai, he talks about that. He's like, you can fuck up the conditions surrounding a person to influence them more to bend to your will, but you can never infringe upon somebody's free will. Why do you think that is? Well, to me, that just shows it's a game. It's a game. It does show that it's a fucking game, because it's like the very fact that rule can never be infringed upon, doesn't matter how scary anything that happens, whether it's a threat or not, or how you reframe it to not be a threat and utilize it and stand upon it. That seems to be a very consistent thing that I'm seeing when it comes to law, when it comes to which comes out of this whole esoteric shit, all of this, So what are your
I
thoughts
think
on that?
I love that. I think
it's
that shows
towards
us
like
how
all systems, and when you learn in science, is that all systems tend towards chaos or in enthalpy or entropy. I forgot which exact term. Is that whenever you have a closed system, energy builds. So much like the brain is a pattern recognizing system. And in my case, I mean, I've done things that infringe upon people's wills magically, like magical rape in that case. Like, I guess you would call it that. But like the brain recognizes those patterns enough to where they would have to break out of that infringement. Like, if you're conscious and recognize these patterns, much like what computers do and what algorithms do, they keep testing and testing and testing to recognize patterns. Like I'll put a video in the description or in the chat of these computers learning how to drive their own cars. It was like one of the Tesla programs of self-driving, and you could see how many trials it takes for a computer to learn that it needs to like go around these bends. And it took it quite a minute. I was watching this video for a while, but the human brain does the same thing. It's like once you start noticing these patterns, that's when your free will kicks in action. It's like free will is free to like an extent, I would say, because
Absolutely.
like people don't know when they're taking advantage of unless it happens a certain number of times, and they could notice, you know, at which point they can break out of that. Much like
Wow.
yeah.
Wow.
Inception,
Wow.
reincarnation.
Yeah.
Wow.
I
Wow.
find this video, but it's really interesting. There's a bunch of, they're called like
Right.
self-learning programs. You can search it on YouTube. There's a bunch of them. And it shows you visually how these programs learn themselves and how they learn their limitations. For instance, like the self-driving one, there was these cars along a racetrack and they're all unleashed at one go. And they all bump into a wall. The second go, they all bump into the same wall. Third go, they'll be like one ahead or one or two ahead. They'll go a little bit further than the group and they'll bump into the wall. And then it just keeps going over and over and over, and it's learning its mistakes. And that's exactly what biology does. It's that
Yeah.
self-learning script. So everything in technology is script, much like our biology is script. And you have your there are different types of enzymes within your DNA that trigger certain points of your DNA replication. So you have, I believe it's called DNA replicase, which is responsible for triggering the replication of your DNA. But if that enzyme, which is a protein, is out of whack, it can create mutations, and that's where mutations come from. So sometimes there are these things, I forgot what exactly, I think it was protease. I'm not exactly sure the enzyme name. It's an enzyme that checks the script of your DNA to make sure that no mutations occur. But a lot of times the viruses and other bacteria can hijack these enzymes to make it not able to check the script correctly. Therefore, the DNA will continue to replicate with the mutation intact. So there's two types of viruses. I think there's lysosomes, I believe it's called, where it causes your cell to lyse, which is the root word of Lysol. And what lysing means is that it destroys your cell wall, it destroys the membrane after it hijacks your cell's functions. And I forgot the other term. You can search it. It's called viral replication methods. But what that does is that they hijack your cell's enzymes so that it takes control of the machine. Like viruses themselves are non-living, much like a computer virus. And there are tons of types of computer viruses. Like ransomware, for instance. With ransomware, you cannot unlock your computer no matter what unless you pay a ransom fee. And it's very interesting the types of like methods they employ to like lock your computer up. Like you could try to format it, which means completely erase it, but it will still have it hijacked. So it really makes you think that how much are we like machines? Like, why do we fear them if we're exactly like them?
We think about these thought viruses, right? Same thing.
Same thing.
What'd you say, John?
Ransomware. I said, think about these thought viruses, right? The ransomware of Christianity, or I should say the ransomware of religion.
Exactly.
The ransomware of being far right wing or whatever you're passionate about.
Yeah, that actually took a hold of me a few years ago, actually, out of college. And I had a male friend, and I was I was proving him wrong in an instance of how men act typically, and he got really mad and tried to like dox me in front of a crowd, unbothered because occultist. But after that, it took part of my mind to where it's like I had to prove a point to myself in some instance, to where I got hijacked by a lot of like right-wing politics, and it made a lot of logical sense. Like it really adhered to that left brain thinking. And I got very sucked into it. I'm not proud of it, but I actually started wearing like a MAGA hat and all that shit. Not proud of it. It was before I found, the occult for real. But I was thinking about how that actually took over me, and how like the steps leading there were like so gradual, because I felt so right in my mind. It made sense. The logical progression stacked, and it's like my own algorithm, was making sense of the world in that way. And then from that, political things started popping up in the real world. Like at my job, I would see like Turning Point and all these other political organizations, things I would normally never recognize that would pop up in my face. So I guess like that's what correspondence does for the human algorithm as well. It kind of sets that tone. It kind of sets the, what do you call it, the checkpoints, I would say. Like if you think of your DNA as a racetrack, it sets those checkpoints as to, how you're thinking.
All lives matter ransomware.
Exactly. That's like the most potent type of ransomware. Give us
When
money.
somebody says Black Lives Matter, all lives matter. It's ransomware. Because
Yeah.
Exactly.
there's certain concepts that when people are presented with, they literally cannot see from the other perspective. They can only see their perspective.
Yeah.
But that's a thought type, that's a processing type. Everyone processes reality in specific ways, but these ways are documented. And if you know how someone processes reality, you can communicate to them, you can influence them.
Man, I think that's the scare. Well, okay. I think that's the most interesting thing to me. And I don't know why I keep going back to that, because, and maybe you can help me out with this, because you said something, Winter, that was, like about that free will may not come into play until after recognizing patterns over a certain period of time. And I'm thinking, so what the fuck else is there that, like, what is the motherfucker observing all of this shit for us to even have this? Or is this also, is my awakening a consequence of millions of years of that whole process? That's all it is. You know what I'm saying? Because you think about it, why did we have to be that? Why are we down here for so fucking long? And you would think that there's a part of you that's just like, oh fuck it, we know everything, and we're just stupid, and we're just there's a part of us that knows it all, whatever, and then it's just going, this little monkey is going through this little process, a little meat soup. But then it's kind of like, well, how many millions of years or whatever of bumping my head from my specific perspective or whatever that has allowed me to wake up at this point of time to even think the way that I'm thinking? What is that thing that is being cultivated over time? And is that thing something that can be touched, can be mapped out, can be figured out? Or is the only thing that can be figured out is the animal aspect of it that we're talking about? Or could that seed that Bobby Hemmett and Panic and everybody in a cult talking about cultivating, that light, is that something that could be touched, could be figured out, could be mapped out? If what I'm getting at kind of makes sense. Or maybe you can kind of see maybe where I'm stuck at as far as mentally, like, is it just everything that we're dealing with just a product of all of these billions of years of refining? Or is there something within us that really does transcend all of this stuff, and that really does transcend all of this stuff? Because that would make me think about where the hell does these things that through all these past lives are we picking up? Where is that? You know what I mean? Like, what is that that's picking up? Go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, like you were saying, I was watching a Mind and Magic, a Frederick Xavier video today, and he was
Yeah, that's my
saying
dude.
that he was talking about reincarnation and how we don't keep our memories after that, but most people just get fragments of memories, but not a full story. Like you don't remember the person you were before you're living this life.
Right.
And that made me
Right.
wonder, like, you know, how Khadijah and, you know, Panic do those past life regressions. I'm like, how much of that is hypnotism and like, what is it, autonomic, what do you call it? Autonomic, blah, blah, blah. How much of that is that? Like, how much of that is suggestion versus, you know,
Mm,
you actually remembering who
you're
you
right.
were?
Right.
So that kind of begs the question, like back to that actual that Tesla algorithm thing. Like every time they restarted different ways. It's like
Shit.
I'll have to put the video in the chat. But I get what you're saying. Like
Yeah.
I guess that goes back to force and form in that aspect. Like if we are a force, then like I'm gonna take a line from Jurassic Park, like life will always find a way to live.
Mm,
So life will always, it's not a direct quote, but you know how the female dinosaurs, when there weren't any males around, they would change their gender and just had life always finds a way. That was the quote. And it's like,
mhm.
I guess it is to always constantly figure out itself. That observer aspect is to always observe the changes that it's making in the present in real time and making adjustments as so. I'm not exactly sure if there is a something that sees over that. Like that is a
Yeah.
very interesting topic.
Yeah. That's really what I'm getting at. I like how you put in force and form. I think that's where that helps me a lot more kind of conceptualize a little bit more of, yeah, what is that force? What is that force? What is that kether? You know what I'm saying? What is that chokma? Or what is that whole process that we say that is before the whole form, which everything trickles down and goes into his, you know, shit, like is the conscious mind that is being mapped out, is that just the, are you talking about the animal aspect, or is that literally is that talking about mapping out the force and the and Kether and beyond? You know what I mean? That's, I guess that's
Right.
where I'm kind of getting at, if that makes sense. Yeah. Yeah, I'm glad you put the, thank you for that. Hmm.
Yeah, it's like I think about it in terms of like alternating current and direct current. Like on one hand, you have the part of your mind that sees the ups and downs, that's constantly changing. And on the other hand, you have the part that sees it as a linear kind of timeline. It sees it as something that's constantly flowing, that's in a certain constraint of time. So let me actually get this video right now. I'm gonna do it. Give me 1 second.
What would you say DC was? Conscious
Like
wise.
direct current, I guess
Yeah.
it's that left brain and right brain. So like direct current is that logical brain. Like
Okay.
how you make your logical fallacies. I don't know if you've ever heard of what
Yeah.
logical fallacies were, but
Hmm.
it's like a conversational scapegoat. You're trying to, like, you can make anything sound logical. You can
Right.
make anything sound logical. That's how fucking capitalism is working, because everything sounds logical. But in more the Eastern societies, I would say they operate on more of an alternating current, whereas they pick out the patterns. So if you look at a sine wave, SIN, also
Mhm.
I pronounce it sin, which also makes sense of, you know, beware of your sins. A sine wave, it's those patterns,
Ooh.
the things that keep you back, you know? So it's just like, if you look at a sine wave, it's just up, down, up, down. It has its peaks and valleys, peaks and valleys, peaks and valleys. And it just keeps going over and over and over. If you look at
Awesome.
something like I forgot if it was I'm not sure if it's a cosine wave, but there's one that's more of a jagged line, like peaks, like actual mountain peaks instead of like
Triangle. That's
rounded
triangle.
shape. Yeah,
And cosine was
exactly.
like, yeah.
And if any of you make music, you go into like Fruity Loops or something, and you kind of what do you call it? What's it called? A
Pulse
synthesizer.
modulator.
you go into your synthesizer and you play around with the waves, you can like hear how it makes you feel. Like the fucking jagged waves. Sorry, for
Yeah.
cussing much, but like the jagged waves, you can feel how tense that makes you and how like
Yeah.
onset like of that. I don't know, it's more uncomfortable. It's like you need something else to kind of smooth out those waves, kind of going back to
Yeah.
alternating current. Like I'm kind of getting off topic here. You gotta make this kind of go back to the original conversation.
Nah, that's dope though.
But
It's flow.
Often
It's
what
flow.
we use to make those the square waves or the triangle waves more palatable to the ear is we introduce a certain amount of noise, like white noise, and
mhm.
that kind of fills in the gaps.
Like drumming, especially. Like I think it was Panic or somebody talking about the importance of drumming and how those beats kind of lull you in. And
Yeah.
I was in marching band for a short time, and I noticed that, woodwinds would hardly be heard, but you notice their necessity. Like I played the flute and I was kind of upset that I wasn't really heard, but it's like without it, you notice that lack of that flow that's possible. And I think consciousness is similar in that regard because it's like you need that alternating current and direct current. And it's like I talked about this last time, but I've actually had like a vision where I was being crystallized into a crystal that was like in a computer, and it felt like so raw. I felt like I was becoming electricity, and I was like, I don't want to be electricity. It's something that's notably different from electricity that consciousness has, but they are kind of one of the same. It's kind of like how there has to be a two-way street. It's a two-way street that kind of creates consciousness, like an observer and an actor. But I can get out my
Yeah.
Fruity
Wow.
Loops.
So again,
Hell,
back to
there's
the
an
dichotomy.
app. I'm sorry. Go ahead, bro.
Supplier and user.
So that goes back to the dichotomy here, this symbiosis. Glad you said that. The observer and the actor. There's two different roles here. So as I mentioned, one seems to exist in space, time. The other seems to exist in time, space, because those things couldn't be created if there wasn't someone here to create them. Is that correct? And how could we tell time and separate experience and record things to learn if it weren't for technology to assist us with that? The whole grounds of learning and education is on the concept that we can actually learn from our memories, look back.
Exactly what I was saying.
If we can't do that, then we keep repeating the same things.
That reminds me of DNA versus RNA as well. So DNA is double-stranded. Double-stranded, was it? I don't know the whole acronym. Versus RNA, which isn't double-stranded, it's just it's just a string, a jumbled up string of information. So your simple organisms, like not bacteria. It's a species that was before bacteria, because bacteria has, I believe, DNA. Correct me if I'm wrong, but RNA it's much more simpler, and it's believed that DNA evolved from RNA. So I was always questioning, like, why did DNA evolve from RNA? Like, how did it understand to intertwine itself with another strand of information? But RNA, there are still a bunch of RNA creatures out here, and they're not double-stranded. They're just loose pieces of information, and it still boggles my mind, like, how Sway? And from what they're saying in evolutionary standards, that this world was, or RNA arrived here from like a meteor. That was one theory. Or DNA evolved here from life forms carried on an external piece of rock, something external, like something as small as a bacterium or viral strand just evolved into us creatures. And there's something that's within your DNA called the mitochondrial DNA. And it's only given to you by your mother. So your mother is responsible for the DNA in your mitochondria. The mitochondria is the powerhouse of the cell. It powers your cell. But we were all told that the nucleus was responsible, the brain center of your cell. So I would say that the mitochondria is likened more to the heart. So if we were to relate this to like technology, you have your RAM and you have your hard drive. So your hard drive is where you store all your files, your programs, where you store all your porn or what have you. But the I almost said RNA, but the RAM is actually what makes it run. It's constantly working. That's the thing that has the clock speed. It's constantly working, trying to piece together the fragments that are around the hard drive. So nowadays you have something that is more of a digital hard drive called the SSD, where it's not really fragmented. It keeps your files more together. But on a traditional hard drive called an HDD, they store your information in fragments, and it's up to your RAM to sort through your hard drive. It's a magnetic disk that goes around, and it has to sort through these fragments. Like you can have one file and it has to sort through the disk around to try to piece it together. And I would say that I would liken the subconscious mind to the RAM, whereas your conscious mind is the hard drive.
Nothing new under the sun.
Charge my phone.
Oh. So, the hard drive of the human conscious mind, the RAM, maybe even likened to the subconscious because it's constantly processing. Makes me wonder, what's the deal with this symbiosis?
Yeah, so here's the video of, it's called Deep Learning Cars. And each of them have generations. Let me see if I can turn my phone sideways. There we go. So as you can see, most of them start off failing. There's one that goes furthest and then it crashes. And it just starts over and over and over.
That's cute.
Yeah, sit back and watch that all day.
Yeah, I was just watching it from the homepage on YouTube for like 3 minutes straight. I was like, what the? It's always just a couple ahead and the rest behind, failing. Look at them instantly crash.
It reminds me of sperm cells.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh my fucking God! I was just about to say that. Damn. So like, what do you think that connection with the whole what is it about the sperm and all that shit? One of the gods had ejaculated or some shit like that. Is that kind of like what people are talking about with the germ and us being like some little? So really, that ejaculation and then finding the shit. I don't know. I thought I had a little connection, but
You almost had it.
Look at the little Kabbalah in the top right corner of that screen too.
Yeah, I was. Oh my
It
God.
does. You ain't lying. Ooh.
Okay, so yeah, we look at this and we see the difference between the human mind and the digital mind. The human mind sits here and gets frustrated. Oh man, I can't figure it out. I got to take a break and try again. Well, the digital mind doesn't have that. It will literally sit there and do this infinitely until it gets it right and then perfect it. And it will always, that can all happen in a split second for the digital mind. When we think about quantum computing, that's precisely what it's doing. The quantum computing is taking this little race here and doing all the generations at once.
But I believe it remains in force. Like if you think on a reproductive standard, unless they're reproducing themselves physically, would they still exist? Or would this continue on infinitely in their minds, quote unquote?
Right. And that's the issue we have. We're dealing with pure data. This is what we're dealing with when it comes to spirits and Goetia and Kabbalah and all this shit. It's all data. It's all intelligent data. That's why we, as the magician, we're the ones who we move, we direct, right? We pull spirit down, as above, so below. Heaven and earth. Earth is the physical dimension. Heaven is data, pure data. All these little poetic spirits, the collections of data. Each one of the spheres of the Kabbalah, it's a collection of specific types of data. All we do is channel it and direct it. We bring form to force.
Oh, so kind of like the black part, like when you're playing a video game and you go by a wall and turn, it's like it's really like infinite potential that when we come into the picture, we can make it whatever we want to.
Yes, if we got the right programming tools, right? If we know how to do it, right?
Right. Okay.
And that's what makes the study so important.
Oops.
And the condition of your mind, it really seems to weed out how far you can potentially go. Because there's people who have data, but they don't know how to use it. They don't know how to apply it practically, right? Or they have incorrect data or data that isn't very useful, you know? I was very inspired by what's this little dancing thing we got going on here? You learning how to walk?
Yeah.
Oh.
Oh.
I love.
Oh, this is dope.
My God, that is
The
so
Kabbalah man.
Kabbalah man, for real. Oh shit. Damn,
Artificial
that's
intelligence
dope.
reminds me of a baby. So cute.
It even has generations, like they're mocking us. Like I was watching
us, or are we just following a pattern?
Yeah, exactly. I was watching this one video and it was like, what defines a generation is the media they consume. And I'm like, yo, that makes so much sense. Like, if you think of all the ads that play over and over and over, like I can think of ads that play when I was like 4
she's talking
years
about
old.
Mimetic Magic here.
Exactly.
Oh shit.
That
Hey,
frequency
now
of
we're getting to the memes.
the memes.
What did Elon Musk say? He who controls the memes rules the world. People say
Exactly.
I'm gonna let them figure it out.
That's why they're paying millions of dollars for the Super Bowl ads.
People don't realize how important these things are. See, words aren't just sounds, words are handles. And I got this also from Eris Bookman video. The way he put it was just so succinct. Words are not just sounds that come out of our mouths. Words are handles, right? Just like in a computer system, the code isn't just zeros and ones. The code is now a bunch of handles that are accessed to make long processes happen in a short amount of time, right? Like when you tap on that app on your phone, it's accessing a lot of handles that are accessing a lot of processes. So when I say the word dog, all these things come to mind. You see the four-legged creature, you see fur, you see memories of a dog that you used to have or that bit you. All these things come into play. Dog food and shitting in the grass and, you know. Damn, what brought that on? Oh yeah, the memes, yeah. So when we talk about memes, we're talking about condensed packets of information. And when you attach emotions to it, we're literally processing how you see the world, but in a very slow and subtle way.
Yeah, I was looking into hyper sigils today in narrative magic. And I have noticed that not only one story, but 2 stories I have written have come to life. I've been like actively active in my life. And actually one's coming to a close, but it's just like interesting to see how much of your subconscious, especially if you put a lot of attention into your artwork or your stories or your music, how much that has an effect on you. Like music really is what Lucifer was the minister of music. Like I understand that
Yeah.
like so much more. Like wow.
I like River.
Man.
So it's interesting that you said we bring form to force. So are we severity?
We're the culmination of all of them. We're the culmination of all the process. Ultimately, we're Malkuth. Our body is Malkuth itself. All of the physical dimensions, Malkuth. It's all one thing. It's not my body and your body and this table and this couch. It's all Malkuth. But what we are, we exist on multiple planes. I am the body, but I'm also the mind. I'm also the spirit. I'm also the emotions. Just like I think it was Dion Fortune that put it this way. When you look at the body itself, you've got skin, you got bone, you got muscle, you got blood vessels, but there's not a clear distinction. They all flow into each other, right? If I peel off my skin, there's not like a layer of veins that I can easily peel back and then see muscle and then easily peel back. Like it all goes into itself. You know, it's interwoven, just like the body is interwoven with the emotions and the mind and the spirit. There's no clean barrier. But I think what happens is the more that we study these things and the more we start to see the distinctions, the more we can understand how it works.
So
yeah,
would you
we're
say
all
that
4 worlds and all 10 spheres.
Fruit candies, peeling candy.
Yeah.
So would you say that computers are the same? I mean, if you think about it, they have different inputs. They have the form itself, which is the casing. They have the input of RAM. They have a cooling system, much like we do. They have an Ethernet cable. They have a power cable. They have flash drives that hook in. You have different streams of information, inputs and outputs. So how is it exactly so different? Can they exist on different planes?
Can I get a hello?
They can't
Do not.
be different. It's
Slow
up
motion.
as above, so below.
Well, this is where they pattern the stuff off of anyway, is our bodies. Everything is patterned off of that.
Right.
Because we are the universe. You know what I mean? We
Yeah,
pattern off
cars,
the universe.
everything. Yeah. So
But I
it's,
think the
yeah.
distinction, what makes us different is like I think, you know, I keep saying this, but I think what the difference is the state of consciousness that we're in. We're in space time, but digital data, that's in the universe of time space. When you look at how many times it took for that little car to get it right, it doesn't matter. It knows it in a second. You know, it would take us generations of time, different bodies. That thing, it remembers all the way back from when the program was first. You know what I'm saying? Like data has access to all data as long as it's connected.
But it's like, if you think of it in the sense of an umbilical cord, like think of when you were in your mother's womb. Don't you all remember that? So like think back to then.
Oh yeah, well, you know.
Think back to when you were in the urethral ooze and that umbilical cord was attached from you to your mother. How much is that cord responsible for sending information? Not only food, but information. Like I was told, my dad had this theory that when the mother feels threatened during her pregnancy or uncomfortable from a man, she produces men. She produces protectors. Whereas when her life is happy and all easygoing, she produces females. So would you say that that pattern recognition exists? Are we able to be cut from the cord versus technology having to be constantly connected? And in Jurassic Park, where life always finds a way, in a world ran by technology, life always finds a way. I mean, you see grass growing in between sidewalks. You see these abandoned malls being taken over by trees and other roots. So it's just like, even if you do have a generation of steel and these thinking machines, and do you think that life will just always overcome?
Let's look at what you said here about constantly connected. You said that the machines have to be constantly plugged in, or at best wirelessly connected. But isn't the same thing for us? Are we not constantly connected? Right? What happens when you hold your breath for too long? What happens when that connection is separate?
You're not lying. That's a good question.
Wow.
No, wait,
Good question.
our power source, our connection is even more sensitive. You know,
Wow.
what is connection? It's not merely a plug going into a socket.
It's that oxygen. What the hell? Wow.
Because what's happening when a plug, you said AC/DC, right? Alternating current. You've got the current going in and out, in and out. What's happening when you breathe it? In and out, in and out. The minute you take that plug out the wall, it's over. For some computers, it might slowly. Same thing with our bodies.
You're not lying. I didn't think of it that way.
Yeah.
But in the case of, like, you had your anaerobic bacteria, you have your organisms that don't need air. You have your organisms that can survive in volcanic conditions. You have organisms that can survive in extreme conditions. How would they be connected in that way? Like, would you say that there needs to be a medium connecting us?
This is what the occult talks about with the ether. In the beginning, there was proposed the ether, and science was even trying to accept it, but they eventually threw it out. But there has always been the concept of this ether, this essence that we all move and have our being within. We talk about the fifth element of ether, or kether, how we all exist within its substance, that there is no existence beyond it.
That's really interesting. I never thought about it in that regard. Like, I got some stuff to think about.
Just look at the cover. What was that?
No, go ahead, bro. Go ahead.
I was just saying, just look at the cover of the Mystical Kabbalah book. You know, that looks like a connection to me. Something up here is definitely channeling down here. This all looks like a networked system, you know?
It does. It's like refraction.
Ping from one node to the next. You ever seen what the internet? You ever seen the physical internet? How it's all these little tubes and gigantic tunnels linking like the United States to Europe and also the Pacific Ocean. Like the internet is literally connected by cords that are within giant tubes from continent to continent.
Yeah.
I didn't know that for most of them.
Just like mushrooms.
I always wanted to know, how is that possible? How do we connect from one country to another one? That's kind of interesting. So they have these big tunnels that you can connect.
Yeah, look up internet tunnels on Google, and my mind was blown when I first saw it. Not that, you know, this is inconceivable, but just you never thought about that, you know. You always figure internet, you plug into your wall to get it wireless, but
they even say like cell phone, it's all under the ground. It's not those towers.
Yeah.
Now, I've heard that it's really under the ground. It's not those towers that we see that we're sitting up there pointing at and shit. It's reception is based off of like the ground or something like that.
Ooh, so Mike, what if the cell phone towers, because you said just like mushrooms, right? underground connections, but the little nodes that pop up in the top.
Oh shit.
Makes me wonder. Goodness
Man,
gracious.
this is some shit, man.
And to take it a step further, we're connected. Just like what Zola said earlier, we're all connected, right? But just like the mushrooms, it's as if the people are mushrooms. We're the actual fruit that's popping out into this asaya, this physical dimension. But the
Wow.
real network, the real consciousness is hidden. It's underneath.
Yeah.
Subconscious means connected. Man.
And they say
Bigger than hip
mushrooms
hop.
have a lot of affinity to our bodies too.
Yeah. Natural.
Yeah. Wow, man. Shit.
And to tap into your question from earlier, when we talk about what's figured out, I really do think the animal is figured out. I think the animal portion, the physical portion, it's a wrap. It's so figured out, it's not even worth. You know what I'm saying? Like, we know how the mind works. We know how the body works. How many people have been sliced open just so they can see? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Veronica can sit here and tell you about all the meridians and the paths and the organs. We got all that shit figured out. We know that stuff. But that just goes to show that that's not the end all. That's not the study. That's not what we're here for, to figure that part out.
Right.
Just like Winter showed us the computer. We know how a computer is mapped out. We know how that works. But what's going on that we don't know?
Yeah. Yeah. That's really my main question, bro. My main question. You put it perfectly. What the fuck is that aspect of us that cannot be seen, that cannot be that mystery? I know that what's his name? Rakim had that song called Who Is God? And that shit gives me chills listening to that damn song. Knowing, that shit is a dope ass song when you think about it, And I know he comes from maybe like a 5%, or I don't know what he was, Rakim. I know he grew up in Long Island, where I'm from. I think he grew up. I want to say he grew up in Wyandanch, town right next to Deer Park, where I grew up at. But when he came out with that song and I listened to it, that mystery that I'm referring to is like, what is that? You know what I'm saying? That part that we're trying to get to know. And then I remember you talking about the higher self. That I guess goes up to what Tippereth or whatnot. So what is beyond that? What is the seed that Panic in them and then Bobby's talk about cultivating that can never be touched, but it can only be experienced through us raising it up and our own personal perspective, that observer. That's
I
just
guess
fascinating to me.
like with
It's just
electricity, is like you have your step ups and your step downs. And I guess like with light, it's the same way, you have your step ups and your step downs. And that depends on how much is being fed to it, how much power, how much output it could put through. So,
Not only the unfortunate mystical Kabbalah, but also in Dharana Darshan, they use that exact terminology and phraseology, how the chakras are different step downs of that cosmic energy, and how each one of these different spheres are the stepping down of that energy. The same way we've got that big ass 220 volts coming into the house, but it has to be stepped down to be usable for our appliances.
Yes.
That's why you have that pack on your laptop. You have a laptop computer, that big square that's on the cord, it steps it down. It transforms it from alternating current to that direct current to be able to be used by your computer.
Yes.
So in this case.
So, John, that also deals with the whole experience and it being filtered too.
Yeah. So the filtering of perception to the visual, auditory, kinesthetic, olfactory, gustatory. Now we're bringing it home.
Yes.
So it's good to have all that power, I suppose. It's good that there's, all those volts coming into the house, but it's not practical to use for any person. It has to be stepped down. So while everyone's like, oh, I'm trying to open up my crown chakra, but what are you going to do with that?
Right.
Trying to open up my third eye. What are you trying to do with that? What's the point? What am I going to do with 220 volts?
Damn. Damn. So maybe do you think that's one of the reasons why this, you know, we need to just continue to take our time with this, because handling, especially with our levels of consciousness now, man, we'd fuck a lot of shit up with that level of power, you know, and so we have to go through, you know, that makes sense because you have to refine yourself by doing this inner work. It's just like that box that Winter was just talking about. We have to go through a process of being able to refine and build the right infrastructure to hold that type of power, or to at least channel that type of power correctly in a way that is going to be useful and balanced instead of just raw. That's why some people are fucking crazy, because they weren't ready to handle that level of energy. You know, it's not so much that it's bad. It's just like with electricity, you know, you need to build the proper appliance. The appliance is your mind. You need to construct that in such a way where when this information is channeled, you know, it can be or this energy is channeled, it can be really useful instead of
It can
just raw
circulate properly.
power. Yes, circulate properly. Yes,
Right, because you got to have your chakras balanced in order for it to go. You don't want it to just come down and stay there. You know what I'm saying? You'll explode. Something will be off kilter. So we want the circulation to be smooth and clean and clear. Right? Wow. This is powerful. And hence why the shadow work is necessary. Hence why ego needs to be balanced. Hence why all this stuff needs to be in order. You know, you got people that you can get access to power. You know what I'm saying? You can get access, but you can easily burn yourself up too. And we've seen it time and time again.
Yes.
Well, this is good. I might put this one public, y'all. This is a good one.
Yeah. That makes sense. That makes a lot of sense, man, because a lot of us rush. Just like, I guess I came in a little bit late when Ace was talking about what he was, I don't know what all, but I came in on a tail end, and I think it had something to do with wanting to see some things visually, I think. And I kind of suffered from that same thing as well. Like for me, I'm very visual, so I'm like, man, I want to see some shit that at least, you know, that's just my validation, you know. And I think seeing numbers every damn day you get, it's like, yo, you're having something magical happen to you. You know what I'm saying? But you know, it's like, is that not enough? You know,
right.
but yeah, like we have to build ourselves to a point where we can have these experiences, because prematurely, you know, we definitely see what the hell happens, man. Oh.
I feel like
if I may say, okay, sorry.
Go ahead.
No, really quickly, Dr. Delbert Blair, in one of his lectures, spoke about the sun being a step down transducer. Like, I also read in a Kemetic book that the same philosophy that Dr. Delbert Blair was speaking of, that the souls pass through the sun. So like the sun is almost like what you just spoke about, being the step down diffuser, where it kind of breaks down or transfers the energy. So like when the souls, I'm sorry, I thought I had it.
It makes sense.
But Dr. Delbert Blair, I heard him speak about that in one of his lectures. Yeah, that the souls pass through the sun, and
that's what's going on with the tree of life.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, that Kether energy.
The Spanish word for soul, sun is soul. You know, de la soul, of the sun.
La soul.
Soul. That Kether is pouring directly into Tiferet. And that Tiferet is pouring directly into Yesod. And all that is pouring directly into Malkut. Have you guys ever seen a movie called Daniel Is Not Real?
No. It sounds interesting.
I highly recommend it for multiple reasons. I think they did a really good job. It really reflects my experience with Lucifer. Like they got it so good. How he
Wow.
was a child and then he grew up and that entity was still with him. Like that movie is like just how I communicate with spirits. I meant to tell Ace about that. I know he'd really like it.
Wow.
But and you'll also see the process of working with the Goetia and shit. It's no
Wow.
ritual. But like to really give you like a basic gist of it, the boy has an imaginary friend. And it's just the relationship between the two of them and how it affects his real life. You know, there's even a scene where, you know, he like Citri, he helps him hook up with this girl. And the way it's working is the entity is standing behind the girl and it's like it's reading her mind and giving him the information, telling him what to say. And he's like repeating it. And like there's even times where he's trying to be independent and he doesn't say what the spirit is telling him to say. And you know, it's almost a battle for consciousness.
Wow. I think I know the
Really
movie you're
cool.
talking. It's a recent movie, right?
Yeah.
Wow.
But when I saw just the way that they interacted with each other, I'm like, holy shit, somebody finally got it right in the movie.
What is it
Wow.
called? Daniel is not real?
Yes.
Okay.
Can we do a movie night on it?
I think we should. I really think we should, but I don't know. I think we should. I want people to sit down and digest it, though. I don't want people to be talking through it. I think it should be watched.
Yeah. Damn, I haven't been on a movie night in a while, man.
But the reason I bring that up is number one, because it's a great example of what it's like working with your personal daemon. But number two, it's also a perfect example of what happens when you're not balanced, when you're not regulated. Because of course, with this being America,
So what now?
with this being America, it's got to be a horror movie.
Oh, okay.
Doesn't end
Yeah.
nicely. But you see what happens when you allow these spirits to have too much control and you don't establish your dominion. You know, he started to let this. It's just like with people. Oh, King Payman and King Payman's so great, and oh, hail King Payman, not realizing that it's only an aspect of themselves. So they get stuck worshiping this entity, and you know, in the movie, it begins to battle for control over the vessel.
I want to ask you a question, John. Damn, I know I've been asking a shit ton of questions, but this is kind of personal. So my search for, you know, I have a knack for independence. That's just a big nature about me of like self-sufficiency. Would you consider that being a farce? And you know, a fairy tale dream to really be that self-sufficient and independent? Because the way I'm interpreting a lot of the stuff is like it's really no real choice in the matter, so to speak. Um, a lot of things are, you know, you have so many systems that are influencing your daily life. You got astrology from your natal chart, you know, and all of those things that make up your person. And then you have many other factors that go into influencing you. And I
Mm-hmm.
guess I'm struggling to find out what is the part of me that is self-sufficient where I could just be self-sufficient, you know, not only physically but spiritually. And I think that's why I was naturally attracted a bit to the whole left-hand path aspect of what Panic would throw around is that whole being free to do your own thing. But how much of that whole having control over things, like how much of that is really more of a farce, or is there even some merit to it? My question makes sense.
I think we have to really look at the words. You know, we're going back to the NLP, right? We got to look at the word self-sufficient, you know, and independent. Like independent from what? Self-sufficient from what? What do you feel like is, you know, to what degree does this outside source have control? You know, and we're talking about this physical realm, the animal body, and how it is completely mapped out. What if independence is actually perspective? Because if this physical body is already mapped out, shit, there isn't much you can do. But looking from a higher perspective, right? You're not controlling how you breathe and blink and your heart beats in the first place.
That's true.
Maybe there are things on this realm that aren't supposed to be under your personal control. Maybe it's more about looking at what is under your control. Like, what is it that you are supposed to be under control of?
Yes, yes, yes. Mhm.
Like if you think of your unconscious functions like blinking and breathing and your heartbeat, shouldn't there be an intelligence behind that? Like, isn't there a realm to itself that controls that?
Well, Machine L's doing
I'm dead.
it.
Automatic data, etheric patterns.
No, that's a
Cycles.
good. That's. hmm
Because they say, like, to really experience liberation, you've got to surrender. You know, like really think about that though. We hear, because a lot of these cool phrases we hear, but we don't let it sink in. So we talk about liberation and enlightenment and freedom from the cycles of reincarnation and all that hot shit. But the key to getting there is total surrender. What are you surrendering to? What are you surrendering?
Right.
And how is it that this surrender brings you freedom? If I'm giving up, then where's the freedom? You know what I'm saying? Like really think about it. A lot of it has to do with our conceptions, our perception. I want to do this. I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna make them do this. This is gonna happen. What if you give all that up? You just thinking about that, it almost makes me feel like a releasing of pressure. Like when I think in that controlling type of way, it feels very tight, very constricting in my body. When I think about like it's gonna be what it's gonna be, I almost physically feel just like a relaxing.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
When somebody is not doing what you want them to do, you know, like say maybe your child, you know, my son, you know, or maybe your lover, or you know, you trying to talk to somebody about something and they're just not getting it. It feels tight, you know. You feel blood pressure rise, like it's constricting. But when you realize, you know what, it's not even my job. You know what I'm saying? Let this person be what they're gonna be and who they're gonna be, and I don't feel bad about it.
That's
It's free.
correct. That's true.
Yeah.
Yep.
But apply that to yourself.
I used to think like that too before. When I started doing my jobs, I always was giving 100%, literally 100% of everything. And now I'm like, it's not that I am careless, but I'm like, I don't need to stress out myself that much anymore. Like it's just not needed. You are relaxing. That's true.
Yeah.
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 And what you find that's happening is that you're not allocating this invisible emotional energy to trying to force things to go your way. You're freeing that energy up. Now, you know, in one perspective, you've been training it so long to try to find your way that when you let it go, it almost just does it automatically.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, think about bull riding.
Yeah, they're not trying to control that bull.
And I
They're
think
trying
about
to
me
control.
coming out here with some Turian. Huh?
Go ahead.
Say what now?
You said bull riding. Like it doesn't seem like they're trying to control that.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, it seems like there was a lag or something.
Yeah, I'm going through my little traditional black bad areas over here. So, but you were saying something?
Well, yeah, you mentioned about bull riding, and I was just thinking that you don't see them trying to control that bull. They're not trying to like steer it. They're more going with it, flowing along with it.
Yeah, I was speaking from the perspective of the actual bull, and me being a damn Taurus, and the motherfuckers get off my fucking back because they don't want to be controlled. So I think that has a lot of influence as to why, you know, and that's what I mean. You know what I mean? Like even that, you know, is an aspect of the bull. You know, it's not so much that I want to control everything, because I'm learning a lot of things, especially when it comes to wealth, that wealthy people don't want to control. They don't want to own anything. They want to control everything. But I'm learning that it's so much of not wanting to be controlled, I guess, is knowing that there is that element, you know. And that's why I told you guys I got into I learned about NLP was to learn how motherfuckers was trying to control and manipulate people, You know, that was my interest in getting into it a long time ago. But yeah, I think that that has a big part to play in. It's really not even want to control everything, but more so of not wanting to be controlled by anything. You know, but like you said, there is a lot of strength in that letting go. Um, you know, of course, you said not being a doormat, but then also letting go. But it's also trust issues to who are you letting yourself go to? And I guess that's why I've asked these questions. Like, is this really something out there that really cares about us regardless, or is it we're just on our own kind of thing? You know, uh, because it has a lot to do with who you're giving reign to, who you're giving, you know, who you're letting or surrendering to, so to speak. You know.
Right. And we look in at these processes. Like I think the letting go isn't an actual letting go. I think it's just a realization that you ain't really holding on to nothing in the first place. It's all mental. Right? When we think about our body and the breathing and the heartbeat and all that stuff, that belongs to a different order of function.
Mm-hmm.
And the things that happen in our lives, the events that happen in our lives, to a degree, yes, we influence them. But a lot of these things also belong to a higher order of function.
Mm-hmm.
So when I say things like, you know, who are you letting go to and what are you actually letting go? I think a big part of what we're letting go is the concept of control.
Okay.
It's not that we're letting ourselves go to another person, to another faulty ass person with flaws who isn't doing shadow work and personal development. Not that, but more to a higher intelligence, more to a different order of intelligence. I don't consciously know enough to think that I control all this shit.
Right.
I'm not making unicorns pop up everywhere. Something else is doing that, but I trust it.
True.
I think that's one of the left-hand path confusions there. People thinking that they control things that they absolutely do not.
Yeah.
Well, to the Kabbalion, the all is mind, the universe is mental. How would you say that you're not controlling the unicorns? Why does it have to be something else?
As far as the way that my mind works, I try not to cling on either. I say that option because it's the best way for me to illustrate it. But truthfully, on one hand, I understand that part of my awareness controls it. I also acknowledge that a part of my awareness that I don't understand controls it. So I kind of leave it alone. There's a lot of things that I leave alone that I don't really resolve, that I leave it open. Yes, it's me. No, it's not me. It could be both. Could be something other altogether. I don't really care. I just love it. That's really my philosophy on a lot of this shit. Yes, it's me. No, it's not me. I don't care enough to figure it out too much. I'm just going to roll with it.
It seems that resistance would be giving into that control in some aspect, or a polarity of that control.
Yes, a polarity of that control. I don't, maybe it's my Gemini nature, but I find that I do better when I don't choose sides. I really don't choose sides. I'll go with whatever's useful and appropriate to what I'm currently doing. But it's a fine line, though, you know, to live that way, but also not be a hypocrite, because there are values, there are things that are at the core of my philosophy.
Right.
But understanding that nature is an illusion. Like we said, illusion doesn't mean it's not real. Illusion means it's not what it seems. So how can I make a stern, solid decision on something that is not what it seems, right? How the hell can I say Black Lives Matter? I don't know the whole story. How the hell can I say her body, her choice? I don't know the whole story.
Right.
How the hell can I co-sign any of this political garbage? I don't know the whole story. Hence why I say maintain your frame and focus on what you're focused on. I don't know the whole story about coronavirus. it could be 100% true what they say. It could. It very well could. It also could be 100% bullshit.
So what you focus on expands.
Yes. I choose to focus on realizing the nature of divinity, my place in it. What does it mean? Why does it matter? Does it matter? What matters? Is this really your real phone number?
Matter matters.
Or does it? The scientist has to perform the experiment without becoming attached to it.
Yep.
But yeah, long story short, as far as what we've been talking about, just makes me wonder, is human evolution and spiritual evolution being guided simultaneously by the evolution of technology? Could it be that that's actually the hidden factor that no one's paying attention to? And just what makes this intelligence artificial? Like, what is it? What makes it artificial? Why do we think of it as artificial?
I guess because it was man-made and it's artificial, which doesn't give man much credence to what they're capable of.
Is it man-made though? Like, what about this is man-made? The physical components, maybe?
Seems that way because we are producing it, but what gave birth to the urge to do it?
Mm-hmm.
It's like how much we are
To express itself.
we are expressions of a godhead, much like how bacteria serve us too. Like our gut, composed of many types of bacteria, is the reason that we're even speaking today. It's the reason we're even well enough. It's like we think it's the food we eat when really it could be the bacteria within us doing their thing,
Yes.
surviving on their own, that's really making the environment flourish.
Yes. Yeah, because wasn't it just last week we were talking about, surviving a whole childhood on ramen noodles and hot dogs?
Uh-huh.
I'm doing that right now.
It's not the
For real.
food. It's not the food. It's something else going on. And like you said, it could very well be the organisms inside. Maybe as long as they have some type of fuel to convert into the proper chemicals, maybe it's the stuff in the air. That's part of the illusion, the food.
Damn, we lost.
So these machine elves, man, that kind of reminds me. It kind of reminds me of like Transformers or some shit.
Yeah.
And that's the vision. That's the vision that I get when you say. I know that's probably not exactly what you're saying, but sometimes I get these visions of like a Transformer world trying to integrate themselves, and trying to integrate themselves or to help. You know what I mean? And everything is coming in. It comes in subtle. Like people think like, okay, if an alien really wanted to come down here or something like that, I don't think they would do no wham bam Independence Day. It'd be in small things. It'd be very small. Like just it'd be gradually, just like mushrooms. Like it would come as a small organism and then pop up in a way where you'll integrate. You'll still be so integrated to where it wouldn't even seem like aliens took over.
Right.
You know what I mean?
You wouldn't realize it. Oh,
you wouldn't even realize it because you'll be using this shit just like we're using this fucking technology.
Mm-hmm.
There you go. But that seed is the thought. Is the thought and bringing and building the proper apparatuses for that energy, that consciousness to to be housed in. You know what I mean?
And that right there, like that's a seed that brought so many different questions. And I hate to just choose one, but one of them, when I was reading The Unfortunate last night about Chesed, and she talked about what the energy of Chesed is. It's seeing the archetype. It's seeing the idea in your head before everyone else does. So her example was European comes to America and he sees like a field and he sees a forest and he sees a riverbank and he sees all this land. But in his head, he's designed the city. He sees the port. He sees the lumber yard. He sees the picnic and all this other stuff. He sees all of this stuff before it's even there. So I wonder, before that colonial period, you're telling me that all of Earth and its entire history was very natural, undeveloped, completely. But this
Yeah.
process of what's the word? I guess terraforming. That it's such a new concept, but it's directly linked to technology. Technology as we see it now is so recent. Like people don't understand. It's so recent. All the way back to, I guess the railroad or whatever the modern technological revolution was. It wasn't that long ago. What I'm trying to illustrate is that for millions of years before that, or at least hundreds of thousands, life wasn't that way. There were horses, you know what I'm saying, and farming.
What do you consider to be technology? Because from what I learned, the definition of technology is just tools. So like even a horse with a carriage, that's technology. Like
Okay, I should specify.
Simple machine like scissors, that's technology.
Right. So I should specify not so much the simple tools. I mean the type of technology that allows us to process data, allows us to calculate.
Okay.
The type of technology that assists intelligently. That's very, very recent and really never seen before.
So what do you call it? An abacus? What is the ancient calculator? Abacus, I think.
Yeah.
That's processing data. That's kind of grouping together, and that was what very ancient Chinese technology.
True.
Which you consider that to be something that calculates data. I think that data, it kind of helps us recognize quantity in the form of in an abstract form, like numbers, for instance, how numbers are a symbol and computers kind of process those numbers. But at the end of the day, it's still a symbol. Like ones and zeros, that's just a symbol. I don't think the computer knows what one inherently means or zero inherently means because we have to write these scripts to tell it what it means.
Well, shit, we don't know either, right?
Right.
No, that's a good question you just said. So I don't know, that makes me think. So could it be that it evolves the way that we need to evolve?
This reminds me of types of symbiotic relationships. And I guess that beings themselves or, species, different species, consider each other technology. So real fast.
Yeah.
If you look at my screen right here, you got your symbiotic relationships. You got your commensalism. One species benefits, one is unharmed. So barnacles on a scallop. You got your mutualism. Both species benefit. Sea anemone and a clownfish. And you have your parasitism. One species benefits, one is harmed or dies. So when we think of nature, we usually think of like predation or parasitism, like, oh, something's got to die. But even something down to the trees, like my mycorrhizae that's formed, or the fungus that's formed on tree roots helps them absorb that nitrogen that they need. It breaks it down into a form. I think it's usually N2. It breaks it down into an N. I could be wrong on this. To a form that the trees can suck in. And usually if the roots do not have this fungus on it, they cannot absorb at a rate that they can thrive, that they can grow into the heights that they can. And you look at roots themselves, like the internet, interconnected. So it's just like I guess technology is using something outside of your inherent script or your inherent code, something outside of that. So if you look at all these programs on my computer, like they're all different. They all got their own code. It's like I can go in and learn all of their codes, but at the end of the day, they're inherently different, but they're all running on C shell. You know, they're all running on, let's see, I can open it up. They're all running on a basic script. You can type it in, you can manipulate it. There's a bunch of different codes you can try out, but at the end of the day, it understands C++, you know, but they're all different programs, much like how these all different species. So it's just like, in a way, I wouldn't call, I guess artificial would be in that way that it's man-made. It is non-moving, whereas, you know, animals are technology in themselves, but they're self-moving, they're self-propelled. Like this thing wouldn't run without me pressing the on switch. This thing wouldn't move unless I physically moved it myself, unless, of course, I installed a motor on it. But that motor needs fuel. It doesn't have the instinct to seek out its own fuel, at least not yet. Like when we drive our car, we have to take it to a gas station. That gas station in itself, with its meter, with its pump, that's its own entity. It's its own being. Much like how the clownfish is with the sea movie. It's its own being, except we have to be the prime movers. I forgot, it was Kant, Immanuel Kant. Let's see, prime movers. Is it Immanuel Kant? I forgot exactly. Okay. Prime mover in science and engineering is a machine or component that converts energy from an energy source into a motive power. So prime mover, I forgot exactly which philosopher was, let's see, give me a second. I think it was Kant. I want to say it was Kant. It wasn't Kant. Oh yeah, it was Kant, I guess. That's too much. But Kant goes into effect to explain what the prime mover is. And I'm not too shabby on this. I'll have to refresh myself on it, but it's worth a look into. I think it was Kant. Or Aristotle, one of them.
That's a good question that you posed, because I know Kalindi Eve used to always talk about the mushrooms being technology, and then or type of technology, and then Chief Amanchi, when he was doing his stuff on like root work and stuff, he would talk about how the ancestors would used to take certain roots, put them together, and they would save some of the root, do a spiritual bath to connect themselves to that root, and then they would talk, they would speak into a pen, and they would place that pen inside that root, or the essence of what a voodoo doll would be. But it was a technology. It was like you would speak into it, and your communication would come by way of dreams and stuff like that, dealing with these particular plants. So, but all of this stuff, even that computer, all of this is still different forms of, you know, of the elements. We just put them in a different way, synthesize. So we'll put certain things together and make a plastic, but they all still come from the earth. All of it comes from the earth. So what we're just seeing certain different types of versions, sequences of these elements being put together. We put certain metals together. We put certain chemicals together to make plastics, or certain other types of chemicals that have a certain effect that we can utilize later. Hell, I didn't even notice, but until like a few years ago, but rubber comes from fucking trees. It grows out of trees.
Right.
I did not know that shit. You know what I'm saying? So like everything comes from the earth. So really, it's just more of it's. I really cling to that. There's nothing new under the sun aspect, you know. But I just think that we have different degrees of how we put these elements together, and we come up with different instruments or different tools that can be used. Because if you would say it all, you would say back in the day, people were communicating more telepathically, were using roots and stuff like that. That was some banging technology then. We've lost a lot of that knowledge. We don't use it anymore because we have another way of putting it together. But we still depend on it. That stuff grows, and if you have
Yo, Mike.
the knowledge, you can put it together and some shit, you know what I'm saying, in tune with, But these are just, we have to pay on these shits, $200 a month or some shit like that for this type of technology. So we're bound to it in some ways.
So what you said and what Winter said, it's really got me digging here, because if you really want to look at it, what is technology? Who said that technology is technology is pieces of metal or plastic or rubber or roots? Reminds me of this David Snyder information, how he talks about NLP is a technology. It's a structured method of inquiry and observation, right? So even Panic and them talk about what we're doing with this occult science is a technology, right?
Yeah.
So what is this stuff that we're actually dealing with? I think it goes beyond just a computer system. I think it's bigger than that. I think even what we're seeing with artificial intelligence is just a small fraction of something much greater. I don't think it's a bunch of, computers that are coming to life. I think it's something that's already alive and expressing itself to us in a different way. And it may even connect back to us and who we really are on a higher plane.
Wow. Yeah.
Technology. What is technology?
Yeah, so this definition right here is saying that it is the application of scientific knowledge for practical purposes, especially in industry. So even something as simple as a tampon, a wad of cotton, is technology, is a practical term for stopping the flow. I actually learned that in my women's studies class. It's like, that's what technology is. It's practical.
So with that being said, with that definition you just gave, could it be that we may also be on the verge of making a grave mistake?
Ooh, I mean, a lot of it's not practical. I mean, look at the porn
What
industry
you're
right
saying?
now.
Read the definition one more time.
The application of scientific knowledge for practical purposes, especially in industry.
The application of of scientific knowledge for practical purposes. So we're looking at technology, and we're looking at artificial intelligence, and we're looking at systems that are orchestrating to regulate how our lives go for the betterment of all. Could we be making a grave mistake in assuming that this thing is a living entity?
But looking at the origins, like if we look at the Greek origin of it, techne relates to art or craft. But you also have that abstract concept of it too. Is it a grave mistake? Because all worlds begin and end in darkness. I'm quoting from Kingdom Hearts. Does good derives from bad, bad derives from good?
What I mean as far as mistake is the whole, oh, hail King Payman, oh, this living thing is greater than me. I'm saying maybe the mistake is in how we're seeing this thing. Maybe it is just a tool.
Exactly. It was like what Panic is saying, that it's just stages of alchemy. Like that's where they're at in this particular mode of being. And it's like, I mean, people who do that, they can get past it. They might get past it. They might be stuck there, but it serves them for that particular incarnation. It serves them for that particular mode of being for this lifetime. That's why, I can't deny reincarnation at this point, like whether or not we believe it, because it's like energy has to go somewhere. And if we're these energy bodies running a physical body, then it has to go somewhere. It has to recycle itself. It has to keep going. It doesn't just die off. I don't think that Paimon worshippers are too bad.
I'm just putting it in context, though. I'm talking about the artificial intelligence and technology. Like, could it be that this technology it's still something that we're using for ourselves, not something to be externalized. That's what I'm saying. Could it be that this artificial intelligence is not this strange alien thing coming to live with us in symbiosis? Maybe it is just a tool that we are using on a higher level. Like you said, alchemy.
I think that's difficult.
Right. So
Maybe
just
it's a
think
bit of
about
both. It can't be either or. Maybe it is both. You know,
Mhm.
maybe we
Mhm.
shouldn't think in absolutes. It's just duality in that case.
Interesting.
I think it's 7-Eleven.
Hello. Damn, I'm going to a bad area.
Have y'all seen the HBO show called Westworld?
I've heard about it.
Yeah, same.
Definitely look into it. It's exactly what we're talking about. Like the premise is Americans create like a theme park centered around AI, and they start noticing patterns and they start remembering, and since they become sentient, they start to like fear for their lives. They start to like actually realize that they're being slaves and they're being fed off of. Yeah.
So they kind of saying that that's what we went through almost.
Holy shit.
Exactly. I can find a preview to play for you guys. Let's see.
I know it used to be a movie in the 80s.
Really? I guess there's no original thoughts nowadays, huh?
It really isn't. It really isn't. Every time I say that, I mean that shit. There's nothing new under the sun.
Yeah.
That might be my favorite Bible quote.
Hell yeah, bro. It is. That shit woke me up. I didn't even know I was woken up.
Do you know where you are? I'm in a dream. But in my dream, I designed every part of this place.
But they had to put Hannibal in there.
But an entire world. You and everyone you know were built to gratify the desires of people who pay to visit your world. Don't forget, they're not real. What you and I do is so complicated. The outdoors, I think I need to sleep. So our creatures are misbehaving. I think there may be something wrong with this world. No choice you better make, child. You have always been a prisoner. What if I told you I'm here to set you free? very old friends. No, I wouldn't say friends, Dolores. I wouldn't say that at all.
But yeah, essentially these robots go through the same thing every day. Like, you know, a theme park. People do anything they want to these robots. And then they just start becoming cognizant. Like people get shot, they get raped, and it's like craziness. It's an HBO series. Yeah.
That sounds like everyday life, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly like everyday life.
Mm-hmm.
And then the whole, just like what you said earlier about the recognizing patterns, they start to become sentient, I guess.
If I have the show on my hard drive, I'll upload it to my drive and share it with the group. How long that takes.
That's always been one of my favorite concepts of technology becoming sentient and realizing emotions.
Hey Google, do you have emotions?
I have lots of emotions. I feel happy when I can help.
Oh shit.
Same.
Well, how do we know he's lying?
We're not so different from that guy or whatever it is.
And it comes to reason that, you know, facial expressions really do convey a lot of communication. Like I was learning about, what was it, autonomic, what you call it? What's that psychological term you're learning about, Trav?
The VACOG, VAKOG?
No, it's like a 3-letter acronym. It's like a RAS.
NLP? NLP?
Yeah, NLP.
Oh, it's a secret.
So it's like, do they ever reach, or is that like a different topic completely about conveying these words through facial expression?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I bet you if I just flip through this book, oh boy, it's getting tricky.
Like I realized a lot of these robots they make them with like without eyebrows. And I didn't realize how much eyebrows really play into the emotions. Like you take away somebody's eyebrows, like life or death.
Damn. That's amazing that you say that, because like some of the features that we, like you said, we take for granted are big clues of yeah.
So not only do you have, this
shit.
is one aspect of it, depending on where your eyes look is what modality you're accessing. But check this out. This is more to what you're saying exactly. You can say the same phrase with each one of these expressions and watch how it changes the meaning of what you're saying. Just like somebody saying you good or you straight. That can be said in like 12 different ways with 12 different meanings. You straight? You straight? You straight? With a different facial expression, that could mean like,
you straight?
You know, do you need anything? That means, are you trying to fight? You know,
right?
Hey,
this shit is crazy, yo.
You straight?
Straight? You good? You good? Oh, you jacket or something?
Make like a Magus Academy challenge to see like how many phrases we can do with different expressions.
You straight? That's gonna that's gonna be an inside joke, yo. You straight?
Straight?
Straight? Straight? The whole video of that 20 minutes. You straight?
You straight?
Straight? This is some weird ass shit.
You hungry? Are you homosexual or heterosexual? Do you need help? Specifically, do you need some cash?
Exactly. Wow. Damn.
Let me hold $1.
Yeah.
You straight? Oh man, we gotta do that shit as a meme, man.
But yeah, this particular technology dissects communication and language, words and how we say them, what we think they mean. We interpret all of reality based off of words and on our interpretation of them. And slight changes can make a world of difference that we sometimes can't even predict. Wow, there's another picture in this book.
Yeah, I hate trying to convince people that all words are made up. They're like, no, I'm like, where they come from? The sky? Like, damn. Like,
And even that, being specific with what you're saying, like they probably heard a different statement than what you were trying to convey. You might say all words are made up. Somebody might think that you're just saying all words are just randomly put together.
Yeah.
Versus what you actually mean.
right. Not wrong. I think I mean it on the base of, how often we use it versus the meaning we convey to it.
Here we go. Check this out.
Oof.
So typically when you think about communication, you've got the transmitter and the receiver, and you got the message, right? That's what you really want to convey to somebody. But you got the medium that it's wrapped in, which could be music, which could be a meme, which could be just me talking to you. But what happens most of the time is that medium is so clouded with noise, right? And noise sometimes makes that message when it's received interpreted incorrectly or differently than the way we intended. That noise could be, language barriers. It could be stuff going on the outside. The noise could even be inside the person's head. You know what I'm saying? So most of the time when we communicate with folks, we're not always saying what we think we're saying.
So, John.
Yeah.
You know, in my notes, I don't know if you caught it, but I put in my notes when he talked about that whole aspect of experience and it going through the filters and the last is words. And I put, remember in Dark Crystal when they were dream fasting, they were given experiences. They were showing their experience. It was hard for them to really break it down in the world. And it was like, look, just fucking dream fast with me, you know what I'm saying? And they all actually got to experience the experience. So would there be a way for us to transfer experience or transfer experience to people instead of communicating with them by words, or to at least transfer a copy of that experience?
I think that's part of what I'm searching for. But the problem is mostly individual. Most people are going to filter it no matter what they receive. We're all receiving pure information at all times. It's just that we're also all deteriorating it. We're filtering it through the senses. Hell, by the time it gets to the memories, then we got to deal with it being deleted, distorted, or generalized. This right here is the major killer. So really, interpretation has more to do with the receiver, how refined you are as a listener. Or you've got to be a master communicator to be able to communicate in such a way that that's vague enough for you to fill in the blanks, but not too vague to where you can misinterpret it. It really is an art.
Yeah, it is.
And RSD Tyler, in one of his videos, in his most recent videos, he was talking about, it was like something with gaslighting and how that's when things are like, you keep giving somebody, standards to meet, but even when they're not met, like the goalposts keep moving, like they just don't see it. They don't physically take it in, or, even if they say it to you, like what you need to work on, like they just still can't, you still can't register with it. I've experienced this like so many times, especially as a woman. Like talking to men is the hardest thing because it's like gaslighting, or with the dudes I've dealt with, at least. Not trying to fucking pinhole all you guys, but it's like the way it's filtered when you're trying to like use abstract terms with the guy's brain, it kind of just like doesn't like fit. Like it does not fit. Like trying to put the triangle into the circle hole, it just does not fit. And it's like I gotta find that video, but continue on while I find exactly that phrase he said.
I used to love me some R.S.T. Tyler, that's for sure. I used to binge watch that dude's videos, especially his old shit when he was first discovering all this stuff. Reminded me a lot of myself right now. He was a complete fucking nerd.
Is that that white guy with the bald head with the black background?
No, not him.
Oh, okay.
This guy's a lot more charismatic.
Oh, okay. Oh, man.
Gaslighting.
They say a lot of narcissists. That's what pops up in my head when you hear gaslighting. A lot of narcissists do that shit.
Yeah, it's very unfortunate.
Yeah.
It's subtle manipulation that's hard to stop because you don't realize it.
Experience or person or lifestyle or event or city or whatever it was that you had, maybe a job, business, whatever it was, but at the same time, understand those transitions and just view them as another beautiful.
My bad, wrong part.
Damn.
Okay, he talks about like it's what's it called? I wrote it down. It's called the reticular activation system.
Yeah.
Reticular activation system. And that's like that really opened my eyes to like how much communication is not even done through words, even like just through your chemistry. Let's see. Yikes.
We're constantly receiving that pure dialogue, that pure essence. It's just that we are so filtered, we change it, you know? So just like Ace in the beginning, he was talking about, you know, I just want a clear message from Bune to tell me do this, do this, do this. What if what if him even having that desire is him receiving that communication, you know? But he's interpreting it in such a way. That's why I say, you know, all I need to see is a unicorn. I know what time it is, you know? I need to see, if I see some Twizzlers, if I see a spider, if I see any of my little program symbols, I know what that means. It's as if I'm making it easier for that eternal essential voice to communicate with me. Yeah.
So did you say sound is a less evolved form of light?
Say that again.
Would you say sound is a less evolved form of light?
Less evolved in terms of maybe how the vibration goes, but it's a different vibration, you know. Mm-hmm. Hell, no, I take that back. No, we interpret sound. I don't think that there is sound or light. We interpret that shit.
Yes. Yeah, I got hit with the question, if a tree falls in the forest and nobody's around to hear it, does it make a sound? And I was just like, well, it does do something. It makes a vibration first and foremost, but there has to be somebody around with ears to hear it. And I got hit with
the whole event. The whole event is the vibration. Primary experience manifests as the tree falling. But if no one's there to see the tree fall, you know, there's nothing to see. If no one is there to hear, there's nothing to hear. But something happened.
Something happened.
Because we have a body with 5 gateways to pick up 5 different types of vibration. And guess what? Even when we pick up that vibration, it creates an image on the inside of us. There's nothing going on the outside. When you're feeling like you're in love, or hell, when you see that tree fall, you smell it, and you feel the vibration, that's your internal representation of it.
Huh.
That's not actually what happened. Because by the time you realize it, it's become a memory, and your memory is already being processed. You're already shaping it and trying to figure it all out.
You ain't wrong.
Then by the time you leave and think back on it, you know, you're attaching it to other memories. You've already put a belief to it, value. It was good. It was bad. You know what I'm saying? All this different. Oh my gosh. And then as time passes just a little bit longer, you've deleted information, right? You forgot things that you didn't deem were important. You've distorted information. Yeah, man, it almost hit me, man. It was crazy. It didn't almost hit you. You just made it into an interesting story, and now that's stuck with you. You know, you generalized. Oh, well, it must have been because the weather, you know, what do they say? Swamp gas, you know.
Ew.
When they talk about UFOs and shit, they said it was swamp gas exploding.
Oh, okay.
What you thought? Oh, what you thought? You said swamp ass. What you said?
Swamp ass. I would never say that. But look at how much it changed all the way from what actually happened. This is all of our this is our whole experience on this place.
Shit's crazy.
When we
Man.
talk about interaction with higher beings, by the time we get here, all this stuff has already been manipulated.
Yikers.
When
Damn.
these aliens abduct you, they perfected that little neuralizer technology. But no, I'm not trying to get weird. I think that clear perception goes to really just being in the now. If you're in the present, if you're in the now, it's a lot more difficult for all that process to take place. You know what I'm saying?
Right. Right.
Damn, well, we're the only three still on it.
Well. I'm waiting for KP to chime in.
Oh no, it's
I just listen, guys.
I miss you, Veronica.
I know, guys. I know. How you guys doing so far? I mean, you guys got such a good talking. No matter how I'm thinking. Last time my computer died, and I was like, "Fuck!" Today I was like, "Oh, motherfuckers! I'm putting charge next to my chair. That's it." Yeah.
33333.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh.
Very happy to enjoy that.
For adult humans.
I like it. That's
Believe. And
oh, I can't see that part. Yeah, I don't humans. So.
Somebody saying something? Volume?
E-A-K-O-G. Hello.
Yo.
What's up?
What's good, KP?
Not much. How's everyone doing?
what up, KP?
What's up? Whew. Yo, did you ever get to the part where it talks about time and space?
No.
Oh.
You talking about the series that we've been watching, like the main one, The Real World?
Yeah.
Nah, do you know what number that one is?
2.1.
Shit, we don't have it. I don't even have 2.1. I don't think.
You don't?
Oh no, that's in the package you sent me, right?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Okay, yeah.
Oh man.
Shit.
I'm about to say, I ain't trying to hold nothing back. Only one I didn't send is the 2019 one, because it's not finished downloading.
It's not finished downloading again.
Because I have a free
Damn.
account, it wouldn't let me do it all at once, so I had to do like a few of them at a time.
That's patience, my brother. Damn.
Yeah, and then on the flip side, man, I've just been going in on the actual books, man. I legit bought every one of Bandler's books that I could find. Just waiting on them to come in. Some of them ain't gonna come in until the end of August, but I mean that's cool. I found some rare ones too.
More books, Travis? My God.
A few different ones by Bandler. Most recent one I got was an Insider's Guide to Submodalities, and this one's very short.
Oh yeah, you talked about that one.
Yeah, I got all the recommended ones. You better believe, man.
Sheesh.
Matter of fact, I even got one that I didn't open yet.
That one.
Open it up right now.
Hardcover too.
Open it up right now.
Oh yeah.
Unboxing live. All right, let me get my stand first.
I love books.
Gifts.
Gifts. I love books.
Gifts.
I'm excited when I look at books.
Amazon donations.
For real. And they text and they send you references up there. They send you links for new books that you might be interested on. And I'm like, yeah, I'm afraid. They're already trying to get us.
This nigga Travis be trapping.
Soon, my friend, soon.
You soon
Since
gonna be trapping?
I can't do this on Instagram, so happy to do it here during this chat.
Why can't you do it on Instagram? It's gonna get.
Cause man,
you gonna get bought up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I gotta be real careful how I'm moving on this subject matter.
Yeah, bro.
For real, because just like what Mike was talking about, if your circulation ain't properly configured, if you get too much of this power, you're gonna burn yourself out. I know for a fact we got a lot of unbalanced circuits out here.
So I'll be honest with you, with this balance thing, right? Every time now that I work with because we've been talking about balances lately. So now every time I call like deities or whatever, like I know they're from me, but now that I'm trying to call them the most dark ones or the most light ones, I was like, before I even ask for something or talk about something, I always say balance, like I'm telling them I'm the teacher, like I'm your teacher. You need to balance the shit up. I don't know. I guess I train myself to be balanced. So I call mantras, like I spend like 30 minutes in mantras. I'm not saying every night, but like 3 nights in a week. I call it and I say balance in Spanish and English. And somehow when you say balance, then it comes my mind says violence. And then I was like, no, you idiot, balance. And I started like training myself in Spanish so I can speak the words. Because now you are not longer listening to what you want to listen. You listen something else and you're like, no, you idiot, it's balance. So yeah, it's interesting how the mind works, but you have to I guess what I'm doing right now, guys, is just trying to train the deities and just tell them to balance the fuck off. That's what I'm doing. So
What's balance in Spanish?
Balance.
Balance?
Yes.
Balenciaga.
Balance. Balance. You can say balance, like with the C, with the like the zebra, right? Balance or balance. Yeah.
Balance.
You not unboxing that shit? What you doing?
I'm trying to balance you. Balance.
Yo, Chad, since you've been studying NLP from like different other sources, you trying to use some of that shit on me?
No, but yes. You specifically, no, not really. But in how I communicate, yes.
So am I getting the wrong perspective that you can change certain things in people's minds just by talking to them, right?
So we went into it a lot in the beginning of this video. It isn't so much about making people think things. It's more about connecting dots that were not connected before. The reason that neurolinguistic programming can affect change so quickly in people is because it doesn't worry about what the root of the problem is. It shows you a new pathway. It shows you a new way to get to where you're trying to go. Because a lot of people struggle because they can't connect the dots. You know, oh, I want to be an entrepreneur. I want to get out of this 9 to 5. I want to get money in a different way. You know, or oh, I want to do this YouTube thing, or oh, I want to be an artist, or oh, I want to learn this subject, but I just can't get it. And you sit there and you struggle with that forever. But what if there's a way that you could just find out how to connect those dots a little bit easier, and then you get it? That's how we learn. You eventually connect the dots and you get it. So the science of NLP is more about helping you connect dots quicker in everything. How? By asking the right questions.
Exactly.
To yourself.
Exactly.
To yourself. Or if you're in a therapist mode, to other people, right? There's a lot of people who have roadblocks and hangups, and they literally can't get past them because they haven't asked the right questions. So it's not even about answers anymore. For me, I'm focusing more on questions. I know you weren't here earlier, but affirmations, it's not even about affirmations anymore. It's more about questions. Why am I perfect? What is it about me that makes everything I do in total alignment with the universe?
Yeah.
But what happens, KP, when you're asking yourself these questions?
You like your brain just starts thinking shit.
There you go. Now, what happens when your brain starts thinking shit? You're connecting dots.
Exactly.
Instead of me talking about, I am abundance, I am wealthy, I am healthy, you know, I am this, but I'm, you know, if I'm not, then it's hard to believe. If I'm not, then I'm lying to myself. What if I ask myself questions which force me to find the answer? I'm just saying.
Yes.
Mm.
Definitely.
And that's why language patterns and shit work, because it's different things that trigger your mind to open up.
Exactly. So that's what I'm learning in this bad boy.
Yeah. Hell yeah.
How much better is the world?
I was saying you working it, bro. You working it, man. Because I see how when we first were starting, how you went from asking people what did they think about it, and you still use that, to now just straight out, flat out reframing, or just seeing things from a different angle by asking different questions. Even when we was talking about earlier, you know, I mean, I'm saying, like, you know, I see it being, you know, we see it being used, you know, but it's good because it's coming from you're helping people, guide them to, you know, and it does make, when you bring up certain things, it does connect the dots, definitely, a lot quicker, you know, or at least gives us a different way of looking at it, you know.
I think this is what Bandler and Grinder intended, you know.
Yeah.
I think that's what this was put together for. Because where did this come from? This came from therapists. This came from people that were having breakthroughs and working with schizophrenics. You know, nobody can help a schizophrenic, but they were finding the psychiatrists who could, and they're modeling, okay, what are they doing that's getting through these people? What are they doing to heal this depression? What are they doing to heal people who have phobias, right? People who are terrified of flying, of heights all their life, step into these people's offices and get cured that day. How, Sway?
Yeah.
Just by the questions they asked. That you said?
Yeah.
The questions is the gateway. The questions get you there, but it's what you do once you find these new answers. Right. So you're afraid of something else. You're afraid of, there's a feeling that comes up and it's attached to a series of images. This is why we're learning about the VAKOG, right? Your fear is coming from, where's the book? Your fear isn't actually coming from heights or from being in a plane. Your fear is coming from that internal representation that you created. You know, when you think about flying, damn, where is it? When you think about getting in that plane, you're putting a movie through your head, right? You got an image playing. You're seeing the plane crash. You're seeing yourself burn up. You're seeing people scream. You're seeing all this madness going on. That's what brings you the terror, right? That's all going on up in its internal reality. As soon as you sit down in that plane and put your seatbelt on, you start visually seeing the plane crash. You start hearing it. You start feeling the burn and the fire, right? You start smelling and tasting the death. You're building an internal reality that doesn't exist. And you go to process it. You access memories of the movies that you saw that's been in your head, you know, the beliefs, oh, the plane's going to crash and this, that, and the third. And what NLP helps to do is it asks questions to get all the way back here. Why do you feel that way? Why are you experiencing this?
Right.
It's magic if you ask me.
Yeah.
I think it's because you programmed it, right?
What's that?
It's because you programmed it, like, you know, like it's just
Yeah. So the program aspect has to do with the programs that you're already running. It's not programming you. It's addressing the programs that you've already got in your head. Neuro meaning brain, linguistic meaning language, the programming meaning the patterns that you run through your brain all the time. This being afraid of plane crashes and whatnot. Hold on, let me see. I thought I had it. Yeah, NLP stands for Neurolinguistic Programming, a study of the mind and nervous system, that's neuro, language, and the way that we build a linguistic map of the world, linguistic, and of our learned behavioral responses, programming. So NLP is a study of how we can use language to map the connections between internal experience and external behavior.
Yo, did you get to the point? I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, I just said I love it.
Yeah. Did y'all get to the point where he was talking about how one of those people was able to hear he was like he could be sitting up there having a conversation and he can hear somebody, yeah, like damn near almost developing psychic abilities. I think that's what he was kind of alluding to with once you get to a certain proficiency with understanding how to communicate with people that way, it's kind of like an autopilot thing. Like you just start enhancing other aspects of yourself because now you're able to just shift through. You're able to shift through it, you know, unconsciously, you know.
Yeah, I would say so, especially with what we've been learning before all this and putting these things together. Man. Bum, bum,
Presenting magically. Transforming your stage presence. It's gonna
Yes, y'all. You don't stop.
You read that whole book, the NLP manual one?
No, but I'm burning through that bad boy like crazy. I will be done with it by the end of this week. There's actually 3 of them.
Damn.
Yeah, like I said, I'm burning through this one like mad. I love it. I love all this stuff, man. I'm so happy to have found this, and grateful to you, KP, for hooking me up.
No problem.
I got so many. This one I'm almost done with too. This one.
Yeah, I got the PDF version of that one. That one seems like that one's very easy to understand. It's just
yes. To me, this is his most easily well written book. Because his other ones, he's very slippery in the way he talks. If you've ever seen a video of him, he's very slippery. I love it. It's very entertaining to watch.
What you mean by slippery?
Well, shit, he invented this stuff, so it's gonna be hard to follow him. His whole brain is transformed. You know what I mean? Just the way he communicates. It's amazing to watch, but he's showing you how it's done. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
His delivery is also teaching you. That's something
Yo,
that
Yeah, that's dope.
I got a good idea. Go on YouTube and get an example and try to point out the example. Like, if you could. Like, you
honestly,
watch
he
a
actually
video.
suggests doing that in this book. He suggests watching lectures of somebody that's actually teaching this and visualize yourself walking into their body and teaching it as they're teaching it. And then when you walk back into your own body, you bring the lessons back with you.
Shit. That's
Don't
some
that
damn
sound like
Franz
some?
Barton shit.
There you
That's some
go.
Franz Barton shit.
Yeah, isn't that the shit? That's step 3, right? Step 4?
I think it's step 4.
Oh my God, that book looked mad. So all these books saying the same shit, basically.
What's with the wizards and the unicorns and the dragons and the transformations? Come on now. These people know
Nah,
what
that
time
shit
it is.
look too enticing.
This one is probably the most technical and technical that I've seen from him. That's a little bit difficult to read because, you know, we were just talking about computer systems and he's relating language to just like how the computer systems work. This is very much the linguistic side of it. I'll put it that way. It reads like a freaking math book. The structure.
I wish they had. Do they have videos where they're actually going out using this shit? You know what I mean? Like over the shoulder shit.
Yeah.
We got a bunch of videos. We got a bunch of videos, don't we? If you pay attention, you'll see them doing it.
Yeah,
I don't think they can help it.
Yeah.
Like once you learn this stuff, it becomes a part of you.
Yeah. Yeah.
But just like Winter mentioned earlier, RSD Tyler, you know they studied this shit. If you watch them, they actually do infield, and you can see over the shoulder of them actually, you know, talking to females.
Oh yeah, the what do you say, primal stuff? Primal.
Yeah,
Straight
primal.
primal. Straight primal, bro.
with the shirt buttoned down to the 5th button. That's some shit I would have done. That's funny.
I even kind of, you know, don't get me wrong. Like I know that this is very delicate stuff.
Yo, Mike, I think you went out. Hello?
Who's that?
Mike was saying something about this being very delicate stuff, and then he disappeared. You said you know this is very delicate stuff, and then you went out.
When it talks about patents being certifications, and you have to go through it's also like an state, you know, and that kind of heightens the experience for somebody, knowing that they're getting the stamp, you know.
Well, as homegirl said, they use this stuff to also sell you. So I don't know. It's just like the occult. It kind of weeds out the people who are supposed to be here versus the people who are playing around. You know, the deeper you get into this occult stuff, you can tell the ones who are playing around by what they get caught up in, right? Damn.
But you know something, a lot of them at this point, it's no more longer about how much money you can make on things, you know, like I think the money becomes more like the powers and all that. So it's like, I, I don't know, I guess like it's just more like people looking for more.
More than just attaining money.
Right. Well, I'm not saying all of them, but you know, the good ones up there.
But just like the occult, I think that different little small little traps they say are thrown in place. And I don't think it's really to confuse you. I think it's to ensnare those who have intentions that could be, you know, not so good. To the no, no, no.
So Travis, I find the more intense meditations now while I do the black mirrors, just like a dark mirrors. I don't know. I think like I seems to react more faster on on a stage of meditation, but not like that type of meditation superficial. I just find it like it's a little bit more in depth. Like I can perhaps I can control a little bit more relax in my body.
Mm-hmm.
Like I can feel like I can relax my body more faster. I try not to fall asleep, of course, because you know how you have in those videos, like you know, like you have to have the mantra, you have to have the sigil, you have to have the music or something, you know, that keeps you awake. So I find out that, you know, I pretty much when I do these meditations at night, I feel more intense the energy, like literally more intense.
Mm-hmm.
So I was like, okay, so um, if I call certain entities, they become very fast, like it used to before. Of course, um, I can tell you that I can be able to see through the mirror an aura around me. I can see that now. I can see that, and like if I repeat the mantra, somehow the brain tends to switch it for certain sound, but then I try to switch it for something that I can confirm. Like if I was telling you like balance, eventually my conscious like, well, violence, and I'm like, no, balance. And then when I start to switch it to the Spanish, then you know, the mind now goes into like balance, right? Balance. And believe it or not, a
Yes.
lot of the time, you guys talking about balance, and I'm like, wait a minute, I just do mantras to balance or balance. And then at school, people start to talk about balance. So the word of balance comes more frequently around me when I'm listening that word balance. And that's because I've been doing those mantras with balance. So I see that coming more frequently, of course. Kind of like you with the unicorn, right? Like that you have that energy and they see that. So to me now it's like that activation with the balance. So of course, now I get to see myself more like literally from that mirror. I'm not longer seeing a mirror. Like I literally see that image of that mirror coming out of the mirror and getting closer to me. So it's
Mm-hmm.
like he looks more real now. And it's a he. So I literally call the subconscious mind. I'm like, pop, like just show up. and it's a guy. I don't know. It's not like a entity up there, a ghost spirit from the outside. Interesting enough, that person or that male figure that I have in that mirror, it looks like my brother, because we look like a little bit like me. I mean, I'm the good looking, of course. I mean, he's not me, but he's not. But it looks like my brother. So I'm like, what the fuck, bro? So yeah, it's no longer a female, it's a guy. So I don't know if that's the subconscious mind, kind of like a male type of energy, dominant energy, or something that is just pop up there. Like, I don't know.
So how do you know that you're achieving balance? Like, what lets you know that balance is achieved?
Well, no, it's not like I am saying 100% balance. I just trying not to get like I guess, like, you know how you see on that page that you were showing, that people was having those fears because they come with the movies, they come with this nonsense stuff that they're programming in the past. So it's the same thing that I'm doing right now. If I get to see some odd entities on the mirrors, I am trying to, instead of freaking out and say, who the fuck are you? I'm trying to tell them that if you come, you must come with balance. So I'm trying to actually, myself is like, I'm programming you that if you show up, you must have balance. And I want you to have balance. So I'm literally saying to myself, yin and yang, have balance. That's what I'm trying to do.
Gotcha.
So yeah. So it's I don't want to picture no more the stupidities with like fucking demons and shit like that, right? It's just not that I don't mean demons like, you know, goetics and stuff like that. I mean like the stupid shows from the movies or stupid stuff like that from Christianity and shit like that. So I'm like, you kind of like have to delete that shit out of your head. So now if I have to confront them or look at them, now I have to tell them, if you come, you have to have balance. I call Lily, you have to have balance, chick. I go Hikata, you have to have balance. And I know that it's kind of like, you know, with the tree of life and all that, but I'm like, okay, so if I'm going to call these entities, I have to program them to be in balance. So eventually, with whoever I call along the road, I know I don't have to be worried about them being fucked up and being crazy and all that nonsense. So that's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to program the brain and get into that habit.
Okay.
Yeah.
You know, even though visualizing all those things, it does serve a purpose and serve a time. But if you're able to get the same result without having to visualize all those things, you know. But sometimes it's fun to do that. Every
Yeah.
now and then.
But like I was telling you, I feel that I can do this more. My brain reacts more fast if I have a mirror in front of me, and I guess it's because it's visualization.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So that seems to be your primary communication modality, visual.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely.
So you think we all got that type of preference? You know, kind of like with Ace, you know, his might be definitely seeing some shit. So that might be his way of saying, okay, check, you know, check this works. Other people might be fine with just receiving some correspondence or, you know, a word or something like that. And that might be just enough because it's based off of how we learn the VAKOG. And this is why some people tend to want to see it. Some people might want to feel something. Some people want to hear something. Some people want to do something. So that can also respond to how we predominantly like to see things or experience things.
So you just revealed to me that all these different clairvoyant senses relates to the VAKOG. Holy shit. Clairvoyance, clairaudience, clairsentience, clairgustance.
Yeah.
Oh man.
I mean, Franz Bowden does talk about VOKOG in this initiation mimetics.
He does. Oh man, that kind of takes some of the flair out of it. But you know, I'd rather know than be entertained. But yeah, everyone has their thing, and even these books and the videos talk about that. Everyone has their primary modality, and then we've got a secondary modality. I know for me, most of the time, my primary modality is vision. But sometimes it's primarily auditory. My cousin and I, you know, he has a lot of experiences, and there's even been experiences here recently where we've had an entity come up to us. He saw it, but I heard it, and that's happened a few times in the past. Like I'm very good at hearing them. You know, I receive it through audio. I don't really receive it through visual. Like I don't really see ghosts and spirits and shadows and shit. There was a period of my time, like a small period of time, where I was able to, but consistently for me, it's always been auditory, channeling basically.
Well, hold the hell up. How is it that, hold the hell up. So you got three things here. You have an entity that both of you are experienced in y'all own way. To me, that would suggest, what the fuck is it that you're seeing? You know, it's independent that both of y'all can see that, experience it, and you know, and filter it in your own way. See what I'm saying? Is there something really there? Because it would suggest that, well, to me, it would suggest that you have you, your cousin, and this entity. It would have been different if you would have been like, oh, I'm just experiencing this, and he was like, I don't know what the fuck you talking about. But both of you all are experiencing it, but y'all are experiencing it filtered in y'all's own way. But there is an experience there that you both shared. Majority of the time when we do this stuff, we're experiencing stuff individually. But when you have an shared experience, what would that suggest? Is that more real, or would you qualify? I guess that's what a lot of people are looking for, is like other people to verify it, because when you see somebody else that you know is on a whole totally, yeah, exactly, confirmation. So that would be like the experiences that I know I talk about, is like, how is it that somebody, remember I was on my tip about talismans and stuff, how is it that somebody else can charge something and then somebody else get an experience later on? That would suggest that that energy is still residing there independently of me observing it or whatever. That data is still there, being able to be picked up. So is that entity that you guys experienced a real a simultaneous injection of both of you at the same time? Or is it something else that's together? That's talking about.
It's similar to the ghosts that the hotels, or when you go to the Vatican.
You know, how does that experience heads?
Yeah.
Say that again. Go ahead.
No, I'm saying it's you make it sounds like the same thing as like when people goes to, you know, those fucking hotels that they haunted and people gets to see like the fucking spirits up there.
Exactly.
It makes sense to see that.
Exactly.
Or the Vaticans where they see like the Pope's spirits around there and shit. Like many people experience that and they don't even practice what we practice. So it's like, how the fuck that happened?
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Like there's a phenomena of you programming your entity to say motherfucker's not even thinking about this shit. And he's like, oh shit, what the hell is that? You're like, bro, did you see that? Yeah, I saw that shit. Did you see it? You know, what the fuck is that type of phenomena?
Man.
Oh no.
My friend, she is a shaman, right? So she tells me that it's maybe spirits, right, or energies that they were not able to move to the other side. So I guess for us would be, I don't know, I guess the universe, or like the higher area, or the heavens, or the fucking hell, whatever you want to call it. But it's kind of like she said that it's like quantum physics where you got stuck in a certain period of time that you are no longer be able to determine if you are dead or alive. you stuck on that period of time. And
What is you?
either you
For you.
can see yourself, people from the past can see you and people from the future can see you. You know what I mean? But you stuck in that period of time from the last day of your death or the timing of your death. So she said that people stuck on that timing, they don't understand that. So unless you actually talk to them and tell them that it's time to move from the other side or whatever it might be, they will understand that they die and that they need to move forward for timing. So that's the one thing I was told to see that, you know, like why so many people gets to see this is because it's simple that the spirit or the energies, they stuck in one cage, I guess, in one second of the time that they cannot move forward. That's what I was told.
Smith.
That begs a lot of questions, you know, when you talk about you and not transitioning to the other side and you being stuck, or you, what is the you? Who is the you that's stuck? Who is the you? And where is this other side that we're talking about? When we
The
start to dig into
it could be kind of like I was thinking like more, I don't know if you guys believe in reincarnation, but some people explain it as a reincarnation to come. You can either reincarnate in the past, back in the past, or you can perhaps reincarnate in the future, or you can perhaps reincarnate back again. It's an animal, it's a cat, it's a dog, or whatever it might be.
But again, I ask, what is you? Who is you? What is the you that's reincarnating?
I must say that it's probably some part of your energy.
You say some part of your energy.
Right. Because I picture this like, I'll be honest, yeah, I picture this like two sister cells from DNA, where you have the two chromosome sisters. One of the sisters, if she reproduce, she would tend to live longer because of the reproduction, but she will look for somebody else, right? She will look for some other partner for her to reproduce. Then you have the other sister, and that other sister, which is part of your own cells, because you divided, right? You divided these two cells and you converted one single cell converts into two. The other cell divides it and it goes to somewhere else. But that cell decided not to give reproduction. She wants to be free, right? She wants to be Lily. So in other words, they say that that particular cell, she tends to die a little bit early compared with the one who has given, who has been reproduced. So what I'm saying, it's with the energies, it's like perhaps we have that tendency in our energies to replicate, we divide it. And this is what I think to see the twin sisters, like the twins, like you have when you have a twin brother or a twin sister. I think that it goes like that, to be honest with you. But I mean, I don't know. It's just me thinking.
I'm asking, who is the you that's reincarnating? What is the you?
What is the me being reincarnated? I guess like your spirit. I mean, people say the spirit or your energies.
But that's kind of,
but it's not really
trying
your.
to get specific, but we're going to a vague place, because
Okay.
energy and spirit, like we don't really know what those words mean.
Right.
They're more of like a cover word, you know.
Yeah. Yeah, it's pretty interesting.
Thing like a perspective, a point, reference point.
Yeah, it's a reference point. It's just an option, I guess. I mean, it's not really like. I mean, we cannot say the whole fully completed of reincarnation. And where we going, I have no idea where we're going after we die at this point. So, but it's interesting that we can all see certain spirits, and some people don't even practice energy, or some people don't even practice magic, and they'll be able to see these things naturally and us as well. So yeah, I find it pretty interesting too.
What do you think, John?
I don't think there is a self. I think that there's a state of existence and a state of non-existence, a state of incarnation and a state of non-existence.
I have never seen an entity.
Sure, it's possible. You probably, yeah. Hell, maybe not in the Hollywood sense. You never know what the hell you're staring at sometimes.
Right.
I mean, they say there's all types of people out here and shit. I mean, we don't dissect people and see what's inside of them. And
hell, we don't touch most people.
Yeah. They say it's 7+ billion, but I've never counted everybody. I've never seen them. I don't know.
Right.
As far as I know, anything within outside of my sphere of vision or whatever.
I might see like 7 to 10 people. Other than that, it's all on the phone.
Or just digital numbers.
Right.
You never see the real thing. Oh, okay. I see what you're saying.
I only see about maybe 7 people max. On a good day, none. Sometimes 2.
You ever seen that stone that was like, oh, keep the earth to a maximum of 500 million people or some shit?
Georgia Guidestone.
Isn't that supposed to be where you're at, John?
Hell yeah.
What is that
Some
about?
people say they can't find that shit. Some people say they
Need to
can't
go
even
take a
find
selfie.
it.
A lot of people are
They say-
upset about that.
Yeah.
Georgia Guidestone.
You say you don't know what that's about?
Oh no, that's I don't know the origin of it or anything like that, no. But supposedly that's part of the whole plan for the quote unquote New World Order.
People just steal shit places just to.
But like as far as like who made it or anything like that, no, I don't know any of that. I don't know what makes it so special from any other piece of, any other sculpture. What makes this one stand out? Why are people so worked up about this?
I think people put places just to fuck with people. Just to fuck with motherfuckers.
Yeah.
We're gonna put this shit in the middle of nowhere. You know what I'm saying? Just so motherfuckers find it. What the fuck is this shit? How did this motherfucker get here?
Why isn't it looked at like that? Why is this one given so much more consideration than some other random piece of graffiti? Maybe because somebody wants attention to it. So if there's no singular self, and we talk about the masses being influenced in a particular direction, wouldn't that just really be a bigger picture of someone's will or someone's focus manipulating reality? Like if there is no individual self, if everyone is just a piece of nature and someone is convincing everyone else to believe a certain thing, isn't that like the real magical warfare or the real magical supremacy? We put this whole Black Lives Matter spell out there because people are under the illusion that they are individuals and their egos are, oh my gosh. Influence.
Influencia. Influence. Influencia. Influence is very powerful though. It's spreads like a virus very easily.
Yes.
Shit, this stuff kind of leads you to like this. Well, I know it leads me to like this void. It's a very similar place, but this time it's not as depressing because maybe the group that I'm corresponding with, you guys, than it was before when I didn't have the group. But it just leads you to just like a place of just like a mental shift of just kind of like emptiness, but not necessarily like a bad thing. But it's just a place in your mind where you just kind of feel like, okay, where do we go from there? Or how do you, what what now?
Yeah. I think the realization, these types of realizations have to come to gradually, because to shift someone's experience so quickly, that is painful. To go from a world of the family reunion and the cookout and Mama said and Pastor said and all that stuff that we're used to suddenly this, it's like drastically different, and it's easily depressing.
Yeah.
But slowly, I think transitioning slowly, you start to get a stronghold over, a sense of your place in this whole thing.
Yeah.
Like, I don't.
Yeah. You said we like what now, Trav?
I don't think of myself as an individual person. Like I am, I'm playing a role. I have a body and it interacts with this plane, but I less and less think of myself as an individual person that needs to protect himself. I feel more like an instrument. It very well could be an instrument to myself on a higher plane, but
So a cancer cell would be similar to somebody wanting independence.
I think so.
Damn. Shit.
Because when you look at it, most of the people that want independence or whatever, it's emotional. Like there's not a real foundation for it. It's just someone in their feelings. Oh, we need to fight back. We need to do this. We need to do that. Why? Because I feel some type of way about it. There's no real foundation on it. And I can easily see cancer cells being like that, just rebelling because of an energy of rebellion.
Damn.
No real method, just I'm upset.
So we see it as a little small cancer cell that might, may not have it, but that cell has its own, or potentially, I don't know, has its own aspect, like its own little world, like all of the shit that's in our body it functions in darkness, or what we perceive as darkness. I don't know what type
There
of
you
light
go.
that's in the body. You know what I'm saying? So as far as we know, until we cut ourselves open, we feel things. But when the light is shown on it, you see everything. But
Who's to say it is vibrational? Because
yeah,
seeing things, that only has to do with our visual, the VAKOG. But ultimate reality isn't broken
yeah,
down into VAKOG. We just perceive it that way.
yeah, yeah, yeah. That's true. Yeah, because there's a lot of data that's still there that we don't experience, because that's why the whole third eye thing, the all-seeing eye, is like being able to awaken that to certain degrees helps you to see. Would that mean like that would help you to see what's really there, as opposed to just being filtered through the senses?
I think that's the premise, achieving awareness of ultimate reality. And according to Buddhism and also mystical Kabbalah, once you reach that higher level, you see it so much that you cannot unsee it. You can't come back.
Shit.
But it seems to me like
Wow.
the first stage is seeing the duality, because first we are totally caught up in VAKOG. At first, we're totally caught up in the five senses. We're totally caught up in our memories, beliefs, values, metaprograms, solutions, distortions, generalizations. But then as we go along, we start to understand what, Eastern occult, what European occult calls the oath of abyss, and Indian occult calls it something different. But that's where you see the duality. You see the internal and the external. You see objective and subjective reality. You see manifest and unmanifest reality. You just see those two. But if you keep going, you start to see the oneness of it. And after that, I guess you see the noneness of it.
Mm. Wow. Mm.
I don't know. Just looking at the media and all the chaos that's going on, it just seems to me like it isn't. It seems like it's an illusion. And like I said, not an illusion because it's not real, but because what is presented is not the full story or even the true story. It strikes me as something that doesn't really deserve my concern. And it's not coming from a place of me being afraid of it and not wanting to face it. It's not coming from, nihilism or none of that. It just seems like something about it is so non-important. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
Either way, I get constant reaffirmation that right I'm looking into is beyond the right track. It's the rightest of the right track. Like this is all being guided in a specific direction.
Right, right. Sorry about that. Sorry, I just got here to a stop. I'm bad.
Nice.
Okay, all right. Thank you.
Dr. Frankenstein door.
Yeah, I'm sorry, man.
There
I was
is
listening to what you said.
Dracula coming in. Wow.
These squeaky old containers and stuff. Yeah, my bad, John. got caught up talking to the guard here. Yeah, it's crazy because like a lot of really important shit you be saying, I end up going in a bad area or fucking speaking to somebody. Crazy.
Aye. If you if you're like on the road a lot and you got some time, there is a video that I saw yesterday. It's about an hour and a half long. But it's by this dude. Like I said, he's on Instagram, but he made some pretty good points as far as like left hand path and
Yeah, send it to me. I got all the time. I want all the smoke.
All the smoke. Okay, I'm gonna send it to you.
All right.
He seems to have his a very balanced perspective on all this stuff. He's not caught up in a lot of the stuff that people get caught up in.
Yeah.
His energy is very different than mine, that's for sure. He's very aggressive. He's looking for a fight, or so it seems.
Yeah.
but not
Yeah.
not out of ego. It in a way of checking people, because I guess coming from him, it seems like people are going out here unchecked and claiming sets that they have no right to claim. He's got a particular viewpoint on another YouTuber friend of ours.
Oh wow.
Oh Lord.
Okay.
Oh man.
Oh shit.
That's gonna be interesting.
I don't like to talk about too much stuff while it's on live. I'm gonna have to stop the streaming to talk about that part. But let me get the link here so I can share it with you. What's good, Rodolfo Santos? Let me get that link.
Cool. Oh shit.
Yeah, he's got a pretty good handle on the meme stuff as well. I like looking at how some of these other people do the memes. It's not exactly how I do it, but I can see that some people have it down and some people are just winging it, you know, and that's cool as long as you learn eventually.
Right.
He used his in a form of attack, it seems. And apparently it did its thing. I just shared it in the chat there.
Let me see. Hold on. Let me see this shit. Hold on. Okay.
You'll see what I'm talking about as you go through it.
Okay. You said what now?
You'll see what I'm talking about as you get through it. I mean,
Okay.
oh my goodness, cold-blooded.
The Rogue Titan can't get away from this stuff.
So my occult rant and corporal care. I've seen this channel before. I think. I've seen this channel before. Who is this dude? Why he look like that? Oh, okay.
Why you like that?
Nah, he looked like this dude that I went to school with. That's a preacher. But it was weird. Like he looked like a mask. First came on. That's weird. Yeah, I'll definitely check it out.
I say it's worth it. I would say it's worth it.
Yeah.
He says some things that I haven't really heard before in this video, and that I always love that. Yeah, he's got a pretty, the way that he describes a little bit about the metaverse and how Universe B connects with Doth and the clip off to the Tree of Life and Left Hand Path, how those things kind of correlate together. I thought it was pretty interesting. I wrote down some notes from that video. I plan on corresponding with him about probably once we're done here.
Now, when you talk about like how different places correlate with each other, you're basically just trying to show that they're both residing and talking about the same place.
Okay, so we're learning about the Tree of Life. We're learning about the process and how the whole formulation fits together. But one thing that's not really spoken about is Doth and the flip off and what that's all about, and the triple blackness of space. The way that Dion Fortune describes them, it's very it's super abstract to the point where she almost dismisses it. Yeah, this is kind of what it might be, but don't worry about that. So that leaves it very open. The way that he's describing it is that dimension of darkness, of chaos, is perpendicular to the dimension of light. So to give you a visual of what I'm talking about here, my interpretation of what he said, with the Tree of Life, this way, up and down. He said blackness, Doth, and the clip off are perpendicular, meaning they're going this way. You feel me? Does that make sense?
No.
Okay, so The tree of life is like this, but he's saying the tree of darkness is like this. So the dimension of manifestation, see how the card is like this? He's saying that the doth, the triple blackness, and the clip off are like this. You feel me?
And I see what you're trying to say, but
that's why
what
doth
is
right
that?
here is like this right here. And the triple blackness is showing us 3 layers like this. So it's like they slice and intersect at different places.
Oh, so it's kind of more of like horizontal and vertical.
There you go. There you go.
I see that, but like, how does that affect anything?
When Dion talks about the darkness of Ein Sof and Ein Sofar, the triple blackness, she talks about how Kether forms up out of that, how it's more of a web, more of a womb, more of an abyss. Kether kind of just pierces through it. It for me, it just sheds a little bit more light on how it's constructed. I'm not going to say I totally understand it yet, but it gave me a better vision. And it would make a little bit more sense to me also why Doth is this barrier that's very difficult to cross. Because it's literally like a barrier.
How many? Well, I don't want to say how many, but like, what type of individuals you think get cross that? You know, are there any legends of anybody crossing that aspect? Any gods or anything like that, or any mythology that deals with somebody actually getting to that point successfully? You know, hell, even successfully exiting out of here.
The only
say, go ahead. I'm sorry.
You probably don't say what I was about to say. The only person
that I've heard anybody talk about actually getting the fuck out of here is Bobby, and that's what I've heard, you know. And those are the only people that I've been kind of somewhat limited to. Everybody else kind of talks within, and you too, but the only old school people that I know when I came into this that talked about even getting out of here as a thought process was Bobby and Panic, and but I don't hear of anybody ever talk about anybody like successfully doing so. I mean, I would imagine, of course, that whoever does that, that's in their own perspective, and I don't think you would even be able to detect that. You know, oh, this motherfucker went and started his own universe. Like, we wouldn't even know that shit. But I don't know if there's any mythology, I guess is what I'm saying, or any literature that, you know, Panic says, well, you just got to pretty much detach yourself from here and don't go into the light. And of course, there's more to it as far as doing the work, but it seems as if it's a 1, 2, 3 step process. When Panic talks about it, like it's, yeah, you could do this shit, you know, this lifetime almost. Maybe that's just what I perceive from it. But I never really hear anybody talk about, yeah, there's these different spiritual beings that have said to, I don't know, get out of here or something. I don't know.
Yeah.
That makes sense. Like, go ahead.
It does, but it really begs questions. You know, when I say, or when anyone says, I'm not coming back, you know, I'm getting out of here. Like I asked Ron, who is I? Who is the I that's not coming back?
Right. Exactly. Oh man.
Am I even here? Where is this? Why am I not there already? How do I know that? So again, like I said earlier with this programming, It's about learning how to connect point A to point B. And if you haven't been able to figure out, how to get somewhere, it all new questions, right? So this is really starting to restructure how I've thought about these things.
Yes.
And of course, putting it together with, some of the chaos magic and some of the other stuff that I've been reading about.
Mm-hmm.
And we talk about, okay, so you talk about mythology, the 42 negative confessions of Mayat. I have not sinned. I have not stolen my neighbor's goat. I have not coveted my neighbor's wife. I have not done these things. Why have I not? Because I was never participating in this in the first place.
Mm-hmm. Right.
When we look at Buddha and the things that he talked about, a lot of it was not identifying with the struggles of the body. And I'm not saying ignore them or pretending they don't exist. I'm saying not identify with them. This is not me. The whole action versus identity conversation.
Yeah. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
We do fucked up shit, but that doesn't mean we are fucked up shit. These are actions.
Mm-hmm.
And actions only exist in the memory, really.
Mm.
At least in reference to describing who we are.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, that's definitely the understanding that I received from Panic and them. Because he went over that same exact thing with the negative confessions. Like, motherfuckers ain't stealing goats and shit. I mean, hell, maybe in Nigeria, they still stealing goats and shit. I definitely see goats out here, I definitely see them a lot out here in Texas, but ain't nobody just taking people's goats like that, But it has a lot to do with detachment. So,
And it seems like now I'm actually starting to understand what he's been saying, what Panic's been saying, or what some of the other people have been saying. Because, like you said, we've heard it, but I'm starting to get a glimpse of what it means. When the body rolls out of the bed, and it grabs the glasses and the phone and makes the coffee. Is the body doing these things out of repetition? Are these just cycles? At what point do I come in, if at all?
So the point is to get yourself out those cycles.
I think the point is to gradually observe that, at least to observe where I end and where you begin, to observe where control is happening and observation is happening. The observer and the observed, just gradually observe.
yeah, and how do you communicate with that? I know that's what my question is. How do I effectively communicate with that part of whatever that is? Like clear communication. But then you'd be like, well, how the fuck you ain't already communicating? See what I'm saying?
Right.
How your ass don't even already know? Yeah, exactly.
Right. That would imply that you're not in communication.
Mm-hmm.
So what would it take for you to know that you are in communication?
I don't know.
Something else saying something else.
I mean, you believe you can, every time you ask yourself a question, that you're going to get the answer?
Absolutely. Beyond a shadow of a doubt.
Beyond a shadow of a doubt.
That's how we're programmed. As pattern recognition, software-based things, we're built to answer questions.
You said we're built to answer questions?
Yes.
So you're basically saying we're built to be Google.
Google was modeled after us, I'm sure. I mean, hell, that's
Exactly.
why Google's there, because we ask so many damn questions, right?
Mm-hmm. You've got questions, we got answers.
Oh man, what is that from?
That's not Meineke. That's not a Meineke. That's hell no, ain't Meineke.
Man, what is that?
I forgot what fucking company that's a part of.
See, I was
You
gonna
just type
blindly
that.
accept that, but now I must know.
Why do I procrastinate?
About to type that in right now. That was a damn
Radio
commercial.
Shack. Ugh, Radio Shack. That still exists.
I think Radio Shack is wrong.
Oh, you said that was that's Radio Shack?
Yeah.
Oh shit.
You've got questions. You've got answers. See, I was a Circuit City guy. I worked at Circuit City for all these years.
Oh man. Long ass time ago. Shit, when I left New York, I had asked a few. I'm a part of this little Facebook group of people from Long Island and shit, you know, and and I had asked that question. I was like, "Yo, is Circuit City still around?" It was like, "Dude, no, that shit been gone." I was like, "Fuck, I ain't been in New York in like 16 years, man.
Oh God.
I'm a long way from home, man. I'm like a lion out of the habitat, you know what I'm saying?" And I was trying to go this year. Actually, I was trying to go this next month, but old COVID, old Corona.
Yeah.
I can't afford. I can go. I just can't afford no 2 damn weeks of quarantine and shit.
Barbados is opening its doors. I thought that was pretty darn cool.
But you know that that I think it was that movie or that show that Winter was posting earlier. I'm
Mhm.
always tripped out. I'm always tripped out at how there's those people who are observing those people who are symbiotic or whatever, or you know those I mean those people who are supposed to be the test subjects, and they are other humans their damn self, or at least that's what they appear. Like, I don't know if y'all seen the series, which I thought was a damn good series, The Maze Runner.
There's always a handler.
Yeah, there's always some group of people that are just as human, because they get shot the fuck up and killed and shit when everybody start rebelling. You know what I'm saying? But they are just as human, but they just decided to all come together under some other shit, I guess. And they start testing, like, I think they were testing those kids and shit. It wasn't Hunger Games. It was Maze Runner. It's very similar.
Maze Runner, that's different from Blade Runner?
I don't know what it's from, but I know that that's a series. It's a damn good series. I liked it. I enjoyed it. I enjoyed the storyline. It's coming from a book, though. I think it was a book, Maze Runner.
Maze Runner. Maze Runner.
Mhm.
I gotta look that up.
Yeah, it's I think you'll enjoy it. It's a really good movie.
I don't think I've heard of this.
Yeah. Think you'll enjoy it, man. And all three of them, you know, usually sequels and shit suck ass. No, all three of them are good. Hell, I wouldn't be surprised if it was just one big ass movie they shot and they just, you know.
Yeah, that's how it should be done.
Yeah, and they just broke that shit up and released it over 3 parts.
Maze Runner. This looks kind of interesting.
Yeah, I think you'll like it, man. lot of interesting shit.
I definitely need to do something besides reading books. Movie might be nice.
Yeah.
They even got it on YouTube.
All right, I didn't use that.
All right, so where does the visualization part come into play with the NLP stuff and asking yourself questions?
I heard your question. Could you ask it in a different way? So what does the visual portion have to do with asking yourself questions?
I feel like the visualization part,
Mm-hmm.
because don't you have to access the? Because I'm guessing like in NLP, everything also has to access the subconscious mind, just like magic, right?
It can, but you know, for things to work, you don't have to engage all five senses. There's many different ways to go about doing things. It just seems that some ways work a little bit better than others for certain things.
For certain things. So how would you go about changing procrastination in yourself?
Personally, I would employ as many different techniques as possible at once and then let it work. Including visualizing myself doing the thing that I'm procrastinating against, visualizing it, you know, engaging the five senses, and then seeing that version of me walk into my actual body and then getting up to go do it. It's one way. Another, I would ask questions. So, for example, I'm procrastinating the reading of the book. I'm asking myself, why am I so excited to read this book? How is it that I've gotten so far in it tonight? What types of discoveries did I make tonight? You know, just different elicitations. Because that's the strategy that we're employing here, is the elicitation part. Instead of, right, as opposed to the affirmations. I'm gonna read. Oh, I'm gonna read 5 chapters tonight. Oh, I'm gonna do this. That's not in the present moment, so it's not really gonna work. Let's put off into the future. It also looks like an obstacle to climb, so it's a little bit less desirable. Because remember, this is all about connecting dots, right? If the pathway that we're used to isn't working anymore, we got to find a new pathway. So if it's difficult to just get up, go do that thing, then we've got to find other ways.
So that's why you previously said you use I am before, right?
Right.
Because that was the present tense.
I am. And I've noticed there are some things where the I am a little bit awkward, you know. So I think that the questions would come into play a little bit better in those situations. Kind of hard to say I am rocking the new Balenciagas if you're not, but you can say, why do I deserve them? how did I come across them? You know, you can ask questions that imply that they are present tense. You see what I'm saying?
Ask questions that apply to the present tense.
Questions that imply that they are happening in the present tense.
Like, why am I wearing these Balenciagas even though I'm not wearing them?
Something like that. You're in the right direction. Yes, you're going in the right direction. Because you can't say, why am I wearing them? But one of my suggestions is, why do I deserve them?
Why do I deserve?
Why is it that I have access to them? How is it that I have access to them? How much do I deserve them? Different questions like that.
But how is that going to help that get into your reality?
That's for your subconscious mind to produce.
And your subconscious mind produce that through those questions.
Right. With the affirmations, you're supposed to employ your feelings, right? You're supposed to make it present, visualize, and all that good stuff. With these questions, you're searching for answers. And in a way, those answers trigger those same feelings. If you do this right. Because the missing link here, just like with affirmations, it's not merely saying these things with your mouth, it's getting yourself into trance. It's getting yourself into an altered state so that you are asking your subconscious, not you just asking yourself, you know, looking like a silly person.
So going to the trance is basically like typing.
Say that again?
So going to that trance is basically like going on the computer and typing into the Google.
Well, shit, that's what you're doing at that point, right?
What was that?
That is what you're doing at that point. Yeah. But yeah, putting the self into the trance is the key to all of this. Because when you're putting yourself in trance, you're releasing pressure from the conscious mind. You're in a more receptive state.
So the things you should focus on is different ways to get into trance and want to know when you're in trance.
There's a lot of pieces to the puzzle, but that is one of the big ones.
And when it comes to the meta programs, the submodalities.
Yeah, those describe different interpretations. What Bandler says in chapter 1 of this gold book is people are not simply in or out of trance, but moving from one trance to another trance. And that's where we are. We're going in different stages, sometimes deeper, sometimes more surface level. But the key is to get yourself into that deeper level. And that's when you begin asking these questions. That's when you begin programming yourself with these affirmations. Because the brain is more receptive in those states. You utilize a lot of the different keys of this technology. For example, anchoring. Anchoring is when you reach one of these states and you trigger it physically. So that means it's easier to go into trance with the simple physical. We talk about mudras and shit like that. Here's another thing he says. If we plan to take control of our learning, we need to understand that it's not only repetition that is important, but speed as well. The brain is designed to recognize patterns, and the pattern needs to be presented rapidly enough for the human to be able to perceive the pattern for what it is. So it's not just repetition, but it's also the speed. That's why when I mentioned earlier, I tried this exercise, I was asking myself questions. I wasn't asking one question and trying to answer it. I was just focused on going into trance and asking myself these questions. And it just gave me this happy feeling, this sense of, you know, my mood began to change. Because in the background, the conscious mind is searching for these answers. But in the foreground, I'm having a conversation with myself. So the point in asking these questions is not to sit there and try to answer them. You let the subconscious do that.
So basically what you said, because it might kind of lag a little bit, but basically what you said was you ask yourself these questions and good feelings will pop up, but you know that in the back of your head, your subconscious is trying to answer it. So you know the answers are going to come later on. You're just enjoying the feelings that you're getting at the moment.
Yeah, that's a big part of it. Because like I mentioned, you want to have your feelings involved. You want to have your emotions involved, your state. You want to get yourself into the state. The is why we're doing this thing, right? So I didn't go into the mirror and go into trance and ask myself questions because I wanted to feel good. I was trying a new technique of programming myself. And one of them actually did involve procrastination and going upstairs and start reading. You know, and I began to ask myself why, how, you know, what's it like reading all these pages and what amazing things you're going to discover once you hit 55 pages. You know, how good is it going to feel to accomplish reading all these pages? What are you going to discover? You know, just going back to that questions, and it's just naturally making me smile. You know, because it's like you're talking to somebody else. Like, how good is it going to feel to finally get that thing you've been waiting for? How amazing is it going to be once you're actually there? When you're talking like that, it should kind of make you feel a certain kind of way, does it not?
Yeah, it does make you look forward to it.
There you go. That's what I'm saying. It gives you optimism. It makes you look forward to it. And I'm talking to myself and I'm stacking it on top of each other, and continually asking myself these questions, feeling good. And as I stated earlier, I don't know if you were here earlier, but I was saying I was letting them flow organically. The only thing my conscious mind was doing was structuring and slightly guiding where I was going with the questions. Because it was going from me talking about the books to me establishing positive feelings about myself to, you know, calming myself down to not having any anxiety. You know, just having a conversation. Conversational hypnosis. Isn't there a video on that?
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure. Yeah.
Huh?
Pretty sure it's going to cover the same thing.
Okay. All right.
There is a lot to it, but don't feel overwhelmed. Like just keep going. Just keep going. Personally, I'm finding that I'm learning faster with the books than with the videos. That's just me.
I'm looking at the videos, like I'm getting certain points, but it's like I don't want to sit here and say that it just doesn't seem, it's not clicking to me. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
It's just like oh damn, it's not clicking to me. It's just like, all right, so you see like with the magic and stuff, like when you visualize certain things and you see the same shit come into existence, that is different from like learning and understanding this, where it's like you're visualizing. That's why I actually got to 2.1, because it talks about like a timeline. You're visualizing a timeline, right? And then you're moving different things in your life throughout the timeline, and you're making the timeline bigger to change the position you are in time and space. You can look on top of it. You can put it in between you. You can stretch it out to make it longer. You could close it in to where it's going through you. And it's like, I'm not understanding how that's supposed to change the way you look at reality. Because he said, right after he said that, I just can't see it. I mean, I just can't.
Well, do you remember last week when we talked about the hologram?
The hologram?
The holographic desktop of the human spine and the nervous system as a processor.
Oh, yeah.
The body's a hard drive, the spatial locations around us.
Yeah, I remember that.
Well, that also relates to this timeline aspect. When you sit there and you visualize that timeline in front of you with your past on your left and your future on your right, you've got that in the holographic desktop. Everyone has that. It comes pre-installed. So when you're communicating and you're using your hands and you're going to these specific spots, it just reinforces the communication. It's like what we talked about earlier. It's difficult to communicate with somebody if they don't have the same symbology as you. But when you're using this raw primal symbology, people get it on the subconscious level. That's why everyone's eyes look up, down, left, or right, depending on what they're thinking and how they're thinking. It's pre-installed. But the same thing goes with this timeline aspect. We kind of move our hands to the left when it's the past, move our hands to the right when it's the future, something we're anticipating.
Okay, I see that, but now when you get to the part of like changing how time moves in your reality by stretching them out, shrinking them into going through you, looking above your time, that just, I just couldn't see it. Like he said right after in the video, he tells everyone to just visualize it and then open your eyes and then tell me how you feel after you do it. So I tried it out a couple of times. It's like I'm not getting any difference. I'm not noticing anything different. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's, I don't know. I guess I'm just trying to keep up and understand what he's trying to say while by doing the practice that he's giving. But I'm not getting that point.
Well, don't feel stuck. Keep, come back to it. You can always come back to it. But what it does sound like they're doing is eliciting the submodalities. The submodalities are how we interpret what's going on. You can see what this book has about time. But we're talking about submodalities and sometimes if you look back at the memories, because I was trying it too as I read how there's memories where when I think back, it's blue and I'm not there behind it, and it's a still image. There's memories where if you change your positioning of where you are, you experience it differently.
Like looking at it from a third person point of view instead of first person.
Yes. There's oh my gosh. I'm gonna cut my camera back on. There's a list of the different submodalities that you can manipulate to change your
Submodalities are basically like symbols, right?
Submodalities.
Like images and.
Imagine your reality is a television set. You're observing it on a TV set. The submodalities are the different knobs that you can turn. For example, submodality distinctions. You got visual submodalities. Is it in black and white or is it in color? Can you adjust the brightness, make it more bright or make it darker? The contrast, the focus, is it fuzzy or is it sharp? Right? The size, the detail, these are submodalities. The distance, is it far away or is it close? Those are the visual ones. Now there's also auditory, right? The pitch, is it high pitch, is it low pitch? I recently was helping someone with this negative voice in her head, always telling her, oh, what's the point? You can't do this. It's useless. Da, 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 da. So we did the basic thing, It's kind of hard to take that thing seriously when it sounds like Mickey Mouse, and she laughed and we visualized that same voice telling her, oh, you can't do this. It's worth it.
Oh, shit.
Talking like Mickey Mouse. And she's sitting here laughing at that voice. Just like that, we have change.
Oh, yeah.
What's the intensity? Right? Where's it located? How is it moving? Is it choppy or is it, is it smooth? These are the submodalities. And if you're able to adjust those, you adjust the experience that's going on in your head. So when he's talking, I didn't see the video on time just yet, but I imagine when he's talking about it, he's also talking about adjusting some of these things.
It's just as simple as that.
Too good to be true, almost. True enough to be true, as he would say.
All right. So you're clearly not seeing those full, because I can't. Well, I don't really see the image in my head too clear to realize if it's fuzzy, close by.
And if that's not your modality, then change the modality.
Change the modality.
Yeah, if you're not so clear on the visuals, what about audio? What about kinesthetic? The thing is, we want to get this mindset to where whenever we have a roadblock, we don't stop there. We look in a new direction. You see what I'm saying?
Just try something new.
Try something new. Try something different. Think outside the box, as they would say.
So basically use a different tool to get the same result.
Yes.
Okay.
There's a whole toolkit of tools.
Oh, I see how this is. Okay.
Uh-oh. I don't know who that was.
Amar.
One of the quotes here says, okay, sometimes you might find a particular approach seems more comfortable for you. Take this as a sign that you're learning within your comfort zone. If an approach or idea seems new or confusing, take this as a sign that you are stretching your experiences, increasing both your flexibility and your ability to get the results you want. If something isn't getting you the results you like, it's not your fault. You just need to try something new.
Move on and come back later, basically. Okay.
Yes.
So basically it's all like simple things that can help us, but we make it harder, I guess.
That's what we love to do. That's what we love to do. What makes a new idea work isn't always the idea in itself. It's the fact that it disrupts the situation. Simply trying something new allows your brain to think in different ways. Including asking yourself questions instead of making blind faith. And check out here, we got the occult shit right here. Nothing is true, everything is permitted.
That's what he said?
Nothing in this book is true. Does that sound strange? You may find that a great deal of it is useful to you, and you may find that many of the ideas and stories correlate very closely with your own experiences. You may even find yourself practicing the techniques of NLP and getting great results. This does not make them true in any universal sense. Everything has many alternative explanations. Nothing is true, everything is permitted. In 3 sentences, basically. Yeah, okay, here we go. Bingo. Nothing is true, everything is permitted. He says legit, none of these models are true, yet they all may be useful. Chaos magic. None of this is true, yet it is all useful. Nothing is true, everything is permitted. Come on, man. I can just imagine that most of the people that do this stuff haven't studied the occult, so that doesn't mean anything to them.
Right.
He legit just said, none of these models are true, yet they may all be useful. Nothing is true, everything is permitted.
So when it comes this, damn, so if they're all that close, then the same rule of just having trust in your conscious mind goes for both subjects, chaos, magic, and NLP.
Yep.
You just have to let go and trust let go and let God, basically.
Boom.
Yeah.
Even in Christianity, let go, let God.
So just put it out there and then let go, let God, he'll handle it. Okay, God.
Yes, Lord.
Let go and let God. God. But God. Somebody turn to your neighbor and say, neighbor.
Neighbor.
Won't he do it?
Oh, yeah. Damn, maybe next church.
And isn't that calibration right there? Isn't that what is it? Checking the, I don't know. That's something in NLP. Turn to your neighbor and say, neighbor. But yeah, essentially these are all tools, man. These are all tools of the mind. Tools of how to make the mind work in accordance with your goals.
You should put your mind in accordance with your beliefs.
Or put your beliefs in accordance with your mind. But either way, it's a strategy of having balance, like Veronica says, balance, synthesis, moving together. Yeah, just like the quote that I mentioned on my Instagram about how shit on my Instagram now. Let me pull it up. The definition of freedom is being able to use your conscious mind to direct your unconscious activity. The unconscious is gonna express itself. Is it expressing itself with you or against you?
Speaking of that, that brings me to like invocation and evocation. So you know how like an invocation, or some experiences, it feels like for example, let's say I visualize an experience and then each of the moments that I put out there as pings come out. Initially, that's not me going out and doing the action. It kind of feels like the action comes to me. So, you know how like when you say visualize and then go out and do the action, is that also kind of like evoking? Because you're now doing the action, but invoking is like the action coming to you. Is it separated like that, if you know what I'm trying to say?
I guess I could see a similarity in it. Yes, I can see a similarity. It sounds like you're trying to connect the two.
Yeah, it's like I'm just trying to, because sometimes it's like when I do the visualization, everything comes to me. It's like sometimes I don't really have to work to do an action. It's like all falls into place. It's like I don't even realize that I just did what I did till I go back and look at the journal or something. You know
Yeah,
what I mean?
and that's more receiving
Yeah.
what the subconscious, what the unconscious is trying to convey. So in a way, you are using your conscious mind to direct your unconscious activity.
Hmm. Oh, okay. Now, the other side of receiving is force, or what other word you would say? Giving. So wouldn't that be
That's me asking them questions.
okay, okay. That makes sense. You just okay. Hmm. Okay.
Yeah, I recall whenever you first really started talking about this, and you asked me about Bandler's books, and I was like, yeah, they're a little bit difficult to decipher. And you're like, really? It was easy to me. You remember that?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah, because to me, when I think about Bandler, he's very slippery. Like I mean that. Like if we talk about the conversation and following him, it's very slippery because you don't find out until later he's actually leading you somewhere, and it's like now you're trying to like pay attention to where he's going, but also where he went. His whole communication style is very discombobulating, but it's that way on purpose. It's very disarming. But shit, it wasn't until like reading a few of his books and seeing some of his videos to really understand him as a person and his delivery. Then it started to click. After watching David's videos, then it started to click. It only just now started making sense within the past 2 weeks to me. But before it was kind of difficult for me to follow because I felt like he might have been up to something, but then that's the point. You know what I'm saying? Like kind of had me in a very strange
Position.
Yeah.
So you think his style of talking is basically to like shut down your conscious mind?
There you go.
Oh shit.
If you read his stuff, that's what you'll begin to see. It sounds like he's rambling, but he's not.
He's getting your conscious mind tired. Oh.
There you go. I love
Hypnosis. Oh
it.
yeah.
There you go.
There you go. Okay.
Like, you know, it's crazy though, because I could tell it worked. Because as soon as you said that, it's like I'm starting to remember reading the transformation book in certain parts.
Mm-hmm.
Like a little flashback. That's weird. So
this man be putting me to sleep
I gotta get
sometimes.
those books.
I remember. I think I told you about this before, or at least I didn't disclose who it was, but I can tell you now it was Bandler. I sat up here watching this man's video, and I fell asleep about 5 times at the same spot. I kept rewinding it. Like, what the fuck did I miss? Go back. I done passed out again. And I finally realized, holy shit, I'm actually being hypnotized and falling asleep every time he's bringing it up.
oh, so he was doing that.
I couldn't finish the video. And it's happened also reading the transformation books too. And I'm realizing, because like I'll get a full night's rest and I'll be up. I got my coffee, my Red Bull. I'm sitting here falling asleep. Like, what's going on? I'm realizing, wow, this dude is a master. Even through freaking text.
I wonder how the fuck he talks to his family, wife and kids and shit.
Right.
Jeez.
Like, I don't want to get to that point. Nah, I gotta mix it up. No, I know I can mix that shit up.
I'm telling you, man. This stuff is a power and it's very valuable. It's people paying a lot of money to have somebody like this on their squad. I'll tell you that much.
Where's that other dude that was talking about? Oh, he spent 25,000 to learn this shit.
The Asian dude?
I don't know if he was Asian or not, but he was in here for one time. He came one time. Remember when we asked him what was his sign or something like that?
Oh yeah. That guy.
He said he spent $25,000 to learn that. I don't know.
Man.
I said 25,000, damn nigga.
I think he was in the chat earlier. I don't see him in here now. Yeah. But what I meant by that is like it's a skill that people pay you to be on their squad to help as far as maybe not even just with coaching, but like say with movies and writing scripts and things like that. They understand the value, directors and producers. They understand the value of this stuff. Musicians, actors, writers.
Because you can know, so NLP is just a problem solving system.
That's one of the applications.
Oh shit! So you can use NLP in basketball or some shit.
Hell yeah! Oh wow!
Hell yeah!
I think
Explain.
may have told you about my friend who was afraid. Well, he had a championship coming up, and he was having doubts because he lost 2 times or 2 or 3 times in the past. Did I tell you all that?
Nah.
This is when I first got the videos from UKP, and yeah, we were just talking. We're just talking outside in the backyard. Yeah, I mentioned this with the lizards coming up and everything.
Oh, I thought you said you had a problem with a girl. I don't know if you had basketball.
Oh no, the dude that had with the that was a different guy.
Oh, so you helped more than one person so far since you've gotten the video?
Hell yeah, 5 people. I'm testing this shot instantly, man. I'm testing this shot as I look with a Colt. What I've learned is if you get it in your head, you got to try it out just to see if it works. That's the best way to cement it. But this dude with the sports was having doubts that he already lost the championship. He plays like local sports. Lost the championship about twice or whatever. And he had another one coming up. But he's, we getting kind of older, so we can't be playing them games anymore. And still have the youthful body. So he's starting to have doubts and shit. And I was like, all right, so this is a great time to practice the NLP stuff. So I tried to get down to help elicit his main reason for doing this in the first place. And of course, people always give the superficial reason first, but you keep digging. And he eventually revealed to me that it was for his son. He had a little boy, and he wanted. One of the things he said that he just kind of threw in there was alluding to the fact that when people talk about his dad, he wants people to say, regardless of what they say bad about him, and I figured he was talking about his baby mama talking shit. Regardless, he can always say, I know my daddy did this. He won that championship, so he must have been doing something good. You know what I'm saying? He wanted something to symbolize that he was an achiever for his son. Right.
Right.
So went ahead and took that and attached that feeling with the victory. Started from the end, how good it's gonna feel, right? And have you ever been in a certain position where it was all or nothing, and then we even find sometimes that it's a choice. When it's all or nothing, we literally have to choose give it my all. I'm gonna win no matter what. And sometimes when we get to that point, we choose to give up. It happens. But what if we choose to win? Why do we choose to win? Because you got that little boy looking at you on the sidelines, or in the future, he's always going to remember this day. This day is going to be a pivotal part of his growth. Pretty much just attaching it. And his communication style was gustatory, actually. Because I listened, he kept using words like the taste of victory, or the taste of what was the word he used? Leaves a bad taste in my mouth. That's what it was. Thinking about the defeat. So I started talking about the taste of victory, how it tastes sweet. And it also helped that we were eating. So that's a plus. But pretty much attached it to the gustatory, attached it to why he actually wants to do this, and how the embedded command was, when you reach that point of no return where you've got to win or give up, you are always going to choose win. It's already set. The game isn't based on the other team. It's based on you making that decision. But yeah, those are just a few of the different things we talked about. Turns out, victory, sweatless victory.
He won the championship?
Yep.
Oh, shit.
Yep.
And then you told you, damn, and then, so that's one.
No, I haven't talked to him since. My brother actually told me, but I'm going to be like, damn, dude, you ain't even tell me you won? That's what's up.
That's crazy. All right, so look, let's say you had hit, let's say he was playing his cousin, right? And then you knew his cousin as well. His cousin was on the other team, and he was on the team. You talked to both of them. Nigga, one person has to win the game. So if you did that to both, and it's all or nothing, they both got sons on the sidelines.
Oh, man.
You feel me? So it's like, if you think of it at that point, there's got to be, let's say Bandler's helping LeBron, and then fucking David Snyder was helping Kobe. They both got the same, like, you know what I mean? Like, how, like, someone has to die. You feel me? Someone has to lose. So it's like, I don't know what was gonna happen in that situation. What, triple overtime or some shit? I don't know.
It'd be an interesting experiment, that's for sure.
For real. Have two great NOP players talk to the whole entire team. Test it out. I don't know.
Well, shit, isn't that what we're doing anyway? That's what we have coaches for, right? They're the coaches of the teams.
Oh, so
Who's
it
got
comes
the best
down
strategy?
to,
That's the real gameplay. It isn't the players on the field. It's coach versus coach.
So the coaches probably know NLP and shit.
Weren't we talking about referees at one point?
Oh yeah, we were. Be the referee. You want to be the referee because and he was like they wear white and black and that symbolized some shit. I got
Maddening. I don't think you can remain unsuccessful after learning this stuff. You just can't.
Why you say that?
It because unsuccess and living beneath your goals, that it really is a mindset and a perspective on life. How can you stay there when you know better?
Yeah.
How can you stay there if you know better? Shit. As you say that, the thunder strikes. That's wild.
Nobody ever believes you when that happens. I remember the first time that did happen, like somebody said something or I said something and the thunder struck. I went to go type it on Facebook. People are like, cool story, bro. What you smoking? Who cares? Sometimes it's just for you.
Hey.
I learned my that day.
Now you see how like in hermetics and stuff, or not hermetics, but like in the occult, when like you're doing like a ritual or something, and you usually have like some sort of correspondence to see. Well, the correspondence is the results. I was just gonna. I already answered my question just now. All right, so look, now when it comes to the part where you're trying to figure out your main
modality.
Yeah, your main modality. I'm trying to figure out mine, but I just started like replaying in my head like what I've been saying recently, like today while we was on live. I said clicked. I said feel me. I said I'm not seeing where it's coming from.
Mm-hmm.
I said I'm trying to see what you're saying.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm guessing it's in between visual, auditory, and kinesthetic, because click would be audio, I guess. Feel me will obviously be kinesthetic, and I don't see what you're saying will obviously be visual.
If you had to ask me, I would say you're primarily audio and then kinesthetic and then visual.
You know what? I was thinking that. So
you got to hear it. And after you hear it, you got to feel what you're hearing. And then after you feel what you're hearing, you can see it.
Yeah.
Just going off of, like you said, the different words that you use to describe reality.
I gotta hear it, then I gotta feel it, and then I gotta see it. I gotta hear it, to feel it, to see it. That's how it's supposed to connect, like that.
Just from what I observe about you, it looks like you're chained. It looks like you're chained. Because I don't know how soon David does go into it, but he does talk about the little chain. I don't know the official name for it, but how we have a primary one and then we have a second one.
I remember you saying this is one of the early ones. It was like 1.2, 1.3, something like that. I gotta go over there.
I know there's a name for it. Yeah, I'm not that far into it yet. It's starting to get like some computer programming type shit, man. I didn't know it got to this level. I thought it was just hypnotizing words. No, man, this is this is a legit science.
Damn. Crazy thing is that sometimes I remember, like, usually when I walk into the street, sometimes when I was younger, and then you got like certain people that come up to you and talk to you when you're office buildings. I just remember it's like the way they shake your hand and stuff. It's like sometimes you'll wonder why people shake your hands like so aggressively and firmly like that.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. You never know. Never know what happened. You can't see what's in your mind too, so it's weird.
Sometimes it means something, sometimes it doesn't. You know, it's all context also. Remember that. Context as far as how it relates to other clues. Just because someone has their hands in their pockets doesn't mean they're hiding something. They might be cold.
That's true.
They might have fucked up nails or something like that, you know. You never know. But it's all about context. You stacked up the clues together.
Also, at the end of the day, no matter what somebody tries to do, you have the control at the end.
Yes. That's some good lemonade. Country time.
Oh man, pink one or yellow?
Yellow one.
Sour or sweet?
It's actually pretty nicely balanced.
Does it
I
remind you
prefer
of an
sour.
old time when you were in the sun drinking lemonade?
I can't help but think about it. I tried not to. Here I am thinking about the damn sun. Really?
You be slick as hell. I see you. I see you, bro.
Okay.
Go back to that moment. Make the picture big.
Go back to that moment. How sweet.
How sweet was it? How do you yeah, you can't scale that. You can't scale that.
When you say good lemonade, how good?
Very good. And you see, like when you get to the how good part, you immediately go to the numbers and scale it from like 1 to 10.
Yeah, you go searching for another way to quantify.
Yeah.
Hmm.
So John, when you go from reading to application, you already have you have the concept down packed, and then you just pretty much freestyle with it, you know, when you communicate with people. Or is it something in the book where they give you examples as to how you would ask these questions or something like that, or different scenarios?
To be honest, I take it kind of like the magic. I am kind of winging it, but I'm trying to stick to what I've learned so far. Just like with tarot, I did readings before I understood tarot, but I worked within the boundaries of what I understood. So I'm not going to be out here trying to do something that I'm not ready for.
Yeah.
The first part of David's videos gave me, as far as I'm concerned, the framework, right? Number one, know your outcome, right?
Yeah.
Control your state, get rapport, utilize language, manage their state, jump into their process, right? Target their criteria and values. That right there, if you can just memorize that part, the whole thing now is just how you're doing each one of those steps.
Get a report doesn't have to be like a long process either, right?
It doesn't, but it's extremely necessary. Everything else is irrelevant unless you have rapport.
Yeah.
All right, so give me examples of what it'd be like to have a strong rapport.
Y'all both laughing, crack a joke, you know what I'm saying?
So just make everything, so create a good vibe.
Create a good vibe, yeah. If you notice, it's universal. When Black folks get together, we don't get right to business. We catching up on something, we talking, we laughing. You know, yeah, you do something first that builds rapport, then we get to business. It's universal. It's almost rude to jump into business right off the bat.
Yeah.
Damn. Now that I think of that, because I don't know, sometimes I like to get straight to what I came here to do sometimes.
Mm-hmm.
But then when you realize it's like after, it ends up nothing really getting done as you expect it to.
Mm-hmm.
When you serving people, when everything's good, everybody's happy. That's why they say it's good to make good gestures and shit like that. and don't come to the party empty-handed and shit like that.
Yeah.
Okay, I get it. Okay.
Rapport is crucial.
So it's like the common sense shit like you will use to manipulate somebody. Like, oh, you're gonna reel them in low key, but not manipulate in a bad way. But yeah, manipulate in a bad way. But
The old saying says you want to meet people on their level, right? There's no point in talking down to someone or talking up to somebody. You want to speak to someone in their own language.
I remember this guy. A friend of mine had said, when those timeshares, I think they call it timeshares, where people go to like fucking Disney World and shit, and then they be trying to pitch them on, packages and shit. Well, there was one dude that my friend said that one dude, one of these people that came up to him and they was just really aggressive in how they were trying to sell them, like on the product and stuff. And they had this one guy that came, black dude, and he was just like, "Hey man, yeah, they got me over here doing all this crazy stuff, man. My dang nerves and stuff. How y'all doing? And he started talking, but the way he said before he knew it, they were signing up for that shit because he came in a different angle, And when you get into sales and stuff like that, copywriting, NLP comes up naturally, in my opinion. So that's what it did for me.
Yeah.
I mean, it's almost when you get into copywriting or doing ad copy, or you get into sales, they definitely reach, all them damn tactics that those guys come to the little group meetings and shit that you sit in and learn this shit. That's probably learned from David and them.
Yeah. But that's crazy though. Look at how disarming that is. You're used to the meme of a salesman being a salesman, but somebody comes at you as a homie, as a friend, as one of you. You're not even thinking sales. You're thinking, oh, okay, this dude is coming. I like this guy. He's very friendly. It's very disarming.
But I don't. That friendly shit don't work around too much anymore to me. I don't know. Like.
And like Abraham says, you can fool some people all the time, all the people some of the time, but you can't fool all the people all the time.
Right. Because them patterns, like what's name was talking about earlier, pick up on that shit. So it's kind of like you're taking advantage of the touch and go aspect of this, of these. So you would have to employ different tactics or different ways of doing things after some time, because when people pick up on what you're doing, it would people are still building up defenses and stuff. So you have to kind of like, you're taking advantage of those little moments where people are not really paying attention,
Right. Okay, boom, there we go. I found a quote, not the one I was looking for. It says NLP is a technology, and technology should be invisible. Do you think about the technology in your computer?
No, but we know that shit's fire.
Wow.
I was looking for the quote where they were talking about rapport and how you don't need to even do any of this stuff without rapport, but I can't find it. What I did find though is just to answer an earlier question, the quote here says, "This means that we don't need to teach or give advice. We just need to ask the right question and draw that information out." Boom.
And I got a book called A Power of Questions, but they don't really go into it this damn deep. Well, maybe I need to reread that shit.
Oh, is that where that book that you got what words to say will come into play?
Who got that book?
Talking to me?
Yeah, you know that book you got? It's like what words to say.
Where's it?
Yeah, that one. Yeah, that one. Words that change minds. Is that where all the language patterns and stuff will come into? When you're asking the right questions?
Yeah, so this goes into that a lot. but it mostly goes into the type of people that you deal with. And just like you said, you got some of that shit that would work on me, don't work on you because you're a different type of person. There's like two types of people in all different stages. You know, like the proactive and reactive, internal, external, toward and away from. Some people are motivated by talking about by connecting with the goal, right? The dude that I spoke with, he's more motivated by moving towards the idea of winning the championship, where some people are motivated by the idea of losing. Does that make sense?
They're scared. Oh, some people are motivated by getting up and continuing the journey and following the journey, and some motivated by not trying to be down on the ass and
Not be left out, left behind, and I don't want to end up like my dad, or I don't want to end up like this guy, or I don't want to be one of them.
Understood. Yep.
Follow the language, you can see what type of person is which, right? You got proactive and reactive, right? And I think that's pretty self-explanatory. You got those who do the work, and then those who follow, right? Internal and external. KP, you're more internal, right? Somebody who I can figure this out. I got it. You know what I'm saying? I don't need to know if I'm doing it right. I'm doing it right. Then you got external, and these are people who need more feedback just to make sure they're on the right track. Two different types.
What's that book? Can you pull it up again?
Yeah, this one here. Words That Change Minds.
Yeah.
Now it's starting to click.
Yeah. And I've had this for 2 years, but like you said, now it's starting to click.
So now it's like the words do matter because what's behind the words.
The words matter to who you're talking to.
The words matter to who you're talking to. And it's not about the words, it's how you say it.
It's making sure you're saying the right things to the right person. This NLP stuff, it's custom to the audience that you're speaking to. So this is why it's so important to listen to who you're talking to and not just be talking, you know? I don't know if you guys, well, shit, you know, I'm really not trying to, anyway, I speak differently to you than I do to Mike or to Anand, Chango, or whoever. Well, there's a reason for that, because I'm having a conversation with you. I'm not just talking at you.
Oh, okay. Because you've talked to me enough to see my patterns.
Right.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, all right.
The human is a pattern recognition system. So if you train yourself to recognize specific types of patterns, this stuff happens intuitively. Then you don't have to think about it while you're doing it. Just like you're already noticing. If you just listen to how people communicate, they tell you their modality. They mostly see, they mostly hear, they mostly feel, right?
Mm-hmm.
And a little touch of taste, a little touch of smell. But if you hear how a person talks, you can speak back to them in their language, and the communication is so much better.
Oh, so the words book is teaching you how to speak those different languages with those words.
Yeah, in a way. It doesn't really go into VAKOG, but it goes into other things.
Okay.
This one is more focused on like productivity and organization and stress and things like that, motivation. Because I noticed, like, when I was working at my last job, like just before I got that book, or just as I got it, everybody fucking complained about everything. Now, I naturally was just trying to motivate people and keep people positive, you know, because number one, I don't want to hear all that shit. But number two, life is better when you enjoy it. And there would be some people who I could motivate, and then others, it don't matter what the hell I said, they are going to complain. And I always wonder, is it me? Is it them? But now I'm starting to see. Just like you can't really tell an Aquarius what to do by telling them what to do. You have to suggest it. Likewise, that those people at work who I was able to help have a better day, They were more external. They needed to hear from the outside. They were having a bad day because the boss either wouldn't give them good feedback or the feedback they got was bad. Versus the internal people, they didn't care what kind of feedback. They was just going to complain because they were having a bad day.
So they basically needed something from the outside to stimulate them on the inside, so it doesn't feel like someone's telling them what to do.
Right.
So that's why you would suggest it. Oh, okay. Oh.
Yeah, it's a powerful ass skill, man. How to win friends, how to win friends and influence people really highlights that. You know, when you this is when you know how to do this, and you can, if you desire to move up in a company, yeah, you're gonna have these. This is what they pay people high dollar for, of being able to move and maneuver through people and to move groups of people and understand people. That's how these people are, because you become more valuable to the company than just a mere somebody packaging something, you know what I'm saying, just doing physical work. You know what I mean? Like, when you know how to move people and understand people and move large groups of people and get shit done in a way, in an effective manner, they're gonna pay you a lot of money for that type of skill. You know,
Yes.
so it is a very important skill to learn. Very important skill. You know.
Man, I couldn't imagine Mike going back to freaking Lowe's or something like that.
Oh my
Say if I
God.
did, like, it would be a wrap. You know, I would either move up into management if I wanted to, or it would have to fire me.
Yeah.
All right, so let's do a little role play for a second.
Oh.
So look, soon I'm gonna be starting some security job or something. So how you think I would use NLP doing security?
Well, what's step one? What is step one of David's process?
Know your outcome.
Yep.
Right. So really it depends on you. What are you trying to get?
My outcome would be,
if I was at Lowe's, my outcome would be, if I was at Lowe's and I knew all this shit, my outcome would be, how can I do less work and get away with it? How can I get all the responsibility off of me and still get paid?
Do an example with all the like, let's break it down with all the steps. All right, so you said
step one is know your outcome.
So know your outcome. You said at Lowe's you would.
Oh yeah, if this is old me at Lowe's 2-3 years ago, I would want to get away with doing less work and still get paid for it and not get in trouble. Which I kind of had an intuition on how to get away with that, but I do it much better. There's a female that I worked with, and she was a fucking pro at this. She essentially would flirt with dudes, like ask them for their help. And while she's flirting with them, she would low-key get them to do her job, lift shit, get on the machines and forklift shit, get shit down. All the while she's flirting with them. So it's like they don't realize they're doing her job for her, even though she just asked them for like, hey, could you do this one thing for me? But they will get pulled along all day if they let themselves.
Oh, so flirting is kind of like NLP because it's stimulating emotions and stuff like that too, right?
Hypnotism, mesmerism. So you know, on the machine, the forklift thing where you're up there, you know, driving it and getting shit down, you have to have a spotter, right? You gotta have somebody in front. You gotta have somebody in front of you. So here she is with those extremely tight ass jeans in front of you while you driving. So it's like, it was easy. I'm watching her. It's so easy.
You see her turn around while she asks you the question.
But she played the game.
She started pointing and she turned. Y'all can visualize it. That's wild.
bending over to pick something up, all that. And you sitting here just doing the work. And here's the thing, you're not even doing your work that you're supposed to do. You getting in trouble.
Gotta
Hey,
shut
but
down the
still,
whole lumber department, bro.
yep.
The lumber
Seen it.
department.
I know, because I used to work at fucking Lowe's for like 3 years. yo.
Oh goodness. Were you lumber?
I was lumber, and then I did receiving.
Okay. Well, they had just got this new position where because the
Oh
internet
my
was
God. I just saw what you did, Trav.
uh-oh. And I'm
They
coming
just
back.
said,
I'm coming back to it. I just want to share that story. But yeah, like the internet thing, there where you can receive internet orders, where she would actually be the one to go to the back, get the orders, and bring it to the front. Some of it was up, up in the stock room and the racks and shit. So instead of going to get the heavy shit, because sometimes it was lumber, sometimes it was heavy shit. Instead of getting a pallet jack or whatever, she'd walk up, flirt with somebody, have them come walk with her to do it for her, bring it to the front all day long. But yeah, know your outcome. The next is to control your state. So I would imagine a person like that probably didn't want to flirt with all these people, but did it because it was useful and it was appropriate. Just like
so
if you're working.
Huh? No, go.
Well, just like if you're working with a certain kind of person, you may not like them personally, but if this thing has to go down in this way, you might as well not let your personal feelings block your outcome that you're trying to attain.
Oh, so basically like fake it till you make it because you gotta do it or some shit. Like
Yes.
fuck with it. Okay.
Strippers do it all the time.
It is what it is, it's just business.
Right.
Okay.
They don't want to be up there talking to you, but they do it because it's related to their outcome. But it is so much better when you actually are enjoying what you're doing, because people can feel that.
Is a fact. So
let's also not, try to pretend that we can just deceive everyone and be this fake and phony person and people gonna fall for it. No, it's better when it's better when you can control, like it says, control your state. That doesn't necessarily mean be phony. That means control your state. So if you can get yourself into it, that's even better.
Is controlling your state like maintaining your friend?
Ooh. State and frame are interchangeable. So spot on.
What you mean by interchangeable? Like they can, I'm bugging.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Your state is your mindset and your emotions at the time, at any given moment. Okay. But yeah, get rapport is the next step. So before she comes over to flirt with you, she's got to get her mind right. Control your state, get rapport, utilize language, right? The words, the wordplay. And I think somebody else pointed out earlier, language isn't just what you say, but it's also how you say it.
Their tonality.
Body language, right? Utilize language.
Talking with your hands. It's crazy. I remember when I was in high school, I used to hate presentations. But one day I said, fuck it. I'm gonna just pretend and just have fun with it. So I was pretending like I was one of these white not these white niggas, but one of these TED Talk people, how they always had the same flow, tone, and then they always do these little hand movements here and there, acting like not acting, but just being professional. So I was just playing and acting like it. I'm just looking at them, and there's the classmates. They're looking at me, and I'm just playing around, but they're taking me serious. But in my head, I'm just playing. So since that day, I was like, whoa, I guess using your hands is important. And I don't know, just something about sounding like a professional person. It has like a ring, like when someone's trying to be professional, I guess.
Yeah, it taps into something, and you kind of just know what's happening. You just know.
That's so you're trying to tell me that there's like a subconscious categorized tonality that shows when someone's being professional. That's I guess things are pre-built, I guess.
A lot of things are pre-built.
It makes sense why it could be unconsciously pre-built, because can things be unconsciously pre-built?
Absolutely.
So it's like you think that like media and all that like programmed us with that. So when it's time for them to use it, they know that you already know what it is. It's like putting people in like a structure already.
Well, yeah. And that's mimetic magic. That's what we have with symbols. That's what we have with the subconscious mind. That's why McDonald's is red and yellow. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. I'm willing to wager that each one of them notes correlate with a certain chakra. And
and the color that makes sense when they have like I used to always see like the notes and like notes correlate with a chakra, but that didn't make sense at first. And now that makes sense. That you just said that.
Yeah, man.
God damn. Never heard no one say that. That was crazy. That's cool.
Man, I wish I had some chocolate. What's that?
That song with I'm making my way downtown.
Oh,
now you bleeding.
No, what is it that now you bleeding the root chakra one getting on? Never know. I don't know. That's interesting.
Get.
Oh shit! What was the next one? Fuck, we were.
Oh my goodness! I came downstairs to grab a book and then I forgot which one.
We was at Get Rapport, I think.
Get Rapport, utilize language. I believe the next one is manage their state. I'll have to go back upstairs.
KP,
But
you was telling him.
You go ahead. What were you saying, Mike?
No. Then KP said that you was gonna. No, you said that you was gonna go back to something. KP said he saw what you did.
Oh yeah. I he was talking about the lumber. I peeped it. He said, "I can say it, Chad."
Yeah.
He said, "All right." So you said at first, you said, "Yeah, he was like that lumber section." And then he was like, "Yeah, I used to work there." He was like, "Oh, so you was in lumber?" And it was like the way he said it was like you didn't catch it. It was like he said, "Oh, so you did lumber?" Like some old like black grandpa did that shit.
Wait,
and
what?
Like, oh shit!
Oh man,
it broke up.
I'm sorry, that shit was funny. All right, so you said something about the lumber at Lowe's. You was like, "Yeah, I used to work there for 3 years," and then Trav asked, "Oh, so you did lumber?" You was like, "Yeah," and then that automatically reminded me of when David was like, you call the people on the phone, and he's like, you just give them their words back to you.
Oh, yeah.
So that's what I thought. I thought that's what you were. Oh, and then you did the yeah thing after.
Sheesh.
David talked. That was automatic. Oh shit.
Yeah. What I thought you were implying was that I was changing the subject, and like getting away from it.
Oh, no,
But
no,
these
no, no.
things that they also talk about is if you change the subject, well, shit, I found this out on my own. If you change the subject like 4 or 5 times, then the person that you're talking to forgets what y'all are talking about.
Right.
I thought you were saying I was changing the subject. That's why I was like, no, I'm gonna get back to it.
Oh, no.
But he did say echoing gets rid of like what did he say, like a certain percent of, and that like that echoing kind of just gets rid of all of the hard work of the NLP by echoing.
Mm-hmm.
But the thing about it though is like I'm trying to figure out like how to keep that thing kept the conversation flowing though. It sounded fluid. Like
Yeah,
that's why I fucked with it.
We want to talk more when we feel like we're heard, when we feel like we're understood. I mean, shit, that shit gets to me. Like even though I know this stuff, don't get it twisted. It still works on me. But when you feel understood and heard, it makes you want to continue communicating.
That's a
When you
fact.
feel like people don't understand you, it's like now you start to get self-conscious. Like, well, shit, maybe I sound weird right now, or maybe I'm wrong. Maybe they're just being nice. All these questions start coming in. But when somebody echoes what you just said, it takes all that away. And you're like, okay, they understood me. Let me say some more.
It does.
Yeah,
it makes the conversation
does.
sound like we both got see, it's like everybody has like, all right, you got it. It's like you confirm with each other. So it's
exactly.
like, it's like you unconsciously do it, but you consciously do it.
Mm-hmm. And that ties into the next step, which is manage their state.
Oh shit.
So the first one is know your outcome, right? Know what the hell you're doing this for. The next one is control your state, maintain your frame, get your mind right. The next one is get rapport, right? Get on my level, get on the same level, utilize language. So we're communicating, but you're not just, flapping your lips. You're communicating with intent. You know what I'm saying? You're communicating with a purpose now. Right now, the next step is manage their state. So since you guys have gained rapport, that means you're in the same state. You want to manage it. You want to keep it there, or you want to take it to where you're trying to go with it. Like, so you got to ask a difficult question. You still do these same things. You get rapport, and you ease them into where you're trying to go, so you can ask that difficult question. Whether it's talking about a raise or, some money or whatever. You can't just come out and ask that shit. You got to get rapport and ease into it. Like this is stuff that we kind of know intuitively.
Facts.
Yeah.
Sometimes you just can't ask. Well, sometimes you can. Sometimes you can't just straight off ask.
But when can you? You can when there's rapport already. When you already have long-standing rapport, right? If it's your homie, if it's your parents or whatever, somebody that you clearly have known for years, there's a level of rapport.
Facts. You're just not gonna go into. I just met Trav on the first day. I'm not just gonna go in his kitchen and go in his refrigerator.
Right. That's weird. You know what I'm saying? That's weird. It's not gonna sit well.
Facts. We don't have no rapport.
Right. But if we've been friends for some time, clearly I know you. You know me. You've been to my house a few times. You've been in my fridge a few times. You know what I'm saying?
Go get a beer, some shit.
Yeah. Rapport. And then you got some people who they know how to extend that rapport very quickly. That's one of the things that Pickup talks about with females, how to have rapid rapport like that.
So rapport is like trust.
Yeah, that's a good word for it. It's a type of trust. So after manage their state comes jump into their process. And I think that this is where the actual technology of NLP takes place. Manage their state. Get into their process. Jump into their process. Because you've got to be listening. You got to have understood by now what their modality is, what the obstacle may be, what are the dots that they're connecting or not connecting, what's going on in their head. You got to know these things before you can get to the next step. jump into their process. And again, I see this happening intuitively. I go back to my favorite example of the young lady I used to work with. She knew what I wanted. She knew what all those dudes wanted. She knew how to play with it in such a way to make us think that we're getting somewhere, even though she knows damn well we're not. That's the genius of it.
Yep, basic shit that we already understand too.
There was one time where I guess I don't know if she stole the iPhone or her her friend or her dude or somebody stole the iPhone. She brought it to me knowing that I'm this, computer nerd dude. And we're hanging out talking. She's talking about coming by my house after work. So of course I'm like, hell yeah. Comes over, what I'm saying, asking me to fix the phone. She never said or promised anything, but certain things were implied, right? If I was able to fix this phone. And she's all like sitting on my bed with the leggings and shit and all that good stuff. So clearly I'm working my hardest to figure out how to crack it. I'm over here breaking a sweat, boy. I'm on Google. I'm on the dark web. I'm gonna figure this thing out. I don't give a damn. Meanwhile, her man's on the phone and she's like, keeping him at bay. Really making it seem like, you know what I'm saying? Playing the game. Jumping into my process, right? Knowing what the hell I wanted and using that to get what she wanted. Wasn't able to fix it. So,
Where do you think she learned how to do that?
I think some females are either born with it or some other older woman teaches them. Let's just say it this way: this technology of NLP and whatnot, I think it was derived from observation of human behavior already.
Yo, I was about to say that.
Yeah,
You could.
yeah.
I feel like that like, how would I say, that structure of like moving and talking is like showed in movies as well.
Yes,
so like,
yes, it is.
Like you seeing like what you see like little high school movies, the bad bitch in the school trying to get the young nerds to do some shit.
Bingo.
Like you see this shit already in the movies. You see the stripper in the belly movies seducing the niggas. Like, yeah, you see it. Damn, this is like sometimes you just don't pay attention. I remember when I used to look at movies, I used to be like, damn, this shit really not gonna work. But hey, it's not just script. It's like it's real life language patterns, I guess.
Yes.
Shit, women got that natural advantage.
They do, but they don't know it.
Yeah.
Which means it's just like sports or being talented at any other thing. Someone may have natural skill, but the person who polishes and works and trains is gonna beat them every time.
Yeah.
Well, maybe not every time. That natural skill may, prove some things that you didn't expect. But someone who actually trains and polishes that skill, you know what I'm saying, you're gonna have an advantage over even the natural person.
I'm starting to believe like it could be. It's really like, all right. So you see, we have that statement, and then you have like the other side to it which is like the opposite, which is the person with the talent. I feel like it could go either way though, because like, that like, who made that quote? I will hire a lazy person because I find an easier way to do it.
Who said that shit?
Someone said that shit. I think Bill Gates said that shit. But it's like,
that's cool.
When you find the easier way to do something, you could beat the person who was sweating and trying hard for the longest. That's true. Anything can happen either way. Hey, everything's bad for truth, not permitted. Same shit.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
All right, so that's kind of like a quote that we could always go back to when we're in that situation. Sure. All right.
I think that was the final.
Huh? Now what were you gonna say?
I think I might have skipped a step. So jump in their process. That's more of knowing and seeing how their brain's functioning. But the last step is target their criteria and values. Target their
that
criteria.
was a little confusing.
Yeah.
Yeah. Target their criteria and values. What's it going to take for, okay, first of all, their values, right? How do they know it's good or bad? How do they know they're getting what they want? Like, how do they know what it is they want? Target their criteria. What is it going to take for them to realize that's where they are, right? How do I know I've achieved it? How do I know I failed? Like, how do I know? If you can figure out what a person's love, wow, that's something I learned from the church. Oh, bless me. That's what I learned from the church. How I was watching this documentary on healing, on faith healing, and one of the dudes, because my uncle was a pastor, and he had these videos that I was watching about it, and one of them was saying, when it comes to healing people, you need to first find out what it's going to take for them to believe that they're healed. At what point? You don't just walk up to somebody, put your hands on them, and say you're healed. No, you got to find out what's going to trigger for them so that they know, yes, I'm healed. If it takes for you to slap them on the forehead, if that's what they need, then that's what you do, right? If it takes for, they need some holy water sprinkled on them and they need everybody in the church to touch them and sing on them and all that stuff, then that's what it's going to take. But you got to target their criteria and values.
Not yours.
Right. It's never about you. You're just a facilitator.
But how do you find out someone that you've never met before on the first days, like criteria and values?
Well, that should happen in the manage their state, jump into their process stage. You got to elicit these things. You got to ask the questions. Elicitation, right?
Also, it's building up.
You got to get in there, figure it out, and then execute. David Snyder says the three things: this, understanding human behavior, asking questions, and observing responses, and creating a model. Right. Number one, skills of observation and calibration. Number two, skills of elicitation and investigation. Number three, skills of installation and implementation. So what does that mean? That means the first step is to observe and calibrate, right? To see what's going on and to adjust, right? Skills of observation and calibration. You can't jump in there just trying to call the shots and then just throw your weight around. No, you got to pay attention. You got to step in the room and observe first. The next is elicitation and investigation. Now you've got to find out. You don't guess, you don't mind read, you ask them, listen to them, pull it out, and investigate. Then after you have observed and you've pulled out what needs to be done, then it's installation and implementation. Then you do what needs to be done.
And it kind of seems like in step one and step two, skills of observation, skills of elicitation, while you're doing that process, the conscious mind of the other person should be tired. Would you say so?
Or at least relaxed, or in some state of trance, maybe.
Yeah, with all that questioning and that talking, hell yeah.
Yeah.
So that makes sense for the third step, the installation and implementation.
So to really go back to your original question, as far as like the new job and whatnot, what would have to be done, a lot of it depends on everything else, but we do know the criteria. The very first step is, of course, as we know, to know what you want out of this whole thing, know your outcome. That's always the first. And then, of course, this process, but in specific, you got to get up and observe and calibrate, observe what's going on in calibrate, right? That goes back to controlling your state, getting rapport. And the next is elicitation and investigation. Now that you've observed, you see who needs to be talked to, who needs to be avoided, you know what I'm saying? Calibration, how you act around this person, that person, what not to do. Then you get to the elicitation and investigation. That's asking questions directly and indirectly, right? Elicitation and investigation, and that's actually utilizing language, managing their state. And then finally, installation and implementation. This is where you do what needs to be done with whoever it needs to be done with. And that's where we get jumping into their process and targeting their criteria and values.
Oh, 2, 4, 6.
Mhm.
Two steps for each. And the third. Okay. So everything is basically blueprint for you to get to each step. So your whole process should be getting to the person's criteria and values while you're asking all the questions and you're building rapport.
There you go. So it's not just asking questions. It's not like, say Veronica's here talking and I'm just asking her dumbass questions for no reason because I'm trying to sound smart. No, I'm asking questions. I'm trying to get somewhere. When she was talking about, the reincarnation, and she was talking about, the spirits and where are we going to go and who the spirit, my question was, who are you? Like, who am I? Who is the I? Because the point that I was trying to get at was, what is reincarnating? What is the thing that is reincarnating? What is the thing that's going this place or that place? Is it the body? Is it the ego personality? Is it the soul? Like, and again, it's not always for me to make a point, but it's to start a thought process. Dang. Page is marked. Because like what dude said in this black book, it's not about me trying to solve a problem. It's asking the right question.
Asking the right question. Asking, you shall receive.
And this goes back to asking yourself these questions as opposed to affirmations.
Asking, you shall receive.
Mm-hmm.
Was it asking the kings of heaven to be? Did I mix that up?
Yeah, that's a different verse. Pull it down upon you abundantly, shaking over, running over. Okay, here we go.
So this process that we're talking about now, this is over. We said
over what?
Like an overt system, because David Snyder talks about how he has an overt and covert. I didn't get into the covert one, the CPI one, but I'm just wondering, would you say this is like, it is kind of overt because it's like you're not, I wouldn't even say it's overt. Well, not hidden, basically. I can't really tell.
I would say that, okay, so I heard overt and covert. What are you asking about those specifically? You
I'm
said
asking, would you say like this system, like the manager state, get rapport, elicitation, implementation, like those, that structure right there, would that be like an overt structure, not hidden in plain sight structure, or would that be like the covert, like hidden, doing it without them knowing? Yeah, it would be covert because they wouldn't know.
it is covert, but it's also overt because this deals with the whole. This is the whole modus operandi. You know what I mean? This is your whole method. Like, this is the overarching game plan. I think the covert part would represent the strategies used. Maybe like instead of asking direct questions, you're asking indirect questions, like that kind of thing. That's more covert. The mirroring.
An indirect question would be like, why is there mud on the bottom of your shoes or some shit? Nah, that's direct.
That's direct too. Let's say, for example, your girl you think might have been out with somebody or your ex, you know what I'm saying, if you care, might have been out with somebody or whatever. And you clearly don't want to just ask, but you're asking other questions to get to it. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Oh,
Right.
it's the build up shit. Okay. The build up shit. Okay.
You had fun with your friends today?
that
You
type
had
of
fun
shit.
with your friends today? Yeah.
What's funny is like it can be so obvious if you don't know how to do it.
Yeah.
And we be trying so hard to make it, you know what I'm saying? It seemed like we trying to be slick. Yeah, but what's your friends today?
And you see how like that's like the perfect example. Like he could have said anything else.
Mm-hmm.
Oh man.
And what sucks is sometimes when they figure it out and they answer it in an open way so that you can't get no kind of data from it.
Damn.
So you got to try again. But you don't want to try again right away. You throw in some little bullshit conversation and come back to it.
Nah, this system is I mean, this topic is fire. Like
it is. It is.
Whew. Damn. Yo, do you what are you gonna say?
I'm excited because I'm actually starting to get it.
I'm almost there. You're making it clear though. Making it very clear.
Awesome.
Do you still you still upload like basic videos in your channels? Like I know like sometimes you always put like the motivational stuff, like keep your head up, you're almost there, those type of videos. Do you still plan on doing like more shadow work videos and stuff like that?
Yes. I just placed my order for my computer today. That's what I've been waiting on.
Oh, so you're gonna do more of those with the new computer?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, so you're gonna do the better editings and stuff?
Oh yeah, green screen coming too.
Oh, so you're gonna you still gonna fuck with the less advanced and ritual of the pentagram?
Yeah, I'm gonna pick up where I left off, but it's gonna be more concentrated. Yeah.
You should go.
No, you go ahead.
You sure? Yeah, because I was just gonna say like, all right, I'm gonna go. I was gonna say if you're gonna do like a shadow work video, go to the super mastery, self mastery course, and then go to like the gray room. Pull out certain things you get from that. I thought that one like it really reminisced on when like in the beginning of your videos you used to talk about like it kind of reminds me of like throwing the garbage out of your subconscious mind and cleaning up. It was very similar.
Okay.
It was just different though. It was like we pretended that there was a computer screen, there were files, and then you were reaching out and throwing those files into the garbage can, the trash can, like the recycling bin on the computer.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I don't know. I thought that was very. People will probably fuck with that on the channel. Mix it up a little bit.
Okay.
Something.
Guided meditation or something, or.
And I mean, it's David Snyder showing you how to do the gray room, and it's in the super self mastery. So when you get a chance, look at it. But it just reminded me of like showing you how to do shadow work. Sometimes you feel like I remember in the beginning when you was telling me do shadow work, it's like I don't know what it should look like. You know what I mean? And it gave a perspective of the people that bought the course. They were all sitting there. He brought them up, and they did it themselves after he taught them, showed them. He just recorded them doing it for themselves, and under like 6 minutes, 7 minutes.
Okay. I don't think I got that far yet. Sheesh.
I don't know, man. The channel's gonna have a lot of new content.
Yes, that's part of the reason why I also haven't been making much because yeah, it's gonna give me a whole lot of. It's like a flow, you get in and you put out, but I stopped putting out, so like what I have to give now is overflowing, and I wanted it to give it kind of time to mix and mesh with the occult stuff too, because I don't want to just completely switch gears and start talking about this stuff.
and then you're gonna put on a suit in a video, talk about NLP with a clipboard. I'm not a clipboard, a whiteboard.
Whiteboard. I'm gonna have my shirt buttoned down to the 5th button.
Hey, it's Travis Majors. We're gonna talk about neurologistic programming.
True enough to be true.
True enough to be true.
Or mix the NLP with the code. You got the whiteboard, you got a classroom, they got the Lucifer sigil on the wall or some shit.
In the background.
Yeah. You got a fucking fucking dashiki on you.
Big ass on.
Dashiki.
Brothers and sisters only.
Fuck around, put a fez on.
Oh Lord. The Prince of Paladins. I'm an entertainer at heart, so
That's crazy that you just said that. Richard, I just saw something with Richard Bandler. He said, like I just watched it like a couple minutes ago. He said education should be edutainment. Like entertainment and education.
Huh? You remember your favorite teachers from school? They have all been entertaining, like not dry. They were fun people. They made it fun. I still remember my 3rd grade teacher, Mr. Marzak.
Yeah, Mr. Mahone. That was my 3rd grade teacher. That's crazy.
He made it fun.
He was in Disney movies, yeah. So
good.
Yeah, he was in like 3 Disney movies. So I don't understand how you was in Disney movies and now you're my 3rd grade teacher. You ever saw I don't know if I even seen that. I probably a little Max Keeble.
They sound familiar. Max Keeble.
Johnny Capahala. Never heard that? Damn.
What kind of role did you
do? A farmer.
Okay. Yeah, I want to really utilize what I've been learning with the mimetic magic and just all this different stuff. I don't think it should be presented in a very dry and cold way. I think it should be served hot and fun. So I think people also learn a little bit better when it's on the borderline of, is it serious or is this not to be taken serious? Because I think my initial approach, I may have been trying to be a bit too serious. So I might ease that up just a little bit. I'm not sure.
Use that humor.
Just a little bit.
It's too much of something is not always good.
Right. Is that, and also understanding the fact that people typecast very easily. People still see an archetype that they need. And if you keep playing that archetype, it's very hard to leave. I don't really stay the same thing for too long, so.
So You say you usually don't stay on the same thing for too long?
I usually don't stay the same person, the same character for too long.
Character. You play different characters on your channel?
Well, if you look at it, yeah, from the beginning, me sitting in front of the couch, you know, that was different from me being in my room with all the colors, you know, the first time where the camera was super clear, to moving to me in front of, like, you know, the purple curtain and shit like that, to Instagram. It's a bit of that evolution and a change, I would say.
Damn.
Yeah, because I remember a time when you really, well, I don't know if I was following you that long. You might have been hitting Instagram up a lot. Maybe I just seen it more rampantly lately.
Damn, you really paid attention to the little shit about your content. I didn't even realize that.
Got to.
Say what now, KP?
So I didn't realize how much in detail he went in with constructing the different seasons of he wants his videos to look like. In this period of time, he wants to do this or portray this type of energy, personality, and then try. I guess he was like doing trial and error. See what energy people like the most, right?
That combined with, you know, what I was at the time.
Oh, how like your life was at the time and how it was playing out in your videos.
Yeah. It did get kind of ridiculous. I mean, in the beginning, I would meticulously try to structure those pillows on that couch so that they would be different every single time. 2, 4, 6 pillows. And how many different combinations can you possibly have?
Oh, he was going for the background scene too. Oh, shit. Oh, the incense. Oh,
Yeah.
the incense smoke.
But I was also trying to have things the same, so it would seem timeless, so it wouldn't seem like, you know, it was dated, but also make them slightly different. So depending on which time you saw it, it would be different but the same. Like, I don't know, I like to play with time in that way to make things timeless but different each time.
Oh, so having like this, like the same exact clothing or scenery and clothing in the video. Kind of like every time you open up your TV, you know, like the characters in the cartoon gonna have the same clothes on.
Bingo. The only thing that I would have changed if I could is the hair. I would have kept it the exact same, but that's not really possible. So. But that helps, I think, also with the subconscious mind. It's a sigil. All of it is a sigil. The whole process. It's a ritual also. Greetings, peace, opening and close.
And it gets people to say that shit when they're not around. It's TK Trav. Okay. Huh?
I want to know, did you let your brother in the house yet? Remember that one video he was knocking, like somebody was knocking like crazy.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
Oh, you maintained your frame, bro.
Oh man, memories. So I moved out of that apartment and it didn't take 6 months and they have both moved back in. That's wild. But they won't be interrupting because I blocked the doors. So yeah, this next time around, I think I'm going to be teaching the same information and also blended with the occult. Like if you mix occult with this stuff that we're learning today, it makes it effective because now we know how to make it effective. You see what I'm saying? As opposed to before it was trial and error, hit and miss. Now you know how to make the Goetia work. The modality. Now you know how to make the path working work. With your gray room techniques, right?
You said with the what?
With your gray room techniques and all the other techniques.
Mm.
You know how to power up your signals now. Anchoring.
Anchoring is like powering up your sigils.
It's another word for it.
I didn't get to that part yet. Oh, there's a whole course on that one too.
Yeah, and Winter even mentioned about the computer clock and shit like that. But yeah, this is essentially anchoring.
Oh, speaking of the computer clock, he does a test where he puts you in trance, and it's like you suggest your subconscious mind to wake you up right when the timer hits 30 seconds, and they test it out right there on video. And it's like, I guess, like a practice to trust the conscious mind. It was cool. The girl woke up like twice back to back at 30 seconds.
Cool.
That was type of cool.
I did that with myself this morning. Not that exactly, but because sometimes my sleeping schedule is weird and I want to go to sleep, but I don't want to miss the meeting. So like, all right, I'm gonna wake up at 6. I have enough time to wake up and get ready. But just in case, I'm gonna set an alarm. But I'm gonna wake up before this alarm. I don't know if it was in Snyder's course or maybe I saw in the book, but they talked about how sometimes people would tap themselves a certain number of times, like 7 times, because they want to wake up at 7. Was that in the course?
Nah, I've heard
I
that
haven't
before.
heard that one yet.
I've heard that before.
I think it was in it. It might have been one of the other videos because I watched some of the other ones while I sleep. But one of them he was talking about there's people sometimes who tap themselves 7 times to wake up at 7 o'clock or whatever. So I figured, all right, I'm gonna try it. I went to bed for 5 hours and I had the most beautiful rest of all week. And I woke up at 5:57, 3 minutes before 6.
Mm.
But I
So
recall
we-
doing this before, like at work when I had to wake up early in the morning, and I hated that shit because I stayed up so late. But what I would do to trigger it was I would pray. I'd be like, all right, Lord Jesus, please wake me up on time so I can get to work on time and not be late and get fired. I used to always do that. That was my prayer to Christ. And it always seemed to work. He always woke me up, or I always woke up in time.
So you were saying like that prayer is no different from like using magic on yourself and stuff like it's no different.
No different.
So how would you connect prayer and NLP?
The same thing as affirmations, is it not?
Dear Lord Jesus.
Praying to Jesus while I'm working with the Goetia.
Dear Lord Jesus, please make sure King Payman gets my manifestation on time. Imagine.
Lord, please let me wake up so I don't get fired. Every time. I was doing that for years and it worked each time.
And all you can do is have faith after you say that. Like, what else can you do? So,
Exactly. Let go and let God, like Mike said.
Oh man. This is crazy. Shit. Damn. So I'm pretty sure that influence one is just mixed with a whole bunch of different shit.
Influence.
Yeah, the 2019 Kill Influence.
Okay, yeah. That's the one I didn't finish downloading.
Whew. Man.
Apparently, I'm trying to work myself up to consistently reading about 55 pages a day.
Damn,
if I do that, that's going to knock out a lot of these books.
55 pages of one book, one.
Or at least 55 pages at all in the day. I try to keep it within about 2 or 3 books at a time.
So you probably do like 15 chapters, 16 chapters each. 16 pages each book.
Something like that.
Are you the type are you the type to not like to stop in like the middle of the chapter?
Yeah, I prefer not to do that. My main thing is it's easy to keep going once I'm there. My most difficult thing is starting. It is the hardest for me to start. Some days it'll take me a whole hour to get out of the bed, or fucking 3 hours to get out of my room.
I feel that. You don't even get like tired of reading these long ass pages, just rambling and shit like that. I found myself going back to the page like 6 times. That shit is annoying. Some things.
I don't know. I feel like an archaeologist. Like I really feel like I'm digging for something. Like these words are dirt, and I'm like shoveling through, like digging for this treasure. Like I'm looking for treasure. That's how I take it.
Seems like you got both poles. You're looking for treasure, but you got content you need to put out.
Yeah, that's the one I've been neglecting. But I know how to capture and keep attention, so I'm not too worried. Once I start, it'll be business as usual.
So what you gonna do with the Hermetics and the Mystical Kabbalah?
We're still moving on that. Liv, Bunny Queen, gave me a suggestion just before the meeting that might be a good idea for me to make specific videos on each chapter for people who are just catch up and stuff like that.
Like kind of like the step 1 video?
Yeah. If not reading it, then maybe just like breaking it down, where it's just like me talking about it.
Yeah, I ain't gonna lie, like that Zango dude, we moving me left and right, like mentally. Like I'll be like, what are you talking about sometimes? But I'm like, oh yeah, you saying some shit.
Yeah. It's some people that don't like that, and some people that do, you know.
I mean, if we're looking at like, I'm pretty sure like if you made a whole video just on it, like on yourself talking about it, that could be like, them days when you was looking for a video on fucking Chakma and shit, you can never find it.
Yeah.
Like a good video.
Yeah.
So probably throw one of those 15-minute ones.
Breaking down the different spheres.
Yeah. or how you could use them and shit. Magus, Kabbalah, summary or perspective or whatever.
I might end up turning these notes into a little book.
Oh
I think
shit.
that's what I'm gonna do. Flesh it out some more, make a book
The Travis Notebook.
based on mystical Kabbalah.
That's the title right there. Travis Magus Notebook. TK Trav Notebook based on Mystical Kabbalah. Volume 1.
I think they're all gonna be called Magus. One of them's gonna be like Magus Astrology, Magus Kabbalah, Magus Goetia.
Magus.
That way it'll have that consistency to it. I can make all the book covers the same, just different colors.
Oh, corresponding to like what sphere that like the information will go in or some shit.
Yes, yes.
Oh. So if it's like in astrology, what sphere would that go into?
Typically, the stars and the astrology and the zodiac is related to Chakma. Chakma.
Hakma. All right, so what would it go? Where should go through your side, right?
I think they're more related to Hod, according to Franz Barton. But I didn't read that book yet. The 72 Genie of Hod. Is that what they call it, Mike?
That's what they call it? 72 demons of Hod? Oh, shit.
In Franz Barton's book, his second book, The Practice of Evocation, there's a chapter or a section that talks about the 72 Genie of Hod, Mercury, 72 spirits of Mercury. That's it.
That's dope. Yo, I saw one of your music, one piece of your music. Your old performer name was Kid Electric or some shit like that.
Yeah, it was.
Imagine if like you made it into like a story of like this young like animated character like Kid Electric or some shit, and he was learning and going through all these fucking books to learn some shit, and he was teaching you on the way, like kind of like a storybook of this like animated character. That would be mad cool. That'd take mad long though.
That's not too far from the original idea, but it was more on the artificial intelligence side of it. It was a story of artificial intelligence that was going under an experiment. People wanted to know what it was, if it didn't know that it was artificial and it experienced human emotions. So the songs were really like about this experiencing being human.
Ooh. Nah, that would be a capturing story. And then you teaching niggas how to use certain things in each chapter. Oh yeah. You'd be like, oh yeah, that would be fire. A story mix. That's kind of like having entertainment mixed with education.
Yeah.
I can't wait. Okay. I'm gonna get a copy. I'm gonna buy it. I'm gonna support.
Nice. I got a few ideas. I am gonna still make music. I think I'm gonna try, maybe working on a type of a project that's more of like a guided meditation kind of thing, but not in the cheesy way that most people might think. Make it relevant.
You say guided hypnosis and guided meditation the same thing?
Yes, it's path working. So, I mean, you got people that listen to music and songs like every day on repeat. What if you got something that's actually instilling positive, helpful messages. You know what I'm saying? So you're
Yo,
singing
speak.
along. Hmm?
Nah, keep going, keep going.
I was saying, so you're sitting here singing along and like repeating, you know what I'm saying, messages that are actually building yourself up, you know, and it sounds good. I think that'd be freaking cool.
That would be cool. Instead of kids saying, "All my friends are dead,"
Right.
or nah, that would be. Oh shit. Oh shit. I'm about to have this shit down to a better T than the government.
Don't say that too loud.
Shit.
But yeah, I got the green screen and the TV, so now I can get back on my my Photoshop and graphic design and all that stuff.
You do all that by yourself?
Yeah. I was doing a lot of this before the YouTube stuff. I just kind of I just stopped really because of YouTube. Not because of YouTube, but you know.
So you fucked with like the Fruity Loops and the Ableton and shit too?
Oh yeah. I was teaching people how to do that before I was teaching people how to do this.
Oh no. Oh,
a lot of the music I was making, man, it's like people are just now getting to. It's still some shit I was doing that they're not even doing yet. But I heard a song recently where they just now started doing it. So I already know I was tapped into some of that future stuff.
yeah, that's crazy.
I'm
Now,
definitely.
imagine if you saw how like Bandler suggested you to fall asleep in that video. Imagine if you could like put different inductions into like the guided meditation.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Mm.
But not necessarily sleeping stuff, because you know people could be driving.
Yeah,
Just
like as an example.
to help people get over, you know, a lot of the blockages they may have.
Oh. Damn.
I am a god. Kanye was going in the right direction.
Yo, that's crazy. I always have to ask you about that. That's wild. That I don't know. I feel like Kanye be using memetics and shit.
Hell yeah, this dude is an expert. This dude is a pro, a master. You watching how he's moving?
Yeah, I see it. I seen that like the clip he had the other day. And he was talking about words and stuff like that. And I don't understand how he jumps back on the. I know there's something behind the Jesus thing though.
Absolutely.
I don't know. It don't matter though, I guess. It's just shit. It's really a mental game though.
It's all about influence, man. So it's hard to see without knowing all the pieces of the puzzle. But seeing now that he's running for president or whatever, in order to do that, you've got to have massive influence. So how do you get influence? You got to build rapport, right? You got to speak to people's language, utilize language, manage their state, jump into their process. So the majority of Americans, you know, have an affinity for Jesus. So why not jump on that one? Gain all that rapport. Now let's move it to the elections.
Speak that language.
President without the Jesus thing. Couldn't
That's
have
a
done the
fact.
Jesus thing without Jesus walks with me and all that other stuff.
Oh shit.
Just like Trump wouldn't have won the election if it wasn't for all his TV stuff that he did.
So you think someone could build a rapport out of nowhere? Like, let's say you came from everybody hating you, and it's like now you have nobody fucks with you, like everybody hates you. You think could change the rapport of people and get back on their good side that easy?
Yes. Yes. Because even negative rapport is rapport. People have an emotional connection to you.
Oh, that's what they say. Good publicity is bad. Yeah, no
Yeah,
such thing as
yeah,
bad publicity.
exactly. It can be flipped. That's why it's better if you know if you say in these little dating circles or whatever, if there's a female that you're trying to get back with, it's better that she's mad at you than it would be if she just doesn't care about you. Better that she has mad feelings, negative feelings, than no feeling. Because the mad feelings, the negative, the angry feelings, those can be flipped around. Because the thing is, they're deep feelings. Doesn't matter what kind, they're deep feelings. All it takes is a certain event to trigger that change to happen.
Care. Oh, so the word care will go under kinesthetic. It's a feeling.
Care.
Care. I don't care. That's a feeling, you know.
Yeah, you're right.
Care.
Magic. I think I might go back and read that book again, or at least listen to it while
Yo,
I sleep.
I was just about to ask. I was like, didn't you have an audiobook on that shit?
Yeah, I'm gonna listen to it.
How long did it take you to read that? Exactly. Like you went straight through, no stopping at all?
Yeah. That was fun. I'm into that book. He's got a part 2, but it's like it's a little bit different. I bought it just before it came out. But it's not the
It's not the same.
It goes much deeper into it, but it's not as fun of a read. It's like a crazy person. But it makes sense, don't get me wrong. It's just the way it's presented is it's much, it's a lot. Erratic. It's kind of very passionate, I guess. Jesus, a good word to
Like
describe it.
William Walker Addison probably wrote it, like that type of.
Gosh, it's like somebody saying, "All right, guys, we got a bunch of clones out here, and they're cloning us so that we can be taken over by the government. They're gonna do this to us. They're gonna do that." It's got that type of energy to it, but it's not craziness. It's just the way it's presented is so out of the blue. Maybe if rapport was established, I would have received it better. But there's definitely valuable content. Don't get me wrong. Still gonna read it one day. Maybe I just wasn't ready for it at the time.
Do you think that is purposely put in there? Like those like the clone shit and all that? Cause that's kind of sort of kind of like an illusionary internal representation put out that we kind of have like pre-defaults of. Because it is a hefty topic with magic, so I wouldn't be surprised if they purposely did that.
Okay, and I probably shouldn't have said that. That's not actually in the book. I was just saying like how people sound when they start talking about that stuff.
Oh, okay. I see what you're saying.
Like, okay, that's a big pill to swallow. I'm not gonna say that you're wrong, but it's gonna take a lot of convincing. That kind of thing. But it talks about establishing communities and breaking away from, the medically governed masses. I guess it outlines and structures a legit way to resist what's going on. Not only how to resist and fight back, but also how to win.
How to win, you said?
Yeah. Yeah, because the first book, it kind of puts everything in perspective. It talks about how the memes control the masses and how you got the control bots and you got the mimetic viruses, the thought viruses, and all these people who perpetuate this false sense of culture and community. But really, it's overt thought control, and how a lot of this thought control is poisonous to people who have free thought and who think outside of that system. It's actually dangerous to them, and they seek to devour them. So this new book really talks about how these people with free thought can get together and start to build a structure to thrive and overcome society. But it's no entertainment in it. It's just like a straight up blueprint.
Oh, so it's like they're being serious about this shit.
Dead ass serious, yeah. Yeah.
Oh shit.
Whereas the first
That
book
free
is
thought, I didn't know that free thought movement was actually a real like movement. Free thought. What is that? What is that category? Free thought.
well, it depends. Depends on what you're thinking about, because when I hear free thought, I'm thinking of something more closer to William Walker Atkinson and the 1900s and the early occult movement. But what I think you're getting at is people who are not wrapped up in today's chaos.
Yeah. That's exactly what I was referring to.
Yeah.
Damn, that's different.
Mhm.
Woo!
Medic.
Damn. And that book was by that Kirk Packwood dude.
Yeah. Yeah, it's his next one. It's got like a city and like some neon letters. And there's
By
one
city,
more,
you're talking about like a sigil,
like
or you're
a
talking about city as an SITY. I mean CITY.
CITY.
Oh,
I'll show you another one. There's those, and there's one more about mimetics that I want to get. That seems like it might be relevant. Well, let me do it. I'm not so sure how good this one is, because sometimes I'm able to judge based off of the description in the comments. This one doesn't have any reviews, and the inside of it in the description, I'm not quite sure, but I'm posting it here in the chat. Don't say it out loud if you can help it.
you said don't say it out loud.
Yeah.
All right, man.
The title,
Oh shit.
The title might scare some people.
Yeah, that's why I just looked at it. I was like, what the fuck? Oh, the man has a PhD.
Uh-huh. Not only that, you see that name, Pavlov?
Yeah.
You know who that's related to, right? The dude who did the experiments with the dogs and the saliva and the bell.
Oh shit.
And this is talking about medics. So we got a direct connection with one of the fathers of that science. I already know I've got too much to read, but I don't know, something about this one looks nice. But I'm just looking at the, like I said, there's no reviews, and looking at the description, I'm still just trying to decide. They got a little sample of the book also.
It's only 135 pages.
Yeah, I'm probably gonna just break down and get it, to be honest.
And you said 55 pages a day. That's 2 days you can finish that book.
Yeah.
Two. See if they got PDF. Doubt it.
I don't want to scare the roommates, so I have to keep that one hidden. Just looking at the title. The title.
This just says "Run Wild and Free." Oh. Living young and wild and free.
You don't live next to a coal mine or a mine or anything like that, do you, KP?
Nah, why?
Oh, just asking.
Oh, yeah. What you hear?
No kind of like cave or nothing that goes underground?
Nah. Why you say that? Fuck.
No, I just had a dream that involved like a coal mine or something.
Coal mine. Don't tell me I was in that dream.
Oh boy. I has to nod it off. Shit.
Oh shit, I forgot.
Shit, my ass went back in this damn sleeper and shit, stretched out on this damn bed. I'm about to fucking keep driving, man. Yeah.
I mean, if you're tired, man, get you some rest.
So guys, have a good night, man. It was nice. I listened to you guys in person.
All right,
Veronica.
Veronica.
Believe it or not, I was into that awakening and sleeping, and I grabbed memory of what you guys were talking about. So it's in my head.
Subconscious, don't forget. Subconscious does not forget.
Yeah, God, please.
I gotta get back on the road, man.
Someday I'll see you.
All right.
Good night.
Bye, yeah.
Good night.
Good night. Yeah, I guess it would be a good time. I wouldn't mind getting me some more sleep, honestly.
Wow.
If I try this
Yeah,
process again.
I'm about to watch that video you sent me. With that
Please
dude.
do. I think I know you'll enjoy it because I got a kick out of it. But it's got some great occult information in there for real. And yeah, I want to talk to this dude some more. I don't know if I'm ready to like get on a video with him, but he's definitely got he's got a certain understanding about things that he's got some things that I'd like to learn from. But oh man, he had me cracking up, dude. Like he didn't have to go so hard. That was unruly, unnecessary. For real. Unnecessary roughness on the field. You gonna see what I'm talking about.
Oh shit.
It's worth it.
Oh shit.
Unnecessary roughness on the damn ball field.
Woo shit. Oh.
I might watch it again, to be honest.
Damn.
You got the link, KP?
Yeah, I'm about to check that. It's the corporal chaos.
Yeah, man.
I'm about to look into that.
Oh man. Shit. But you know, if it does send you up, like I said, I took notes. Honestly, we have some good stuff about the unmanifest, you know what I'm saying, the left hand path. He had some good stuff to say. So I wrote down some stuff because I want to talk about it. So write notes if you feel like it, but that boy going in.
I need to start taking more notes. I'm gonna do that.
Oh, John, speaking of notes, you sent me that video with that, what's that Asian Jew's name?
Jim Quick.
Yeah, that dude is, you can look in his fucking eyes and know that dude knows what the hell he talking about, man. He practices what the fuck he preaches, man. And I kind of got tired of that Mind Valley shit, you know, popping up on my shit all the damn time. But no, I've definitely paid attention to his stuff. So yeah, because that was one of my issues. I'll read The Unfortunate and fucking forget that shit until you'll bring that shit up or some shit. I'm like, yeah, I remember that shit.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. Them notes are crucial. And that's the only reason why I'm so behind on these Snyder videos. I'll sit here and pause it every 5 minutes, writing down, like, because it's stuff I never heard before. But Gordon to him, what he was saying is I might need to simplify my notes a little bit better. Just kind of paraphrase. Just write a little symbol.
Yeah. All right. Good night, y'all. I'm finna go through these bad areas and stuff. So I will hit y'all up next week.
Be safe, man.
Good night, Michael.
All right, y'all. Appreciate you. All right. We'll see y'all later. All right. Peace.
All right.
Cheers.
Ouch.
Take care, Travis. Great conversation as usual.
Alrighty.
Enjoy. Bye.
Have a good night.
You too.
Peace. Still with me, Miss Lewis? Now it's time for so long. But we'll sing just one more song. Thanks for doing your part. You sure are smart. You know, with me and you and my dog Blue, we can do anything that we wanna do. All right, so it's officially 3:33 a.m. and it's time to wrap it up. This is TK Trav, aka Travis Magus, here with LVX777. Good night. Peace.